All right, you guys can hear me now. I have arrived. What's up, Twitch? How we doing? I was trying to finish drying my glasses. That's why I was a couple seconds late. This shirt apparently doesn't like to dry glasses. Don't know why. It's like one of those soft-ass shirts. It should be good at it, but apparently, drying, not its thing. Anyways, how's everyone's night going? I have such a fucked up sleep schedule. I kind of pulled an all-nighter, and then I went to Dutch Bros at 5 in the morning because that's when they open. And then I fell asleep at 12:30 and slept through my 1 o'clock class. I think I fell asleep at like 11:30 actually. But yeah, so my sleep schedule is really fucking weird right now. So we're just trying to roll through that one. I feel like this light. There we go. I want to fucking glow, bro. Okay. And I also forgot to turn on my other. Give me 2 seconds, you motherfuckers. I am, in fact, a man. Alright. We should be good to go now. Green screen working, everything lined up. Cool. Alright. Everyone having a good day? Everyone ready to get started on the fucking Crowder drama? Loving the fit? Thank you. My other fit was it was kind of similar. But I was wearing this, but with like a bomb-ass fucking bomber jacket. It's in like army green. But it's like loud. And I didn't want you guys to have to hear that every time I moved. So I had to change. But thank you. Anyways, Crowder is a little bit of a fucking crybaby. I'm sure you guys have at least heard of this happening by now. But he's a little bitch boy, okay? I can't put that in the title. I really wanted to make that the title. Crowder's a little bitch boy. But, whoa. I'm breaking my shit. But, Twitch and probably YouTube would not be a very big fan if I did that. So, alas, here we are. We also have a new game today. All right, we're playing Plants vs. Zombies. I found out it was only a fucking $1 on Steam, and I was like, you know what? I gotta do it. Screw you for streaming, though. I need to do homework. Do homework while I stream. That's what I do a lot. I'll listen to like streams or whatever and do homework at the same time. Plants vs. Zombies is my favorite game. Good. And we're running crowd control again today. I'm gonna start that up because I forgot to do that. All right. So the crowd control should be set up so that once we get going, you guys can get that. Fuck your online lecture. Beatles? All right. It's one of those games. Okay, I play specific games on stream because they're games that I don't actually have to pay attention to, right? So that I can actually give, you know, what I'm talking about some attention. So let me live. All right. I just downloaded it. I've been playing it for the last 20 minutes, trying to unlock some fucking plants so that we don't have a boring ass time. And we're going to play it for a while. We're going to see if I actually like it. Okay. Anyways, let's get started before Beatles makes fun of me more. I don't appreciate when he makes fun of me. Let's go.
So, stopbigcon.com now exists.
It's loud as hell.
To begin with. It's been a while. Either this has to stop, or I'm going to have to stop. Either this, what I'm about to discuss, has to stop, or I don't know, this.
Yeah, no, people have asked me if I play classic games. If this game counts as a classic, I play classic games. This is like the most classic, I think, of games that I play.
It may just not be for me anymore. So let me explain. Give me a few minutes of your time because context matters here. I ask that you don't skip ahead. It won't take very long. This has been a long time coming. This is a conversation that I've actively avoided. Sidestep.
Crowder is my least favorite person. I don't think he's funny whatsoever. He's played this on my DS. I used to steal my mom's phone and play it on her phone.
And I've hoped and prayed that it not be necessary behind the scenes for a long while, but that's no longer possible. So if you've watched for the last decade, you know that I've always made it clear that we here at Mug Club are in the business of serving you. the viewer, you watching, listening right now, I've also made it clear that I wouldn't be in the business of attacking other conservatives, regardless of disagreements or personal issues. And I've always explained my logic was
Biscuit,
relatively simple.
no,
I believe that the world was
stop.
better with more voices out there rather than less,
think
regardless
everyone's
of
been
minute
cute.
differences, considering the magnitude of the battle that we are genuinely fighting for our country right now. But for the first time, I have to say that I believe many of those in charge in the right-leaning media are actually at odds with what's best for you, the viewer, the customer, and more importantly, the country.
Biscuit, I
we thought that we were all
appreciate
in this
you.
together, that we were fighting
I
the
very much
media, entertainment,
appreciate
industrial
you, buddy.
complex. We thought that we were all genuinely taking it to big tech. But too many of those in charge of the big conservative platforms are verifiably in bed with them. Big tech is in bed with big con. The people you thought, the people I thought.
Wow. It's almost like Big Con posts all of their shit on big tech platforms, so they kind of have to abide by it if they want to make any money. That is the world that we live in, buddy. Like, okay. Okay. I've watched bits and pieces of this. I've specifically tried to not watch the entire thing, but I have accidentally watched bits and pieces in other streams. He's so fucking stupid. You know, Beetle, on my 21st, I don't know if I'm going to stream on my 21st, but I will, in fact, have a stream around my 21st, and I will be smoking a cigar. Don't worry. That's like one of the things I'm most excited for. You give me sun? Thank you.
We're fighting for you. A lot of it has been a big con.
What
Now,
up,
I'm
Vanilla?
specifically avoiding naming
I
names
think
or going
we're all
after
good.
individuals
How's your
in
night
this video
going?
because I genuinely hope that those I'm addressing, and you know who you are, have a change of heart. It's never too late to do the right thing. Guys, this is a genuine plea. We can all do better. We can all do better. It doesn't have to be this way. And please, don't make me have to provide receipts. Now, to the others out there who have now been able to verify, have been locked into exploitative contracts that I have the luxury of not having to sign, which is why I'm doing this. Those of you out there who've been locked into this and you know what I'm talking about, stay tuned. I've got something for you before this video is done.
I know,
So,
Bisky. I
a
appreciate
few points to
it.
address. Now, many,
I love you.
many, but not all of the suits running the business of big conservative, big con, at best don't share your values and at worst are taking advantage of your good graces. And as I've experienced it
gameplay's
behind the
riveting.
scenes,
I know.
I've watched our country be harmed.
Look, okay, fucking Civ and Cities isn't that riveting either. Okay, I'm just chilling tonight. Okay, by the end of this stream, I will have had 4 hours of sleep in the 24 hours that I was awake. So I'm gonna have a chill stream tonight.
As a result. So Mug Club. Professionally, it's meant everything to us here. Personally too, but professionally, you are the entire reason for your ability to create this kind of content truly
I'm not
independently for the last 6
tired
years.
right now.
When I started doing, right-leaning
That's the
comedy
issue.
entertainment videos in 2009, maybe it was 2008, I really didn't have a plan. I didn't know the blueprint because there was no blueprint. I didn't know the ceiling because no one with this kind of content had ever really even tried it. It was you, Mug Club, you watching, supporting, who created the ceiling. And you made it clear that all of you were going to keep raising it. All I knew back then was that I was a conservative, I was a Christian, and there's nothing out there.
It's funny that he's like, oh my god, I'm such a good comedian, and he's not even fucking funny. Sleep and let us watch, fuck you. No, that's creepy as hell.
For someone like me, not on cable, not on radio, certainly not on YouTube. And back then, that was really the only video platform. Live streaming wasn't really even a thing. All I wanted to do was to set out to create the kind of content, the kind of show that I always wished had existed when I was growing up. And I hope that there would be enough of you out there like me. Here's the thing. I was told that there weren't. I was told by the powers that be that you didn't exist. I was told that the only way to make a living in this business was to cater
the big scary powers that be, the fucking economy.
to older conservative generations.
Shit.
And
Shit.
that comedy,
What
that
happened?
entertainment, that edgy quote-unquote content didn't work on the right side of the spectrum. An entertainment show would never work. You, all of you are the only reason that we here were even remotely vindicated. And Mug Club sealed it. I remember exactly where I was when I thought up the idea of Mug Club. I remember who I was with. I remember what I was eating. I remember why. I could see the writing on the wall back then, the big tech censorship on the horizon, the diminishing
Don't cry,
advertising
Bisky.
revenue day by day, and I knew full well that demonetization from these platforms, it was inevitable. But I wasn't really sure that this would work. At that point in time, getting anyone to subscribe to anything was pretty much impossible. Everything on the internet was basically free except for pornography. Even, Netflix, the only player in the space at the time between shipping DVDs of Poltergeist 3.
Thank you, Bisky.
They were struggling with online streaming. But
I
found a great
appreciate
partnership
you.
back then, a partnership with a company called CRTV, which later purchased The Blaze and used that name going forward. And on election night, 2016, so many of you signed up at the back end of our site crashed, we couldn't handle it. And it only grew from there. Now, I want to be clear about something. This video here, it's not about The Blaze. When they were purchased by CRTV,
I feel like this entire intro is just him trying to gloat a little bit.
the company's goals, their vision, simply grew further apart from mine, from ours here. It just wasn't the right fit. yeah, I wasn't thrilled about some things and the handling of Mug Club leaving, and that's why we launched mugclubforever.com, where you can sign up just to be able to reach you. This really isn't about that, so I want to create some separation here. Business relationships end all the time. That's business. But I was in a period to field offers.
Bailey's being an
from
attention
other key
whore,
players
guys.
in this movement. They flooded in.
A complete attention whore.
Before you start trying to do some Sherlock Holmes work, there are far more people beneath the tip of the iceberg.
Crowd control is the thing that you can use to play with my game. You can exchange coins for channel points in like the normal channel point redeems, and then you can either give me stuff or fuck me up. And I think the way you do that, there should be like a little thing, pop-up thing on the screen that you can click on, like on my video screen somewhere, that will let you do it.
Than you know about who are trying to get into the space. There are more than you would probably assume. So I went into free agency. I looked over the offers, and I saw the clause come out. And I don't just mean unreasonable demands for control, but what I would argue are immoral terms that actually punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech.
Immoral terms.
And that's something that I just couldn't unsee. And I want to let you know, it's not the exception. It's the rule. Kids out there coming up.
Also, it's only conservatives. Immoral terms, and it's only conservatives. Yep. Okay.
We need to build a bench here in this movement.
What does it say?
It's almost impossible. Don't sign these contracts.
What does it say, Crowder?
I now know what you are signing out there. I have the luxury of not having to. I don't have to be here. I don't have to say this. Please, don't sign this. Certainly not without professional legal counsel representation.
I think there's a cooldown, Bisky.
That includes, let me go through this. Effectively, full ownership of all your social media platforms, channels, in perpetuity, your rights to your content name, image, likeness, even the ones that you've built. Don't sign contracts out there that include multi-million-dollar penalties for different. Let me read you an example of what I mean.
Trump 2024. I'm more of a DeSantis 2024, but welcome in, buddy. Because you're new here, where are you from, and what are your general political views? Hope your night's going well. Also, how's your night going? Dobry, what up? How's your night going? Trump for the win.
And this would be if it was me. If Crowder fails to deliver a monthly content, in any month or any of the quarterly content in the corner, including any and all ad reads, and by the way, all these contracts came with 3, 4, 5 ad reads per show, which would fundamentally change what this show is. Gotta get those dollar bills.
Yeah. Company gotta make money. Gorvsing 2024, I'm down for that. Let's do it. Starting my presidential campaign right now.
$250,000 reduction in fee per quarter. If, let's say, we did do everything per quarter, but annually maybe miss something. Like, let's say we went and did a Change My Mind instead of a daily show, which of course requires a lot more work. It'd be a separate $1 million
took a breakfast
for that if you miss a single piece of content. And the amount of content required is not in line with, frankly, it's worse than Disney, it's worse than ABC, it's worse than NBC, it's worse than CBS. This is ownership of you and everything that you do. But here's, just to drive it home.
Yeah. Because you're selling yourself. Because you are the product. You are selling yourself. If you're gonna complain about it, go try to work for one of the fucking, like, legacy news sources. Okay? Try that. See how much they pay you in comparison to this $50 million contract, buddy. See how much they fucking pay you. Do exclamation mark commands, and it'll like give you a link, and it'll show you all the commands. My political view is we need Trump because he is harsh to the terrorists. You kind of sound like a troll. You kind of sound like a troll.
Don't sign something that has another $100,000 daily penalty if it's not signed off on beforehand. You get hit by a car, you have a sick day, you could lose $100,000 a day.
Yeah, Beetle, step it up. Get to the gym, bro. Do something better.
Anyone wonder why there's burnout in this? Anyone wonder why you have kids come up and they leave and never come back? You think if you had that kind of a penalty, you think if someone said, hey, we're going to penalize you $10,000 every day you miss coming into work, you think you'd be stressed?
Kids you're talking about are the ones that are, making their own content and owning themselves, which is a very hard thing to do. What's that? What's that notification for? Biddies. Best J, welcome in. How's your night going?
Cheer 5.
Thank you for the biddies. Cheer 5, my mama. I told Adventurous that I missed you. I swear I haven't seen you in so long. He said you must be doing university work. You saw me on Tuesday. You saw me on Tuesday. Unless were you in here on Tuesday? I've been sticking to my schedule, guys. I've been doing real fucking good. I will say that next weekend, I'll be taking a couple streams off because it is Alex's birthday, and I also then right after that have my thing at the Capitol. So I will be taking a couple days off next weekend. But other than that, I've been sticking to the schedule. It's your guys' fault if you're not here for the schedule. I was doing homework this week's been crazy. Homework is good. You should keep up with that. What's your take on Andrew Tate? He's a G, right?
This is worse than the left.
But I will, Bisky. I have content lined up for YouTube. So there will be like one, I might give you guys an extra YouTube video during that time because I won't be streaming. So there will be stuff being posted. Just not, I won't be live.
Names their contracts. Again, of course I didn't sign any of these things. But I now know what other kids are signing out there. And here's the worst part. Yeah, that's terrible. I think it's, I just think that's wrong to treat people that way. But this is where, in going through this, and I need to take some time.
It's wrong to give people $50 million for not that much work in comparison to what the general population is. Like this isn't even like 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year. It's less than that. And you're complaining about it. And you're acting like this is like a fucking moral evil of some sort going on. You don't care about Tate. That's good. That's good. I'm proud of you.
Because, look,
It's better than
be a happy warrior.
what the option could have been.
I haven't been happy for a while. To be really, I haven't been happy for a while because when you know what goes on behind these scenes,
Oh,
and you see how many people are
I'm so
complicit,
sorry you're not happy.
it creates an air of hopelessness. It really does.
Your life must
When you think
suck.
the people who are supposed to be linking arms and fighting with you, fighting for you, want to punish you. So here's the worst part. Do not, kids, under any circumstances, sign a contract with people who claim to be conservative, but will penalize you 25% for any demonetization or sponsor boycott. Look, let me read this to you.
Beetle, you haven't even gotten close to your high score in a long time. Okay? I don't know if you can keep saying that considering you haven't even been close to it.
If any of the major platforms, oh no, sorry, that's the second one. Let me go back to the first one. There's another 20%. It's 45%. You get a content strike. Let's start with the demonetization. If blank is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of the advertising partners, the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25%. That's a sponsorship boycott. So that's saying, hey,
only
hey,
52%.
Boycotts work. They work on our guys. We'll punish them for you. Let me go on. Specifically, YouTube demonetization. If any of the major platforms issues a content strike such that Crowder cannot be monetized on such platform, and the company is not able to resolve the issue within 90 days, the fee will be reduced by 25% moving forward. Now, I thought this was a mistake because, you know, these people maybe didn't know who I am, that we've been demonetized for 3 years. No, it's made very clear to me in no uncertain terms. This is what's sent out to everybody.
What did it say? If Crowder is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of his extant advertising partners, percent of the revenue then from those partners, and the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, then the fee is reduced by 25% until such time the revenue has been restored for a period of 90 days. Yeah. Oh wait, we're talking about content strike. If the major platforms issue a content strike such that the Crowder content cannot be monetized on such platform. I mean, yeah, again, the company needs to be able to make money off of your content. So yeah, there are rules that you have to follow. But you can follow those, or you can take the L and not get paid as much. It's not saying that you can't get demonetized. It's saying that you're just not going to get paid quite as much. It's a choice that you can make, Crowder. Ooh, Bisky! Beatles, you are no longer in the top place. How does it feel? How does it feel, buddy?
Reduced by 25% moving forward. Now, I thought this was a mistake because, you know, these people maybe didn't know who I am, that we've been demonetized for 3 years. No, it's made very clear to me in no uncertain terms. This is what's sent out to everybody. And then if you get a strike, meaning a suspension, another 20% reduction. And then another 20% of it happens on Apple. And then another 10% of it happens on Facebook. And then another 10% of it happens on Spotify. Imagine you're deplatformed, as we've seen in the past, where all the major entities decide to remove you in one day. Rather than having a conservative alternative, you would now be down to 5 to 15% of the revenue of your contract.
Okay. So basically, just don't get demonetized on every platform. It's not that hard. I mean, YouTube demonetization kind of easy to get, but demonetization on other platforms tends to be quite harder. All right, so just don't do that. Just do what Ben Shapiro does and cut out the parts that are going to get you demonetized and put it behind the paywall. Problem solved, buddy. You can still make all the content you want. You just you have to do an hour of content that's not going to get you demonetized. I'm talking about the Islamic Republic of Iran. This Biden, he doesn't know how to deal with them. Also, with the Russians. What do you want Biden to do in Iran, Era? What do you want him to do there? Meep.
Think about this for a second. Those in charge, the big conservative, the big con, and it really is the biggest con going right now, they're making it known in their contracts that they will enforce the guidelines of big tech and punish conservatives on their behalf. Don't worry, Wojcicki. Trust me, these conservatives will stay in line. If they get demonetized, we take away 25% of their operating budget. Take another 20% away if they get a hard strike. Hey, don't worry, Zuckerberg. We've got your back.
You want mass sanctions? Pretty sure there are quite a few sanctions. New sanctions on Thursday were announced. Thursday, sometime early October, new sanctions were announced on top of the existing sanctions that we've had for like 10, 20 years. There are sanctions, buddy.
Hope to see you at the UFC Apex. Let me ask you, can you imagine if this show not only was never permitted to take risks per our contract as it relates to big tech guidelines, like as far as the content guidelines, right? There's content guidelines and there's advertiser guidelines. Can you just imagine a world where this show could never take risks in relation to those guidelines on, say, things like mRNA injections?
Yeah, but Robert Mueller is talking secretly with them to sign the nuclear contract. Do you have a source?
Election integrity, take your pick. But one step further, if this show had to be advertiser friendly on YouTube, those guidelines pretty much read, don't say anything offensive ever. Well, what's offensive? Whatever is stuck in Susan Wojcicki's craw that day.
That was weak as fuck.
I wish those at the top in big conservative, with, granted, yeah, a lot of the money, wanted to do better, but they don't. That's why I've created stopbigcon.com, and you can be a signatory, and our plans therein. Look, like I said, I have the luxury of not signing this. I don't need it. I've been demonetized for years. We've adapted here precisely because of Mug Club. You know, the free content only exists.
If you don't need it, then why are you making a whole fucking video about it? Why don't you just say no and then move on? Like, there are so many professional options to dealing with this situation. First of all, there's negotiations that are quite literally possible with every fucking contract, okay? And then you just have the option of saying, nope, that I don't like the terms of this. I don't want to do this. But no, you decided to do the most unprofessional option and go on a whole fucking tirade against Daily Wire without saying their fucking name just because you didn't like a contract that you didn't even have to sign that was up for negotiation. Need to rethink your life choices. All right, Beetle.
This because of those who subscribe. I promise you we won't do more than one sponsorship spot per show. I will keep my word on that until this show ends. Why? Because it's designed for you. It's not designed for the sponsors. If it's 4, 5, 6, 7 sponsors, they're no longer the product. You're the product. So we
just hit the gym more. That's what you deserve.
Need this. We've been demonetized, and we're not beholden to sponsors who might get boycotted because the sponsors that we have are going to go wherever we go anyway. We know that beyond any shadow of a doubt.
And also, if you're getting paid $50 million over 5 years, or 4 years, yeah, the company needs to be able to make up that money. So obviously, there's going to be more monetization opportunity happening within your content, you know, because you're getting paid $50 million as opposed to whatever the fuck you're making right now. And you also have to do less work than you have been doing, considering you don't have to do any advertising. All you have to do is show up and film. It's literally all you have to do. Bisky, that was weak. Weak as shit.
It's the luxury of doing business honestly and loyalty. But to the kids out there coming up who don't have that luxury, please don't sign these. You can do better. We can all do better. And the only reason at this point for me to stay and continue doing what I've been doing is to make sure that we all do better. So to everyone out there who refuses to sign or is under the cloud of these maybe not entirely enforceable contracts, look, here's your signal. Water's warm here. I'll produce your show. We'll produce your show. If there are enough of you out there, I will transition Mug Club into a full-scale network with independent content creators who don't want to be locked into slave contracts. Look, I understand that business relationships sometimes fall through. People don't see eye to eye. I get that. But there is a way to structure these contracts and a network. There's a world in which contracts and a network exists where everyone benefits with some semblance of fairness, transparency.
You still benefit from this fucking contract. Is he forgetting the fact that this is a $50 million contract? It's not like he's making like $1 million or $2 million a year. No, this is over, what? Over 10 million a year that he's making? And he's acting like this is completely unfair and like fucking slavery or some shit. Fucking idiot. Whoever gets the highest score is my favorite person here. Ah, shit. In that case, let's see what I got. Hey, I have the highest so far in this round. I have the highest so far. Fuck you guys.
You don't need to be enslaved like this. If you're out there right now and you're making content work, on whatever scale that may be, there are levels to this game, I understand that. And you'd like to have some backup, you'd like to have some brothers, sisters, Z's, and arms, some security without losing your shirt, send your email to creators@louderwithcrowder.com and we'll talk. You want a partnership? Great. Can probably work something out.
Guys, should I email him? Should I email this dude that I absolutely cannot stand and say, hey, give me that fucking partnership, bitch? It looks like I'm winning, buddies. Looks like I'm winning.
You want the security of being an employee? You could probably make that work too. There are many ways to skin this cat. And you know what? If Mug Club or whatever network it becomes isn't for you, if this isn't the right home for you, we have lawyers and representation who will negotiate your contract for you with anyone else out there at half the market rate. Why? Because I don't like this, and I'm going to end this. We all need to end this together. I have plenty of friends. I could use a few enemies. There is strength in numbers. And if you, watching right now, if you want a network that you can truly call your own.
You know, I feel like if Crowder actually does, like, help anyone who reaches out... Jesus Christ, Alex. You didn't have to come in with that. That was a little over the top. Jesus fuck. I feel like if Crowder actually does, like, help any of these people, he's gonna, like, scam the shit out of them. Like, get, like, a pretty high percentage of whatever they make or something in return for actually doing the deal.
I just ask that you enter in your email at stopbigcon.com. Entering in your email makes you a signatory. It's a statement that you want, not just Mug Club, but you want a network that does better. So it's either time for Mug Club to go big or it's time for me to go home. I can't change this all by myself. I really can't. And frankly, swimming upstream with just this one show, it's a futile endeavor. So either Mug Club grows and you start setting the standard for this movement, we right this ship, or you know what, I'll go back to doing maybe occasional videos, stand up. I don't need to do this. It's that simple. My life would be less complicated. I just want you to think about this for a second.
You don't need to do it, then don't do it. Or don't cry about not doing it. Or don't be a little bitch boy.
There's a reason that if you felt
Y'all
this way,
are
let me
going
put it this way.
crazy with the Spanx tonight.
If you feel in your gut that a lot of conservative content out there feels homogenous, feels sanitized, feels like they're missing some key points, there's a reason for that. There's a reason that you often find yourself asking, hey, I wonder why X won't talk about Y. And I don't know. Any contract that I would have signed would have turned this into yet another softer radio show on video, littered with live reads for every sponsor that could be crammed into every single episode possible, devoid of the sketches, the change my mind type segments, the spontaneity, the levity that's made this show exactly what it is. Oh, and by the way, I was told would never work by the same powers that be. And the real reason the stakes are so high for us here, but me specifically, look.
Bisky, I think that's the highest we've ever gotten. I think our previous highest was like 98. I think we've gotten a 98 before, but a 99? Jesus.
Either I'm a break glass in case of emergency candidate here, just to start a network, and to actually start helping people out there who don't enjoy the same luxuries that we do of being independent. Either that's my role moving forward, or this isn't for me. And here's the thing. All at once, it kind of hit me. And I had to take some time, I hope you understand, to really pray and contemplate this. And
no, I don't understand.
It hit me. After all of these years, even after all this time, after all of you have voted with your dollar and your viewership and your support, you've shown what's possible in supporting this, the largest show in the conservative movement, bar none, just to be clear. And I don't often advertise that. I don't lead my show with that. I want the content to speak for itself.
What up, Taz? How's your night going, buddy? Because you're new here, where are you from, and what are your general political views? And don't piss me off because my vape just died. You're satisfied now, Bisky? Okay, good. Beals with a solid slightly above average. And now Beatles with a slightly below average. Beatles, you should really stop. You should really fucking stop. Just saying.
But I also realize that you need to understand you're a part of something bigger than maybe you realize. It's the biggest show in the movement, bar none.
Bisky? Bisky? Bisky, what the fuck is going on with you tonight? Okay. What do I got? 11. Okay, respectable. I'll take it. USA main, honestly, I look at both sides. Solid. Welcome in, buddy.
The last election night on Rumble, bigger numbers than any mainstream show on YouTube. That's significant. That's you. Now, while I'm grateful and humble, false humility does you a disservice. But even after all this time, after all of you have voted with your dollar, with your viewership, with your support, after you've set records, it wasn't, and it's not, I should say in the present tense, it's not that the suits in charge of these places,
not bad,
and these sites, these media companies,
it's not
not that they still believe that this show can't work. It's not that they any longer believe that you don't exist. Those at the top, those pulling the strings in Big Con, are bothered precisely by the fact that you do. They don't want a group of rebellious rabble-rousers who want to learn, fight like hell, and laugh together. You're of no value if you can't all be kept in line to some degree. I don't mean some master plan to eliminate you. Just subdue you a little bit. Just soften your edges a little bit. Just play ball a little more so we can keep our content all monetized and keep having cocktails with those in charge of big tech. They want you to do that, and they're forcing many of the people you watch to do that. I can't do that.
Your biggest problem with the US right now is cancel culture? I wouldn't say that's my biggest problem, but it definitely is one. Would you say like the actual culture or like the companies that help to push it? Bisky, every time you do that, it just gives your own schlong. You know that, right? It just gives your own schlong. It doesn't let you look down everyone else's pants.
I can't do that. And I'm willing to bet that most of you watching right now can't do that. But okay, you know what? No. Let me rephrase. Of course I could. Of course I could do that. I won't. I won't do that. And I'm willing to bet that most of you won't either. Let me know just how many of you won't. Enter in your email at stopbigcon.com. Now, I just need some time to figure out how to do this. The requirement for infrastructure is light years beyond what we need for just this show. Some time to solve this puzzle as to how I can best and most efficiently accommodate you. And hopefully some time to restore my faith in a movement which frankly has been shaken by some. Not all. There are a lot of good people in this movement, but some really bad actors.
Yep, I completely lost faith in the movement because you got a $50 million contract. It sucks. It sucks, Crowder. I feel so bad for you. The company, and that if you don't fit the narrative, you don't get noticed. Yep. Yeah, I think it's also a problem that's damn near impossible to solve, but it's still a problem. Like Pewds would say, I have big PP energy. All right, Bisky. It's funny how Crowder said he'd go to stand-up, back to stand-up. He does, like, a couple stand-up shows a year, I think. But the only reason that he gets, like, people at those is because he's got this little stupid following that doesn't know what humor is. Among us, and rather than throw anyone under the bus or continue this long, drawn-out drama playing out in the public square, I'd rather focus on how to serve you, the only people who truly matter in this movement and to this company, and I would say to the future of this country. Thank you, Bisky.
The average American who's watching, not the person who's creating the content and framing the contracts, you, right now, at home, in your car, in your truck, wherever you are. Hands on the wheel. So in the interim, as I figure this out...
I'm not in my car or my truck.
Pardon my dust. I'll still be on my social media pages. The silence is over now. I know I've been sort of gone to radio silence. I'll still be doing stand-up shows that you can always check out at louderwithcrowder.com/tour. I'll actually probably do some more of those. I think I'm in Kentucky February 10th. You can go and check it out. I may even upload the occasional video.
We do all need God.
Also, you know, I don't really do a lot of press. The last time I did it was, I think, the Vox Apocalypse because...
Is there another one? What do you mean, is there another one? Like another thing like Schlong and Spank? With the WNBA player got traded from Russia, but there's still a U.S. soldier in Russia prison. Yeah, we make a lot of stupid prisoner trades because liberals get mad.
Because I just do this show. And for the first time in a while, I'll make myself available. I'll talk about this. So anyone who wants to learn more, anyone who has the balls to talk about this, isn't afraid from backlash of maybe not getting the guests from the people who want to try and pinch us, you can send an email to me at louderwithcrowder.com.
Wargoat did a redeem, and I had to add that one in because he paid for it in channel points.
I'm sending your increase here. I'll make myself available to talk about this. Now,
that sounds like a vibe.
If we are going to keep doing this, we need to do it right. And I need to do this in a way that does right by you, because you are the future of this country. You are the catalyst for change, not some major media company, not some guy in a boardroom figuring out ways to sell you more reverse mortgages, gold, or fucking pocket cash.
Well, Bisky, I would say you can do it, except for the fact that it requires you to save up channel points, and I don't think you physically know how to do that.
It's you. It's always been you. Those in Big Con would do
One
well
of
to
my
not lose
thoughts on
sight of it.
Andrew Tate, I think that he has admitted to pretty much every part of human trafficking throughout the years. And he is probably guilty of it. And that's fucked up.
So I want to be clear. Make no mistake. The liberals out there foaming at the mouth. This is not me turning against conservatism or an incident of friendly fire at all. Everything that I've ever stood for, I'm standing for now. It's precisely because I believe what I say that I'm doing this. And by the way, too many of these people aren't our friends. So this is the last call.
He's a piece of
Those
mother
conservative businesses
garbage.
in on
As
the Big
opposed to
Con.
father garbage?
You have a chance. Join me in making this right. You know you've lost your way. It's never too late to correct the course. We can all work together and fix this. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. There's no reason that it is this way.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know why. I've tried to get an answer. I don't understand it. It
He's
doesn't
such a
have to be
crybaby,
this way.
bro.
Let's all reset and do it right.
Uncle Garbage, yeah.
if
Sounds
not-
about right.
Hey, I'll do it without you. And Mug Club is coming for.
Bailey. Stop. No. Come here. Come here. Lay down. Lay down. If you lay down, you're less likely to bark. It is almost 9 o'clock at night. Okay? It is past quiet hours in this fucking apartment complex. You need to shut the fuck up. Thank you. Sorry, sometimes you need to scold your children a little bit. Uncle, Grandpa? I don't remember that. What advice do you need?
All of it. The viewers and the talent. Now, to everyone else, everyone who's watched, listened, paid attention in any way, either right now or throughout the years, I just ask that you join me in letting them know that there are far more of us, far more of you than of them. Demand change, demand better, be a signatory. That's what this is. It's not just entering in your email. It's letting these people know at Big Con that you want something different, that you require better. Because you know what? I am going to march into these people's offices, these nameless, faceless people's offices,
You
with
the
your
holder
declaration
of wisdom.
and the number
Why do
of you
I
who exist.
not
Those in
believe
Big
that?
Con are personally going to know just how many of you are equally pissed. You and the number of you out there are officially going to be there.
Oh wait, I forgot to read Bisky's thing. There are 3 guys I kind of sort of like in my classes, and do you think I should go for number 1, 2, or 3? None. We've already talked about this, Bisky. We've already talked about the fact that if you do this and it doesn't go well, then you have to sit with them in class for the rest of the fucking quarter or semester or whatever you're on. All right? Go for one of them like at the end. Maybe like once like halfway or 2/3 of the quarter or semester is done, then you can go for them. And in that case, go for number 2. But not right now, bro. I believe that if he actually did it, then yes, but it's proven in court he is innocent, I believe. But if it's proven in court, I'm assuming you meant, I believe he deserves an apology for the dirt that's been thrown on him. To an extent, but at the end of the day, he can still be criticized for what he says, right? And that is what he's being criticized for right now, is everything that he has said online by his own free will. And I think that's where the issue comes in, is that he has said all of this shit. And again, whether or not he gets found innocent or guilty, he still has said all of this fucked up shit. What is this, DFG?
Well, actor.
What's this about? We can watch this after. What's it about? I don't know the story. Exactly, Beetle.
A report card. Not a handful of old money billionaires, not career political and nonprofit lobbyists. You're a signatory. This is their report card, and all of you are the reckoning. And if enough of you draft me, fine, I'll be your instrument. Otherwise, what are we doing here?
He's acting like he's this big fucking savior. It's so annoying.
StopBigCon.com. Please enter in your email, comment below, hit the like, all of that, because it helps the algorithm, and you make sure that they see this. And stay tuned. It's probably going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride.
Okay, so that was Crowder's Crybaby segment about his contract that he got for $50 million. Okay. I think it's very important that I'm going to keep repeating it because it's $50 million. It's more than he's going to get probably anywhere else. And he's still crying about it. Baldwin, he accidentally shot someone? Wait, what? Ninja, don't worry, we're gonna watch Daily Wire's response. We're gonna speedrun this all, because Crowder a couple hours ago put out a response to Daily Wire's response. I think he just wants men to be more confident and masculine. Yeah, but then he says that he owns women and that you should be able to rape women, basically. And that it's good that he doesn't let his girls out of the house without him, that he takes their passports, that he steals their money. Like, you can say that it's good for men to be masculine and confident, which whatever. But it's a different story when it's fucked up shit like that. He's been waiting for trial for like a year or two. Shapiro and Crowder need to play Minecraft and hash it out. I love that one video of Shapiro playing Minecraft. Not gonna lie. I love it. Okay, we'll watch this video that TFK sent real quick.
Alec Baldwin has been charged now with involuntary manslaughter in the death of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust.
Oh, okay. It's about the fucking movie thing.
Break down the charges and get some legal context as Buffalo defense attorney Barry Covert. Barry, obviously this is a high-profile case and some pretty serious charges. Question one, how serious are they, and is anything different in New Mexico?
How serious are the charges of, what is it? Like manslaughter? Unintentional manslaughter, something like that? Criminally negligent homicide. Yeah, how serious is criminally negligent homicide?
Versus the charges here in New York State.
Alex Baldwin is facing up to 18 months incarceration for a fourth-degree felony in New Mexico. They have a different labeling system, but it's essentially the equivalent or lesser than our lowest felony, which is an E felony.
Yeah, Beetle, I would probably agree with you there.
Homicide statute in New York's, and this case exemplifies that. In New York State, the closest homicide would be criminally negligent homicide, but it is not as low of a threshold to prove as the prosecution has in New Mexico against Alec Baldwin for involuntary manslaughter. All they have to do to establish involuntary manslaughter, which has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, is establish that even though he engaged in a lawful act where that act might result in a murder or a death, he did not use due caution and circumspection given the circumstances. We don't have that in New York. Our criminally negligent homicide, which has a maximum incarceration of 1 1/3 to 4 in New York, as opposed to 18 months in New Mexico, requires that there be a reckless deviation of the standard of care that would...
Yeah, that's a really weird... That's a lot easier to get convicted of than a lot of these laws. Kind of fucked up, not gonna lie. Did that zombie just move? This game is a fucking riot. Beetle, shut the fuck up. Okay? That's why the video's on here too. Pauline said he didn't pull the trigger. He probably didn't mean to. But also, there's the whole aspect that this was supposed to be a prop gun. And it's not on him for not knowing it's a prop gun. Bisky.
Mommy, what is a Caillou? Can I please go see Avatar 2? What is that movie? Is it brand new? It's a #1 movie. People want to view. Oh, Caillou, you're still a little boy. Please, Mommy, I want to enjoy. It's a Caillou, you're starting to annoy. Now pick up and play with your favorite toy. Mommy, what is...
An average citizen would have under those circumstances. It must be blameworthy conduct. We have a much higher standard in New York for our lowest level homicide offense. So there is a vast difference. But Mr. Baldwin is facing this...
Bisky, I have no words for that. I have no words for that.
Because the lowest level offense, which the fourth-degree felony, which he faces, does permit this type of a situation to be charged and indicted. Still must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Really, the prosecutors had no choice here, really. I mean, someone died as a result of being shot on the set. So some charges had to be brought, right?
It does make sense that some charges had to be brought. He was the person who possessed the gun.
I mean, you have to bring charges, yes, kind of. It's high profile, so you're kind of forced to. But I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say that he should be convicted of that. I'm not the only one. And it says, Yes, you are. Okay, you should have kept that to yourself.
It did go off. He claims he didn't pull the trigger, and that'll be an issue for the trial. But it was obviously pointed at an individual, and all of us gun owners know you never point a gun at an individual. You have the ultimate responsibility, the person who's holding the gun, to make sure that that gun is empty or is not able to be fired. Now, his
Yeah,
defense is
Bisky,
that
I
he was
don't have
handed
that
a weapon,
command.
He was told it's a cold weapon. But the question for the jury is going to be: is that enough? Is that
I don't
sufficient
know.
for his defense? Did he have an additional obligation to check the weapon himself?
Right. Well, the second
Beetle, it's Alex Baldwin who there's a news story about it a couple of years ago where he was on set and he had was supposed to be a set gun, like a prop gun, and it went off while it was in his hand. He says that he didn't fucking pull the trigger, but it went off while it was in his hand and it killed someone. Now someone else on set. He shot 2 people, really?
armorer on the set did take a plea in this case.
2 people and 1
What do
died.
you think this will happen as a result of this case? Do you think he'll end up being found guilty?
I believe that the proof is going to come in.
Biscuit, you can save up and add those commands if you would like. I will not be voluntarily adding those commands. All right? That is not something that I will be doing. Bounced off the first girl and hit the director. Jesus
Pretty
Christ.
strong against him, given his responsibility as the person holding the gun and having pointed it at an individual. And the jury has to decide. This is a unique case with unique circumstances. Given that he's not the average person at target practice, but instead he's on a movie set, people are paid to make sure that the weapons are safe, that they're not loaded with live rounds. Is it a sufficient defense for him to say that because he was reliant upon the armorer and that they told him that the weapon was cold, it was not loaded? That's going to be a question for the jury. I would say that this is a toss-up. Because he does have that defense that most of us would never have, which is paid professionals were on the scene and told me it was a cold weapon.
And finally, what's another example of this type of negligent homicide that a lot of our viewers might be able to relate to?
Well, they took that action scene a little too literally, but damn, look at the movie. Just shut up, Beatles. And my command would say corpse slice basically the most. Alright, save up, buddy. Save up.
Texting and driving, is that something similar?
Absolutely. And if you were in New Mexico and you text and drive and thereby cause a death, or you aren't paying attention to traffic and you pass over the center line and you didn't mean it, you were just distracted, but you hit another vehicle and you caused a death, the standard in New Mexico is much lower than criminally negligent homicide in New York. They have involuntary manslaughter, which just states that if you were engaged in a lawful act like driving, which might result in death, it can always result in death if you misdrive, you don't drive correctly, and you are not exercising due care and circumspection, that could be a felony offense if it's proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Local defense attorney Barry Covert. Barry, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For 99%. Don't hate on people for being better than you. Alright, Beetle. It's rude to hate on people that are just simply better than you. I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but yeah. Anyways, well, we'll see how that fucking trial goes. And you know what else we'll see? We'll see what Daily Wire has to say to the crybaby video and very unprofessional video that Crowder decided to post.
Steven Crowder has launched a new initiative called Stop Big Con. And in the video announcing the launch of the project, he talked about leaving the blaze and all the different offers that he fielded from other conservative organizations and what he thought were the real problems with those offers. And that's led a lot of people to speculate about whether or not the Daily Wire is one of the people who made him an offer. In particular, are we the ones who made the offer that he put up on the screen and talked about at length? And the answer is yes, that offer did come from the Daily Wire. I'm not trying to hide that fact. I'm not ashamed of that fact. In fact, I think it's a very good offer. But I think there's a lot of sort of misconceptions about the nature of the offer, the nature of the points. I think Stephen misunderstood a lot of the points. And so the way we do here at the Daily Wire, we're just going to be incredibly transparent. You know that we...
But he starts off the video with Steven's an idiot. I absolutely love that.
Like to have our members be a part of the journey. We live stream all of our company town halls, for example.
Hold up. They post shit in... They post shit in 4K, bro. I mean, I can't tell the difference, but they post shit in 4K. What up, Justin? You can save me 50 minutes? Okay, so what did I say? What time did I say your time? I think I said like 10 o'clock your time, and that's 7 o'clock my time on Sunday. Yeah, and then we'll go for 50 minutes. Solid. Sounds good, buddy. We can just do it over Discord, right? You know who Baldwin is? You just don't know the situation? Good. At least you know something, Beatles. Fucking idiot. Some people think I'm cute from different angles. Who? Biscuit who? It'd be 9:52 over here. It would be... Beatles, stop. You're gonna confuse me with too many time zones. Yes, we are debating. We're debating on Sunday. I don't think you'll get yelling me. Alright. I tend to not be a yelling person. I think it's not fucking productive, so. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe you'll piss me off enough and we'll yell at each other. Also, Discord, what about this? I'm not talking to you, Beatles. You don't get to know.
We just find that sunlight sometimes is the best disinfectant. And so with that in mind, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we came to be in conversations with Stephen, how those conversations ended, and walk you just line by line through what the actual document.
Also, sunlight is the best disinfectant. It just feels like a weird phrase to use. Maybe that's just me, but it just feels like a weird phrase. Biscuit, shut the fuck up. You threw garbage on my lawn first. Fuck you. Tend to call people dumb fucks easily. Same. We can just call each other dumb fucks and not get butthurt about it, though. Incorrect, that was me? You threw trash? Beatles? Sunlight's better than COVID? I mean, yeah.
That we sent over to him, a non-binding term sheet, what it actually said and why. First thing you should know is that I'm really miserable to be making this video. Stephen's been my friend for 10 years. I think he's maybe the most talented person working in the conservative media space.
We'll see, Justin. All right. I have kind of purposefully not paid attention to anything that's happened on this and not actually watched it. So we'll see. Because Crowder also made another response today.
He's one of the top entertainers in the country, politics notwithstanding, a great comic voice. And I find it really tragic that we're having this kind of a conversation. But it's also very important, I think, that we talk about it, in particular because I know a lot of people who are fans of the Daily Wire were really offended by the things that Stephen said in the video, and they're concerned that maybe we're doing the wrong thing. And I think that by the time we finish this video, you'll understand what we were thinking with our...
Watch Crowder, and then I watched Crowder's new video, the one that he posted today.
I've wanted to be in business with Stephen since the day that I met him. Ben and I tried to do some even movie deals with Stephen before there was CRTV and before there was a Daily Wire. For that entire time, we've talked at length at various times about getting together and doing things. Of course, for most of that time, he's been under contract, first at CRTV and then at the Blaze.
Daily Wire, more
so
like Daily Fire.
From time to time during the years, we would get together and daydream a little bit about
Daily Wire's not bad.
A future for us to work together.
They're pretty good company overall.
Was finishing up his time at the Blaze and was interested in having a conversation with us. And so we reached out to his agent and we said, listen, we'd love to have a conversation. It's not every day that a monster talent like Stephen comes on the market. It'd be probably...
You haven't seen today's? Yeah, we're going to watch today's after this.
We weren't sure at that time
because Crowder decided to make a response to the response video, and it's going to go on like fucking Twitch drama goes on, where it's just constantly people making response videos to each other because they can't think of anything better to do with their time. Daily Wire's clap sometimes? Yeah.
To be had. I mean, for one thing, we're friends with Glenn, we're friends with Tyler, we're friends with all the guys at the Blaze. We weren't sure that we wanted to commit to making an offer to Stephen. And Stephen's an expensive talent. I mean, he's been in the business a long time. He has an enormous fan base, and we knew that it would take a lot of doing to get him over to the Daily Wire. This at the same time that we're investing very heavily in kids entertainment content and making real television content, streaming scripted fiction like the Pendragon Cycle and Atlas Shrugged and other projects that we've taken on.
So self-love billionaires want to fund all these media outlets. I mean, the conservative ones, because they're fucking good for billionaires. The hell. When are you streaming next? Also had something about a debate with someone. So tomorrow I am streaming. I'm a backup for Wix panel tomorrow. So if someone pulls out or if something happens, I will be on Wix panel. So if I end up being on his panel, I'll be going live at 3 o'clock Pacific time, or a little bit before that, just to get ready because the panel starts at 3. If I don't end up being on the panel, I might go live early to hop into the after show and talk there if he does an after show today or tomorrow, or I'll go live at 8 o'clock. I'll keep the Discord updated though. And then on Sunday, we're going live an hour early so that we can debate Justin.
Would we have the resources? We weren't sure, but again, you have to have a conversation and we were happy to have it. So we reached
I always stream my shit, Beetle. I get content out of fucking everything.
out to the agent and we say that. We'd like to have a conversation with Stephen, kind of get into the details of what's he looking for, financially, what's he looking for in terms of structure, what would make his life better, what would make him happy. He's got this opportunity now to have a next chapter. What's he want that next chapter to be? And Stephen's agent, candidly, just wasn't interested in any
Sunday, Bisky. The debate with Justin is on Sunday.
aspect of that conversation. He only wanted to know about the money. He said,
Shit.
We're not going to have a conversation. We're not going to have some abstract talk. We're going to send us an offer. Tell us how much money you're willing to pay. And he gave us an indication of what the minimum number would have to be in order to even have a discussion with Stephen. And it's a big number. So we talked about it internally.
Why would I
and we
be
decided, yeah, we
offended
should
that
do
you're
We should send over,
excited, Bisky?
an opening offer, a non-binding term sheet that takes a stab at what we think that minimum number is going to be to get the conversation started, so we can sit down with Stephen, so that we can see if there's a deal that'd be good for him and good for us. And that's what we did. We put together the term sheet, we sent it over, and we asked if we could get on the phone and have a conversation with Stephen. I'm going to walk you through that document, what it says, what it doesn't say, some of how Stephen represented it. I'm sure he feels like he was being accurate, but some of the things that he said are
7
simply not
o'clock
true,
Pacific time.
based on the
Bisky.
text. And you know, Stephen's a very passionate guy. I think that he's doing his
4
level best to
a.m.,
stand against what he sees as
7
an injustice,
p.m.
but there is no injustice in this document, as I think you'll see. And then I'll tell you what happened right after we sent the document, when I finally did get on the phone with Stephen. So first, here's the document, the non-binding
3:30 in
confidential
the
term sheet.
morning?
I was going to walk you through it.
I could do a 3:30 in the morning debate. That's like right before my bedtime. I could get a debate in and then go to bed.
Transparency. This non-binding term sheet sets forth the basic deal points of a proposed content production and distribution agreement between the Daily Wire LLC, the Texas Limited Liability Company, and Stephen Crowder via his loan out, so that if and when the parties elect to move forward with a long-form
Good,
agreement,
Bisky.
they can move quickly in preparing a definitive and binding agreement. That's just legalese. That means this is just a conversation starter, and we're obviously going to have a negotiation if we move forward, and a lot of these points are going to get beat up. And for those of you who've never been through a contract negotiation, well, that's how it works. When you send someone an offer, you don't send them every
Exactly. This was just a fucking introduction. And instead of trying to do any negotiation, instead of saying, hey, you know, I don't think this is right for me, I'm going to have to decline this, he goes on a fucking tirade for a half an hour on his YouTube channel about it. Crowder's a fucking idiot. Moral of the story. And it's very unlikely, but any of y'all know any trolls? I know the trolls that we get are 2 trolls that haven't come back yet.
everything that you're willing to say yes to, because there is going to be a negotiation, because agents and lawyers are going to get involved, because you can't read their mind. You don't know everything that will be important to them and everything that they'll want. You don't know even, some of their sort of non-negotiable points. And so you send over a loose offer, and then they're going to beat it up a little bit. They're going to say, well, this should be higher and this should be lower. And you're going to come back and say, no, we're going to stand firm here, but we're willing to compromise there. And over time, you either get to a deal or you don't get to a deal. But that's how a good faith negotiation always works. 100% of every interaction I've ever had with any
good
talent,
faith.
that's the
Never
process.
heard of that.
And so here we go. Here was our offer. A 4-year initial term with 2-year renewal at DW's sole discretion. That just means Steven's going to work for DW for 4 years. And if it's going really well, DW can retain him for an additional 2 years. 2, the fee. Remember, this is the minimum number that we thought would get the conversation started with Steven. $50 million for the initial term, plus $25 million for the renewal term, if extended.
One of these days, I'm going to turn off the bits TTS
Tier 5 smash
and make you
or
pay for the
pass.
real TTS.
Shigo from Kim Possible.
Smash or pass? Who from Kim Possible? Shigo from Kim Possible? Who the fuck is that? Shigo Kim Possible. A couple shots tonight, Smash. A couple shots, though. It would have to take some. Script. Gorps. You are wrong, Justin. Justin, no. You are wrong. Silence. Bisky. But what if we're both wrong? Everyone hugs. Bisky, you're so nice. You're too nice, in fact. Smash for sure. Also, Gorp, you uncultured swine. I know, okay? I don't know anything. I haven't watched anything. I don't know anyone's name. You guys should know this by now. I agree with both sides. Both have their own views and agendas. DW wants to make money off the conservative viewpoints. Crowder wants to promote conservative viewpoints while making money. Yes, but I feel like it, at least to me, it seems pretty clear that Crowder's response was unwarranted. Like there is this thing called professionalism that is a good thing to have, and Crowder has none of it, obviously. Me personally, my side is that she was a baddie, though. One time someone said they didn't trust me because they didn't trust nice people because they have to be doing something bad behind closed doors. I mean, happens a lot. Biscuit, that's what's normally the case with super nice people. Kiss or miss, Destiny? Miss.
Paid in monthly.
Hard
Like I said,
miss.
a pretty big number, but we thought for a talent like Steven, this is probably the minimum number that's going to get us in the door so we can sit down and talk to him. 3, production costs. This is important. We've never made a deal quite like the offer that we put in front of Steven, because Steven, very independent guy. I mean, all of our talent have very independent voices. Obviously, we can't tell him what to say. Candace says what
You're
she wants.
shallow?
Peterson says what he wants. Ben, Michael. But Steven
He's not
has
attractive.
always built in this protection for himself.
He's
that
not
he wants
attractive
to
to
actually
me.
produce
Why the
his
fuck
content.
would
He doesn't
I?
want-
Would I?
Most of our guys that come to the studio and we turn on the camera.
Beetle. He's the blue-haired boy that I play sometimes. That I end up having to block his face out because he's banned on Twitch.
We point the cameras, we point the lights. Steven likes to do that with his own team to just make doubly sure that no one's interfering with his content. Not that we would. And so we anticipated that, and we said Crowder will bear the burden of production, including all costs associated therewith.
I don't
on
like
all the
his
content
personality.
contemplated
Ain't that good
except
either,
on the quarterly
Bisky.
and annual content contemplated below. We'll get to that part
You're
a
just
little
a
bit later. It's kind of
simp.
a novel concept. The quality of the production will be as good as or better than his currently existing content. This just, again, Steven's going to produce his own content. It has to be as good as the stuff that Steve.
Also, so far, this contract is very fucking fair. Like, very fair. And it's also very open for negotiation, making it even more fair.
Steven's audience has come to expect from him, and that'll come out of the 50 million. So it's not like all of that 50 million goes right in Steven's pocket. He's going to use some of it to pay for producers and studio space and camera equipment and
Maybe
operators and lights.
simply
Just
not
like we're going to use some of
superficial.
the money that we make to pay.
I would consider it superficial that you simp for someone new every fucking week. Okay, because there's no way you can actually get to know the person. So that would be kind of
For
superficial,
the
buddy.
infrastructure and the technology and the marketing and the legal and all the other parts that go into making a successful business. Revenue collection that says we'll have the exclusive right to realize revenue in connection with all of his content and brand. We're paying you this
Bro,
guaranteed
Chatter said it's a scam.
significant amount of money,
It's a
$50 million.
scam.
And for that, one of the
Yeah,
things we're
shit,
buying
my
is the content,
bad,
we're also buying
Bestie.
the right to monetize
My
the
bad,
content so
you're
that
right.
we can have a chance of making some money and not just spending money. What is the content? First, we broke this into daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual content. The daily content is going to be very obvious to you. He'll deliver a 1.5-hour Louder with Crowder audio video show of a quality and kind consistent with the shows that he's currently producing 4 days a week. That's 192 original episodes a year if you factor in 4 weeks of vacation, including all ad reads and promotions as requested by us. So he's going to continue to produce his show, his Louder with Crowder show, 4 days a week, 192 times a year.
Beetle, we have one more in this series because Crowder made a response today, but it's only 15 minutes long and we watch it fast. So, but yes, we can get to your shit today.
And that'll include us being able to put ads in it and promotions in it. They'll be filmed in studio daily, Monday through
Kiss or
Thursday.
miss, Gorps?
At least 1 hour of it will be outside the
Damn,
paywall.
miss?
That's much how
Fuck
Steven already
you.
operates. That's the part that goes out on
Little
podcasts, that's the
bitch
part that goes out
boy.
on YouTube, it's the part that goes out on Rumble, and at least 30 minutes inside the DW Plus paywall. So in the same way that right now he has his Piss Off YouTube segment that has historically been at Blaze, well, he would still do that same kind of concept. 30 minutes of the show would now be behind our paywall. Crowder can bank or pre-record a limited number of episodes upon our approval and reasonable discretion. Days without new original episodes will be scheduled in advance, subject to our reasonable approval. What's this about? Well, a guy like Crowder, in addition to his 4 weeks of vacation, there's just also going to be times where he, for whatever reason, maybe he's got a speech, maybe he's got a stand-up comedy gig somewhere around the country. If he were to come to us and say, "Hey, I can't really."
Y'all are so mean to me.
Stand-up gig. That's
You
fine.
guys are
Let's
so
shoot 2
mean to
episodes on
me.
Tuesday, and we'll roll one of them out. on Thursday.
Aquamoth
Just giving us
hasn't
all
even
the
said yes.
Maximum flexibility to still make the episode.
Even Alex is fucking mean to me here. Alex, pay attention. Alex. I know you can hear me somewhere out there. Would you kiss or miss me? Also, I guess these videos are okay. We have other shit tonight. All right, don't worry. This isn't all we're doing.
But for Steven to be able to live the other important parts of his life. 192
Bisky
episodes.
hit or miss, miss.
Obviously, there are 260 work days in a year. Most Americans work 260 days a year minus 10. That's 2 weeks of vacation. So they work about 250 work days a year. And we're telling Steven, you've got to produce 192. So already, even to say 4 weeks of vacation, that is probably above average. But it doesn't really capture the reality of this, which is there are going to be, 60 days basically of the year where Fridays, we call them, where Steven basically doesn't have to produce a show. And you may say, well, that's still a lot. I know Steven says that's more than even, network TV would ask for. And these are
Miss,
points that can be
she's
negotiated.
clapped.
I still think most people feel like, if you're only working 4 days a week and you get 4 weeks off every year and you can pre-schedule even additional time to be traveling by banking episodes, you would at least say, you may think, well, he needed to negotiate that and get it down to 170 or something. Sure, I thought he would. But it's certainly not unfair to expect someone that is making $50 million over the next 4 years to, work 192 days a year. That brings us to monthly content. What is monthly content? Well, at Daily Wire, our members are entitled to an all access once a month with most of our talent. And that's where our members get to interact with them, sort of one-on-one, ask them questions.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This video is not all that interesting, but I'm pretty sure he goes through. Thanks for the biddies, Bez J. I appreciate you. You're my favorite mod. Anyways.
Tier 5 smash or pass. Truly
Oh.
proud.
Who? Trudy Proud? Probably pass. I don't like the hair. So I'm pretty sure he just goes through every point in the contract, and as we've already kind of seen so far, it's it's a pretty fucking fair. It's a pretty fair contract. And again, it is open for negotiation. And again, it is $50 million in 4 years. So, in response to this, Mr. Crowder, 5 hours ago, decided to continue on and make another video. This is his chance to redeem himself. This is his chance to apologize. He says, I didn't want to do this. Maybe it said he didn't want to apologize. I kind of doubt that, but we'll see. Fuck, this ad is making me hungry as fuck. I can't help you there.
They don't get deals that God bless the talk boy. Those things are worth like $5,000 now. It's an expensive gag. So didn't want to have to do this, but Daily Wire outed themselves very, very quickly.
Intro.
And sure enough, if you see all
Miss
the people
Bisky.
who work there, some of whom I have relationships with, they immediately tried to make this all about money. Here's the problem. There are a few problems, and I'll go through with some receipts. Everything that was said about negotiations, how they transpired, beyond the numerical value, which is true, and I'll get to, everything else is untrue. I don't really want to get into that. It's completely irrelevant. Here's why.
It's all untrue.
Go back
They're
to
just
the 20-something
lying.
minute video, 30-minute video.
They showed the contract in full, and they're just lying.
You've
Okay.
never heard me say, or write anywhere online, that these offers weren't paying enough money. Why? Because it's not about the money. It's kind of unreal to me that the only thing these people can still talk about is
Mr. Miss KSI. Miss.
Cheer 5 smash or pass. Pleakly.
Who? Smash for sure. Oh yeah. Definitely a smash there. Gorps is a racism. Yeah, I'm totally a racism.
the money. The conversation was about
Also, okay, Beatles, tone it down for TOS, please. I know you're
conservatism,
joking,
the
but
movement,
for
and big tech.
TOS.
They keep talking about money. I'm talking about a country. I'm talking about a movement. I'm talking about making a difference. It's not about the money. And Jeremy and the Daily Wire know that. How do I know they know that? Because after, according to what he said, I walked away from the offer. I did place one more call to the Daily Wire, and I made it very, very clear that it wasn't about money. That was not the topic of conversation. There was zero, as they've tried to portray this, miscommunication. It was one last call where the only thing that I asked for, my only demand, was their word, and not even for me.
At the end of the day, it is about money because it's not actually stopping you. The contract does not stop you from posting anything. It doesn't say that you cannot post this. It's just saying you will get paid less because we cannot make money off of your content. All right? It's not saying that you can't post it. It's not censoring you in any way. It's just saying we're not going to pay for this. You can do it if you want to. We're not going to pay for it. So even if he doesn't give a fuck about the money, even if it is just about the movement, he is still misconstruing this in every way possible. TOS is a sussy baka sometimes. That's facts. No offense, but I need to leave. But I don't want to. Why do you need to leave? Fuck you.
But for other people coming up facing these kinds of contracts, let's say Taquito comes in with 500,000 YouTube subscribers or something like that, 100,000. Let's say some other kid you're paying 6 figures to come in and do it. There's not the penalty of the demonetization or if they're removed from iTunes, Apple, YouTube. Yeah, sure there would be. And here's something else. I was also very measured. I was painstakingly clear in taking
very
myself off the
measured.
table because it wasn't going to be a right. It happens in
Painstakingly
business all the time.
measured, in fact.
But that we weren't talking about me. We were talking about the futures of other people who could potentially be in that position, that very disconcerting position. No miscommunication. What I'm talking about is you're describing a model for everyone, not just let's get rid of me here. Everyone, if there's a penalty for being demonetized on YouTube, because your business model requires that be a huge component of it, you need to change your business model or this movement cannot work, Jeremy. I can't imagine my show trying to come up and be beholden to YouTube advertiser.
It can still... Oh my god, bro. This is so bad faith. He's acting like anything actually controls the content he puts out. It doesn't. He can put out whatever the fuck he wants. Nothing is stopping him from doing that within this contract. It's a hamster? That doesn't look like a hamster. Oh, is it a hamster? That's gay.
their guidelines. Let alone, I mean, honestly, being beholden from a conservative entity with hard strikes, right, being removed, but let alone being advertiser friendly. We know how broad those guidelines are. They might as well just read, don't say anything offensive, and they change them at the drop of a hat.
I'm not suggesting that the guidelines aren't terrible. I'm suggesting that if making money off of those platforms is part of how you're justifying the salary you're paying someone, then when, or the fee you're, I keep saying salary, the fee you're paying someone, then when those go away, everybody loses money. You can't pay the same amount with less revenue.
How about you create a different business model?
What fucking business model do you expect? At the end of the day, you do have to, like, put this shit on, like, regular media sources, or else you are not going to make money. You have to access the most viewers. That is how you make money off of any broadcast. And that is what they have to do. The most viewers are on things like YouTube and Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Not fucking any other website that they create by themselves. They're never going to be able to get as much traction as there is on places like YouTube. There is really not a better business model. As much as it sucks that you got to work on being monetized on YouTube and such, there is not really a better business model here. Again, all of your demonetizable stuff can just go behind the paywall because you have to have behind the paywall content anyways. When you get famous, not a fantasy, just remember me when it turns out. Yeah, okay, Victorious. That is how my dad met my other dad, quote 2023. Hearing him whine about this is seriously annoying, considering there's a modest entertainment streamer I watch, and he straight up shows that half of his videos get demonetized, but he doesn't care because he wants the quality, because he doesn't want the quality to suffer. If you want the edgy content, you have to sacrifice. Exactly. And he is actually in a position where he doesn't even have to sacrifice. The only thing he would have to sacrifice is that the edgy content is behind a paywall for his viewers, which, I mean, yeah, that's a sacrifice, yes. But he can still make the content. It just has to go to the Daily Wire website, not YouTube. Like, he's just being a fucking crybaby, and it's really goddamn annoying.
I know what some of you are thinking. Of course, telling someone else, hey, change your business model. I get it. I'm in no position to say that, unless, instead of Monday morning quarterbacking it, here's the thing. I didn't just offer criticisms. I offered a guide on how to, here's the deal. I want to sit at the table with people who, granted, have an immense amount of power and have incredibly deep pockets. That is all true, to be clear. And by the way, it's something that I want to have on our side of the aisle. But I offered a guide on how to do it. It is incumbent, this is what this is about. It is incumbent upon conservatives, if we believe what we say, to uncouple, to divest, if you want to use that term, from big tech. Right? For the business models of the movement as we move forward, to not rely on playing ball with Facebook and with YouTube. That is something that we have to move toward. You know that we've been trying to do that here for years. That's why every single show we say, hey, if you can watch on Rumble, please do so. We're not looking to be banned on YouTube, but at least we certainly won't compromise the truth in order to be advertiser friendly. Here's the thing, Daily Wire, Jeremy, and I really do hope that we can talk at some point. Please, you can pick up the phone. We've done that. We here.
You hope that you can talk at some, didn't you just talk? What was the point in saying that? You agree being upset about bad contract, but the way about this is kid shit? Yeah, and it wasn't even a final contract. Like, it wasn't even these are the hard limits. It was a negotiable contract.
Have found a way to make that work. For proof, see election night, our numbers on Rumble there, and see the numbers on Rumble when we get suspended from YouTube. I think it was 4 times this last year, and I went to great lengths to communicate that to the people at Daily Wire.
There can be no next me if the people at the top with the financial resources are doing the big, that's being the arm of big tech. What you just said is, well, we have to play ball with big tech if we want to make money. Well, I don't. Why don't you guys follow a model like I have and scale it? That's what I've been doing since 2014. You know that. I've been trying to
Dan get accused of like a bunch of fucked up shit? I feel like I saw a headline of him getting accused of shit.
make sure, which I thought we were all doing, that we can all flip the bird to Silicon Valley. This is saying we need him and you need to play ball.
And by the way,
You
before
do
somebody
need
asks me to
them.
come,
They
look,
are
there's
money.
always
They
personal
are the
information,
money.
on phone calls. And for the record, I've recorded 3 people on phone calls in my life. All 3 are involved with big tech. Just to be clear, the entire call transcript has been sent to others to verify without hopefully having to release the whole thing. And I'll be on Tim Pool's show, I believe, on Monday to talk about it. Now, this is something else that's been brought to my attention. Look, some
Have a
people
good
have been
night,
sent out from
Bisky.
Daily Wire and have gotten very
Fuck
personal.
you for leaving.
Obviously, when we released this video, we didn't name names, and I told you there are a lot of people in the space who have made offers, and it is true. There are quite a few, and there are some others that have been pretty similar to this. This isn't an incredibly unique scenario, but there have been some good people out there too, and we're still talking with them. So I do know that some people from Daily Wire have come out, maybe been instructed to. I have no idea. I don't care. They've gotten very personal. I don't
Do you
want to
really?
do that.
Do you really
At least
not
I didn't
care?
want to.
Do you really not care? It kind of seems like you care a little bit.
But now it's sort of necessary for me to do so. So these are the only personal things I will say about the people at Daily Wire. Andrew Klavan is one of my favorite people of all time. He has an unbelievable skill
Okay,
to make you feel like the
okay.
smartest guy in the room, even though I guarantee
At
you he's
least you
smarter than
can
you. There are
say
very few
that.
people whose company I enjoy more than Andrew Clavin. Jordan Peterson is not only a friend, I would go to the wall for him. He's a guy who has changed the landscape of our country for the better. Can't say enough good things about him. Ben Shapiro is possibly the smartest person I know. That's as personal as I'll get. Now, here's the
Ben Shapiro is very good at misconstruing things.
thing. Only after that final call, after negotiations had fallen through, pleading on the side of principle and knowing that it was completely met with deaf ears, did I come out like I did. See, here's the thing. They keep talking about a business. Well, I walked away from the table because I'm talking like it's about a country, about a movement. And this is the thing. The response that I've heard over the years is not just now. I've been
A business? Talking about business stuff? Oh my goodness. How could that be? I am so amazed that and in shock that a business would talk about business stuff.
doing this for a long time. You constantly hear, it's just business. It's just business. Well, guess what? It's not to me. Sure, I run a business, but it's not just business. And let me ask you, when have you ever heard someone say it's just business when they're doing the right thing? Ever hear someone give $250,000 to charity and say it's just business? And here's something I would like to ask you, because I know that they've tried to play the identity politics and misrepresent the whole financial situation. But yeah, over the course of 4 or 5 years, the total
Wait,
operational budget, meaning
what?
25, 30 employees, all of the costs, security, health insurance, would have been somewhere in the $50 million ballpark for that total operational budget. That is true. Okay. First off, I think it's a good thing for conservative companies out there to be generating or capable of generating far more than that. It'd be better than just Disney and just Netflix and just Hulu Plus. And I'd like the people who are in charge of that to be people who are willing to walk away from that if it comes with strings attached, with people who hate everything you stand for. So let's take that at face value, okay? I want you to ask yourself this question, okay? Put yourself in my shoes.
I feel like this is making it very clear that Steven Crowder knows nothing about running a business, knows nothing about making money. Like he got lucky. He probably has hired people to do the money-making aspects of what he does right now. And he was working with, Blaze, that was doing all of that for him. He doesn't actually know how it works. And I feel like that's getting more and more clear.
What would it take? How much do your principles matter to you? What kind of a headspace would you have to be in to walk away full stop from $50 million? Let me ask you even further. What would it take for you to be willing to walk away from at least $50 million because of it causing harm to someone else that doesn't even affect you? But the next kid. I've talked about this, you have it in comedy. I'm never going to be the guy who
What up,
pulls the
Gibson?
ladder
How's
up
your night going?
after me. What motivates me is not money. Of course, everyone here likes nice things. They want to make a living. You've heard me say this many times. I want to pass the torch. I want there to be someone else to do this. It can't happen if this is how our movement is structured. And you know that, by the way, this could do irreparable damage to the movement of the country and the people who fought so hard for the ground gained if we've decided to get in bed with these people who want to strip it away. I'm asking, would you walk away? What would it take for you to walk away from $50 million? Because it's true. That's
I'm running on practically no sleep and caffeine, but it's going pretty good.
exactly what I did. It's exactly what I'm doing. And so long as these contracts out there include enforcement of big tech, of punishing conservative creators on behalf of the people we claim to fight and the people who have long since demonetized us and can't stand me, and part of me doesn't blame them. As long as these contracts include that, not even for me, but the next person.
I don't blame anyone
I'm
who
gonna take $1
can't
billion.
stand you, Crowder. Not gonna lie.
And certainly not if you understand in context, when behind closed doors, I know, and these people know, and acknowledge exactly what's being done
Jesus.
to the next generation of creators.
That's why I don't take 7 a.m. classes.
So they don't get deals that
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
you then own.
So that I don't own it. They can, when their contract's up, they can still go out and they'll still be famous. They can keep doing their shows. They'll go do a show somewhere else. They'll be in a far better place. You help them meet them.
No, not look at this contract. This
Beetle,
contract owned in
I
perpetuity
feel
even
like
after
you
the
should
contract.
stop
They're paying a lease,
flexing
they
being
get ownership.
homeschooled.
That's what this contract reads.
Yes.
Look,
Take 9 a.m. classes, but you live an hour from the university. Why do you do that? You're fucking dumb.
I understand there are going to be differing opinions on this. I understand that. As someone who does run a business and has to maybe 25 employees, I don't know, we're expanding.
Do you? Do you
I
really
understand people
run
businesses
it?
differently and have different priorities.
Or are you just the face?
Here's the thing. I would genuinely still,
I
Daily
think
Wire,
you're just
Jeremy,
the face
love
of
to
it.
sit down at the table and explain to you how you can make all of this work, how you can scale what we do and not have to be beholden to the people who we all go out and claim that we're fighting, and especially with all of the financial resources that you have, which, by the way, are very impressive.
Cars
And
good
by the way,
gas mileage.
since
Good.
fielding requests
If you live an
for
hour
people who
away,
sent this in,
good.
you guys are under these kinds of contracts, right? You've sent in your emails. If you're looking to either join a network or looking to navigate these contracts, we've been flooded. I'm going to try and get to all of you. But here's the thing. Let me give you my word right now. My word. Everyone, you can timestamp it, call me on it. Here at Mug Club, we will never take any ownership over your social media platforms or your channels, and I don't want a dime ever of your YouTube revenue. You make your own decision as to whether you want to be
Of your YouTube revenue. Notice how he specified YouTube revenue? Just because he's trying to weasel in every other bit of revenue.
monetized or not. Some people want to, some people don't. I just have a problem with requiring that you do and penalizing you if you don't. And to Daily Wire, to the rest of the people out there, give me a call. And look, let me put it this way. If you give me your word, this is all that matters here. Just give me your word that there will never be a clause in a contract again for some unsuspecting
What up,
kid or
Energy?
someone
How's
who
your
doesn't
night
have the
going?
luxury to walk away from $50 million, as I did, true, guilty as charged. Give me your word that you will not penalize them.
Beetle, I could tell by your spelling of neighborhood, bro. Shadow sounds like a medieval jester begging to a higher power to not off him. If that makes any sense. Yeah.
25%
Yeah.
for demonetization, another 20% for a strike, another 20% for Facebook, Spotify, Apple, up to 80%. Just give me your word that that clause, that spirit will not be in any contract sent out to anyone else who's at the front lines fighting for this
Nice
country.
energy.
And we're done. All of this stops right now. You will never hear from me again. I will go out and sing your praises. You can pick
I mean, we'd probably hear about it again. Let's be honest. He'd say some offhand shit all the time.
up the phone. You have my word. That's all it is. That's all this is about. In the interim, to everyone else, stopbigcon.com.
There you
Be a
go,
signatory.
Beetle.
I'll see you
Good
Monday.
job. Proud of you. So, okay. I call his response bullshit. His original video bullshit, his response bullshit. Daily Wire handling this very fucking well. Crowder's a little crybaby bitch boy. And I feel like that's a pretty solid summary of all of this. What do you guys think? Do you guys agree? That's a pretty good fucking summary. Does Crowder think he is some beacon of enlightenment for not taking $50 million for partnership? Yeah, he does. He thinks he's the fucking savior of the world. Did you eat pretty white? Okay, and? Shout out Daily Wire, as you should. Alright. We have a debate. We have a debate tonight. A debate on... I'm not doing a debate, we're looking at a debate. We have a debate on... It's called Are Men Underappreciated? So, let me change stream titles. Okay. One title done. Two title done. What the fuck? My shit is always formatted wrong over here. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Let's go. We're ready? We're ready to continue, you motherfuckers. He definitely participates in Taco Tuesday with white people tacos. White people box tacos. I do white people Taco Bell tacos. You're gonna debate me on what? Lame, Beetle. That's some nerd shit. Anyways, are men appreciated in society? Are we ready to go? Are we ready to get into this shit? I'm gonna have to resize my stuff, I think. Hold up. Yeah, all my stuff is the wrong size. Wait a second. It's because of this fucking game. This fucking game is tiny, so it fucks with my setup situation. I think right there looks good. I think we're gonna go with putting it right there. All right. Are we ready to go, kids? On why it's not okay to wear that hat backwards. I have to wear this hat backwards. I look stupid with it forwards. Wait, that's the title. I'll stick around. Yeah, exactly. See? We got interesting shit, Beetle. What's good, humans? What up, Glowin? How's your night going, buddy? And because you're new here, where are you from? And what are your general political views? But welcome in, buddy. Alright, alright. Let's see what this debate's all about.
Shapiro, a little bit different show lined up for you tonight. Just a little bit different. We got
I hope none of these people are
Rachel
bad.
Wilson
I don't
taking
think
on
they are.
Radical, Coder, and Ashley. They're going to be debatable in this extreme. flooding the
Skip through the dumbass
because
intro
it's just gonna
shit.
be and smashly, trashly, whatever. Slam dunk. It's gonna be
Why is their intro so long? Fuck off, guys.
of a teammate
Oh my.
over on modern day here. I don't really remember.
Okay. So this
the exact
debate.
same crime.
Oh shit.
On in order to reproduce power.
Because a home player that's deserve, but they deserve poor.
I skipped too far ahead. Okay. Okay. Is Crowder a crybaby? Yeah, Crowder's a big ass crybaby. Zen Shapiro, that a joke? Yeah, yes it is. We humans are watching what we call a debate. Why? What'd he do? He fucking cried about a contract for $50 million that was negotiable and not a final contract of any sort. And he went and cried about it and smashed. Now in total, he's had like 45 minutes smashing Daily Wire. $50 million over 4 years for a contract. And he was crying about it because it said that he had to post videos. And then he got 4 weeks of vacation and no Fridays that he had to work. And that he could stock up content ahead of time so he didn't even have to work 4 days a week, really. And it also said that if he's demonetized, he's not going to get as much money because of the fact that he's not going to make Daily Wire as much money. Yeah, any sane person would totally take that. Anyways, are men appreciated in society or are they underappreciated? Oh wait, what's the actual question? Are men underappreciated? So these people say they're not underappreciated, and these two say they are underappreciated. Exactly, Gifted. Even if you hate Daily Wire does pretty solid business. Like they're pretty fair business-wise. You mean the autism video? We watched it. We watched it a couple streams ago, Alex.
Debate. We are a neutral, nonpartisan platform welcoming everyone from all walks of life, including your
favorite I don't care.
Twitterites, debaters, and below you can also go for.
Okay, let's start. I love autism.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
All right, so I'll jump right into this. Radical Coder, you're gay, by the way.
I thought that was Rachel, this chick, talking, and I was not ready for that because she was moving her mouth. I figured we were gonna be hearing her. Nope. Kind of depends on what you're talking about. Yeah.
So are men treated like shit in society? This is the question. Unequivocally, the answer
Let's
is
go.
they're
Radical Coder's gay.
underappreciated. All the reasons that's true. Let me tell you what my opponents will argue, which can be only one of two things. It'll either be A, yes, men are treated like crap in society, but that's due to men being in charge.
Crowd control points gives you coins that you can use to fuck with my game. There's like a little pop-up on the screen somewhere that'll lead you to crowd control where you can use your coins to fuck with me or help me, whatever you so choose.
And its secret lead to patriarchy, which is instilling an oppressive system designed to treat men poorly. And so we should all be feminists so that men get treated better. Or option two, yes, but they deserve it because they were oppressive to the poor women's for 200 billion years, and they're getting their just comeuppance. Ultimately, though, I think they will concede in the opening, thus maintaining our 100% perfect tally on modern day debate of our opponents conceding the position before the debate even starts.
Also, I just want everyone to be aware that this is already on 1.5 speed. The second one? Do all trans teens think the same? That's on one of my other content lists that I don't use anymore. Interesting. We might watch that later. Might, if I want to get into that topic tonight, because it riles people up. I don't know if I want to get into it tonight.
So where to begin? Let's start with women pretending to be minorities, even though they are actually a majority. Yes, friends, women outnumber men, yet somehow still have done a bait and switch where they pretend they are somehow a minority who deserves to be protected from what you ask, basically from men hurting their fifis. Yes, be nice is the creed.
Interesting opening.
Women get lighter prison sentences for the same crimes, are favored in divorces. They initiate those divorces, even though they are still favored in them. Schools are tailored to their needs, which is why they do better academically. The list goes on and on and on, and we have an exhaustive list of stats with us. Let me also remind everybody that men
Schools are favored to their needs. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I wouldn't agree with that one. What up, cutie? How's your night going, buddy?
not only are totally benevolent and don't deserve the scathing wrath of horrible harping women treating us all horribly because they are entitled snotty brats, but I can demonstrate this benevolency of men using the Thanos technique.
Cave to women's
if men decided with
needs.
a snap of their fingers tomorrow that all women were to be enslaved, then they would be.
Women's needs.
All they could really do is whine a lot and beg and plead, and that's about it. However, if women decided men were to be enslaved tomorrow, we would scoff, and again, all they could do is whine and complain. The reason women are allowed to get away with their shitty behavior is because of simps.
Exactly.
Do so. They do this in hopes a woman somewhere will breed with them, but they won't because women are too busy, according to the stats, breeding with men who treat them like something they scraped off the corner of the mouth this morning and threw it in a trash can. Men's benevolent and good nature can't be overstated. All of society is run due to us being awesome. And we do all of this despite incessant complaining from women who mostly hold office jobs, are waitresses, and fill up the service industry in general because a real job would literally kill them. We do all of this for all of society, and we're treated like rapists, orchestrators of violence.
Wow, he's coming straight out of the gate with everything that he's got. Okay. Who the fuck says having sex is breeding when it comes to humans? This kind of guy. This kind of guy says that.
Evildoers, and generally taught that masculinity in and of itself is a trait to be mocked and scorned rather than adhered to. It's a disgusting society we live in that holds these virtues, and we're here tonight to prove that, of course, men are treated horribly, like garbage. Nobody cares about men, not even other men.
Beatles,
the expectation of society is that men fix their own problems and everybody else's too, chiefly women's, and that's my opening. Thank you.
All right, so I guess it's my turn.
Opening.
Some of you guys in the chat theorized that maybe Andrew was being facetious. I can assure you that he is not. That's just his style. He's very straightforward. I'm going to completely agree with him, and not only agree with him, but back his play here. I did write a book on the subject as well, not to like flex on you guys. But what Andrew said is true. And where this comes from is that prior to women's liberation, we had a balance of power where men had the monopoly on force, women had the monopoly on reproduction. Women were the gatekeepers of reproduction. Each of you watching this has twice as many female ancestors as you do male ancestors. Women, all they have to do to be able to reproduce is be female and be fertile. Men, in order to reproduce, historically have had to fight their way up the hierarchy. They've had to have resources. They've had to prove themselves good providers, good protectors, things of that nature. And what happened when we did the whole female liberation shtick was that we flipped the balance of power. So now women not only have a monopoly on reproductive power, but they also have political power, they have financial power, and they have social power. So now we have 3.5 times more men committing suicide than women. We have, like Andrew said, much stiffer, harsher.
Okay, let's take a second here. Monopoly on reproductive power. I mean, it depends what viewpoint you're coming at this from. I know a lot of people who would say that anti-abortion laws kind of take that away. Not gonna lie. And then everything else, just women having equal power, does not put them above men. The bad thing about this is, in some senses, I do agree with their overall point. Nothing that they're actually saying so far. But their overall point, in some senses, I agree with. But they are just taking the worst points of their side and deciding to go with those. His name is Andrew. Andrew, coincidence? I love when those people make complex issues so black and white. Yeah. One could argue that women should just keep their legs closed. Not my take. That is an argument that some people do make. You are correct in that, I guess.
Sentences that men receive for the exact same crimes as women. We have young boys who don't do well in school. Public school systems are completely skewed in favor of girls and girls' behavior, and boys are expected to behave like girls. This is mostly due to the fact that about 90%.
No, boys are expected to behave in a civil manner. It's not anyone's fault that boys are just bad at that. Okay, it's like higher rates of ADHD, which should be accommodated within schools more than they are. However, it's not that they have to act like girls. It's like it's that they have to act in a civilized manner, which is not a bad way to act. It's a good thing to learn. It'll get you a decent ways in life. Steven Crowder probably should have learned that one before he went on his little Daily Wire tirade. What kind of strawman bullshit is this? I don't like premarital fun times. Okay.
percent
Yeah.
of school teachers in K through 12 schools are women. And now college degrees are about 77% of them are earned by women.
This is a
So
dude?
women have
This is a
social
dude?
power, they have financial
That's a
power.
dude?
About 80% of every consumer dollar in the United States is controlled by women. So all the marketing is geared toward women, all the entertainment is geared toward women. The highest earning entertainer of 2020 was Kylie Jenner. She doubled the next closest man on the list, who was Kanye West. Women have tremendous amounts of power and men have almost none. The family court system is skewed very much in favor of women, although that's changing a little bit because there are some good men's activism groups working on that. It's pretty indisputable that women are worshipped and praised and treated with a lot of bias, and men are kind of treated as expendable and like they can just be thrown away. And the reason for this is because now we have an industrial technological society that gives us this false illusion that women can do everything men can do. However, the average CEO boss bitch gets up in the morning in her condo or her apartment or her house that was designed and built by a man. She gets in her car that was designed and built by a man. She drives to her office building that was designed and built by a man on roads that were designed and built by men. And if she gets to her corner office and her computer doesn't work, she calls a man and he comes and fixes it.
I don't know. The last company I was with, our IT person was a lady. Our maintenance person was a lady. There were actually very few male higher-ups. The CEO was a dude. But damn near everyone else in the higher-ups area was a woman. Just saying. This is just as bad as people on the right saying Biden is trying to take away our gas stoves.
And then she uses a program at work that she was trained to use that was designed by men, most likely, to do whatever job it is that she does. And as Andrew said, if you look at the careers of women in this country from 1920 to 2020, that's a 100-year span, they're almost exactly the same. The only thing is we swapped farm labor for HR work, basically. And the rest is secretaries, daycare workers, nurses, administrative assistants, cooks, waitresses.
Yeah, they still dominate because men and women tend to have different interests.
Things of that nature. So it's really like an illusion of female power without anything to back it up. The only reason this exists is because men allow it, and the only reason men allow it is because they felt like the sexual revolution was a good deal for them. Turns out that unattached sex with no responsibility is actually quite a huge liability for men and not something that was in their favor. So I think we have a pretty good case here, and I'm interested to see what the other side has to say.
Thank you so very much for both of our.
This is going to be bad. This is going to be very bad for them.
I mean, she's not that wrong that it is a liability. She's not that wrong there. Andrew Tate is the reason why a lot of men are men like Andrew Tate are the problem, yes.
But as you guys know, start hurling the tomato cans. We don't give a fuck what they have to say. Hurl the tomato cans as soon as they start speaking. We don't give a fuck. We don't want to hear it trashly.
So I guess I'll start out. I did think it was interesting at the outset that it was when we were asked to do this debate that it was kind of implicit that we would take the no position. I don't have a solid answer on this question. I don't really know entirely yet how to engage with the question. I wrote down a bunch of notes during that. So we'll walk through this. I think the first question
we don't care.
Are we talking about
we don't care.
are they underappreciated? I would say that like it depends on the context a lot.
Shut the fuck up, Coker. We don't care.
Can argue in a lot of cases that men are underappreciated by other men. We can argue they are underappreciated.
He's kind of a
but like
bitch,
this whole like gender warfare
Andrew's kind of a bitch.
thing is really boring to me, so I'd like to be like way more specific when we're talking about these things. Maybe we can kind of hammer a lot of that down as we go through. That's kind of my biggest my biggest point of contention with like the whole framing here. Last time I was on, I did challenge James about whether or not modern day debate is actually a neutral platform. So maybe eventually I can follow up with that because I think it's interesting that Andrew says, oh, they always concede the point or whatever. I think last time something like that happened. But I think maybe the framing of the questions might have something to do with why it's so easy for Andrew. It's kind of a vacuous question, really. Are men underappreciated? Like we just have to be way more specific about this. Underappreciated in what ways? By whom? All of these are really big. Like it's just without answering these questions.
I am brutal. Why wouldn't I be brutal? You hear this? You hear this right now?
I'd like to start going.
The stuttering autist.
Yeah, Andrew is the guy on the top right who is probably the worst of all these guys. Shirtless and bald Eurasian guy. What?
Fumbling all over the place. Shut the fuck up, Coper. We don't care. We don't care. You suck, Coper.
What?
And you two trashly, keep the tomato soup cans coming. Keep them coming. They fucking suck, and they know it.
If I wanted to debate, are men underappreciated?
Oh, you're talking about
And
Tate.
The funny thing is that a majority of my content is about how men are underappreciated in a lot of these ways. But if I'm going to argue any points, I would say, yes, you are right, Rachel. Men's suicide rates, successful suicide rates, much higher than women. But if you look at it statistically, the same statistics you're looking at, it's actually suicide attempts and thoughts of suicide are predominantly female. It's just method of suicide.
This is true.
Men tend to do suicide by hanging, carbon monoxide poisoning, or firearms, while women tend to go for like medication. They over medicate to try to off themselves. And the thing with that is that you're more likely to be found before the suicide attempt has been successful, quote unquote, if you want to call it that. So just to clarify that little point, but it is interesting.
Yeah, men are better. Men are better at suiciding. Can't even hear what Radical Coder is saying with bro's shitty ass dollar store mic cutting in. Facts.
It is interesting. Also, the highest rate of suicides it would be in America, anyways, would be what was it, Ryan? I said middle-aged white males.
Yeah, middle-aged women.
Yeah, middle-aged white males. And then another thing that I thought was really interesting, you guys were talking about the schools, right? And how education is catered primarily towards females. I don't know how much I agree with catered towards females, but I do know.
Yeah, I know, Bonza. I'm doing it so that we don't have to look at
well outnumbering male college
Amy,
graduates.
whatever Amy
That I'll
is.
agree with you on.
Doing it so we don't have to suffer through the visual below. We can just look at this. This is much more pleasant to look at than this.
Female CEOs went from like 17% up to 30%.
Thank you, 2.2. Appreciate that.
And I said, I wonder if that number is going to change, in 5 years.
Are you saying something along with this, or are you just cheering me?
Cheer 5 smash or pass. Kitty Foreman.
Pass. Hard fucking pass there. Nasty.
10 years, 30 years down the road, if we're having more female college graduates than males, then wouldn't one assume we'd have more, female CEOs in the future than male. So that's another interesting thing. And then one thing you said, Rachel, that I can agree with, but maybe we'll have a slightly different opinion on, even though we agree, but kind of different, is that you were saying
Thank you,
I kind of like the way you
Gifted.
worded it actually, like, who would guess,
I appreciate
sex,
you.
Without any consequences,
Cheer
like, what
one
would be
here
good
is
for
a
you,
bit
I
vague.
will agree with you that I think that the traditional role of family, husband, wife, son, daughter, etc., has kind of,
Yeah,
I don't know if it's gone
I
out
was kind of thinking this too. It's like
Only one
men
means
are more
good.
likely to go through
Yeah,
with it
disappointing.
and
for lack of a better adjective maybe to use
kind
here.
of do it.
But
They do it in a way that's more like guaranteed to work per se. I don't know. Maybe that's
one thing
just
Andrew
to
said
their
too, right,
courage.
is
Women are more
being
like.
this kind of culture
I
of
know.
simps, the beta simp male.
I don't know. I understand. It's kind of weird, but I also don't want to like encourage people like, oh, if you're gonna kill yourself, do it right.
Stop talking and just let the thing go. Fucking dumbass.
That's interesting.
Yes, they did. They're gonna get stuffed badly. This is gonna be horrible.
What's your question? Why what?
When you take sex completely out of the equation, it just makes me wonder, like, I guess the only benefit then would be for marriage would be children, maybe financial stability, maybe taxes, but so many people, especially women now, are able to just either not have kids at all, have surrogate mothers, adopt. That's a thing that a lot of people are doing. It's just becoming more and more popular for same-sex couples to have surrogate
Thank you, Michael
parents.
Holmes, but
So
no,
yeah, I kind of agree.
we cannot
completely.
leave
And the
Amy
way I
alone.
disagree is
We're not going to leave Amy alone.
Oh
We're going
my
to keep
God,
covering her with
Zen.
tomato soup. Tomato soup endlessly, so we don't have to look at Amy.
A lot of men angry,
Thank you. We've been trying to provide good content. We do our best, so we're glad you guys are enjoying it. It takes a lot of work on our end, and we're glad we can keep you guys entertained.
It's bridging this culture.
This long-toed Neanderthal. Damn.
How much money to let that mod buy you?
Good men, somewhat bad.
I don't know if I could put a price tag on that. I guess it would need to be a game time.
Who the fuck let him do that? Their debates are usually never like this. Okay, every time that I watch one of their things, they do not fucking do this. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose or if he's just trying to like interact with chat, but he needs to shut the fuck up.
Put the money in the hand. Yeah, you suck, Ashley and Coper. Those openings were fucking horrible. You're gonna get fucking destroyed. We don't care what you're saying right now either, Amy. We just want to see Andrew and Rachel fucking obliterate these leftists.
What the fuck?
All right, I just want to first point out that as Andrew predicted, they conceded pretty much right out of the gate. They kind of
definitely
said,
didn't concede anything.
well, okay. Look, if you can't suss out your position in a debate when it's proposed to you, you don't get to come on and then look weak and say, well, I didn't know and I didn't understand and I feel like it wasn't explained to me, right? So
Can we skip the theatrics and just talk about the
I got so
no, it's
many
not
saying.
theatrics. You don't get to cope in your opening statement, Radical Coper, and get away with it. I'm going to
Let's go, Radical Coper.
Well, yeah, like Zen is probably on the yes side of this fucking debate, so he's obviously gonna let them talk more. It's fucking stupid.
You didn't even have a position, really. It was just like, well, we kind of agree, but maybe we disagree, and I don't
So I
really
don't know.
know.
I'm open. You guys might change my mind.
And I just want to let everyone be able to hear both sides. So, Rachel, sounded like you were about to say something, and then Radical Coder, it sounded like you had an idea right after that.
Keep your ADHD under control while she talks.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, Ashley pointed out something, which is that, yes, men are much more successful in suicide attempts, and that's because they mean it, and women tend to do it out of like this cry for attention stuff, which kind of gets to what we're talking about here, which is women have become very adept at emotional manipulation, social manipulation, and attention is women's currency. So that the reason there's a gap in suicide there is because women don't really mean it. They're crazy, but they don't want to die. They just want you to pay attention to them. Men feel
No, because the attempts, I believe women have more attempts. I believe. I might be wrong, but I believe they have more attempts. And also, they are better at expressing their emotions and like seeking help. Sometimes, yeah, the cry for help is how people seek help, but it's still seeking help. The women self-hate is so real. I'm drooling reading your reply because I'm so fucking stupid. I mean, Bezjay, that's normal for you.
Feel like there's no point. Like, why build the modern world? Why build the entire modern world and then get shit on? You know? So that's why men actually kill themselves.
Yeah, can you respond to one other thing that I just want to
right.
make real quick? You respond to this one too.
Sure.
It's tied in.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, Andrew, can you just hold? I'll make sure that it
No,
goes.
let him
back to
fucking
you,
talk. Let
and
Andrew
then,
talk. No, let them just
Coder
completely
take
bulldoze and
over,
obliterate
make
these
sure it actually
degenerates.
goes right back to Andrew of all people.
We don't want to hear Covert. Tomato soup cans.
Yeah, so I think
Shut up, Zen. Shut the fuck
kind
up.
of a cute story about like the way that suicide rates play out. I think in reality, what we're really talking about is what the term is like fatal suicidal behavior versus non-fatal suicidal behavior. And women are extremely overrepresented in non-fatal suicidal behavior, and men are overrepresented in fatal suicidal behavior. And I think it's really honestly kind of sociopathic to just allude that all these women who are basically like engaging in suicidal behavior, regardless of whether it's fatal or non-fatal, are just doing it for attention seeking. I just don't know that you have any good reason to believe that.
So they're just bad at it. They're just bad at it.
They're just not as good
They're
as
just
men.
not as good at men as men doing anything.
Yeah, they're just not. Pretty much.
The methods that they're using.
We don't care, Covert. Hey, Spanky, that's fine. No, we're not going to let both sides talk because we're not a neutral platform. Right? We're cheering on these two over here, and we're booing these two over here. We don't care.
Fuck
Shut
you,
up.
Zen.
You let both people talk.
Fuck you, bro.
Oh yeah, virtue signal more. Virtue signal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Again,
By the way,
let
me ask you another question.
Is he gone? Is he going away? I'd be so happy if he shuts up for the rest of this.
Go ahead, finish your point.
Right. Okay. So I think it's irresponsible to talk about the terms like successful suicide rate. I think that phrase already adds a lot of intent to someone engaging in fatal suicidal behavior.
Buddy, do you think suicide is not intentional? What are you saying now? Okay, you're not as dumb as the other side is right now, but that was a pretty dumb statement there.
We can leave it there, but I think it's kind of cringe to just paint the story that like women actually don't want to die when they engage in suicidal behavior, especially women who do end up dying from that suicidal behavior. So yeah, I don't know.
So you had nothing. So you had nothing
for that other than like painting women as
nothing useful to add.
Silly.
We're very mean.
Yeah, you had nothing.
Establish at the beginning that we are very mean.
Hang on.
We're the mean
Radical
side.
Coder, you literally didn't add anything to it. There was no reason for you to even.
I disagree.
And by the way,
I think I offered a better way to think
let
about
me ask you this question. I'm not gonna. I'm keen on spotting passive aggressive behavior. And
I mean, he added a perspective. That's kind of what a conversation is. It's a bunch of perspectives all together. That's what he added. Best J and Gifted, why are y'all so mad at each other? Andrew, again, I will see you in hell and make sure you can't
And I noticed
speak.
you rolling in, and you were alluding to the fact that you seem to think that there was a conspiracy between ourselves and James with this topic. No, you tied this in specifically. Hang on, let me finish, Coder. You tie it in specifically right at the beginning of the intro and say, I wanted to debate James on whether or not he has a neutral platform. And then you went on to state that the way that this topic was framed was in some way designed specifically so that we could come in with a win-own. We just knew
You
that
gotta
we would
kiss
do that
me on the
because
cheek?
we were
Okay.
debating. But
Okay.
I want to know, you specifically don't actually believe that myself, my wife, and James Coons of Modern Day Debate conspired to create a topic just to humiliate you, right?
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to humiliate me, but no, I don't think that.
Well, I don't need to. You do that to yourself. Okay, I
know
just
you
wanted to
think
clear that up. I just want to clear that up because it's insane.
Do you want to?
Yeah, Andrew. Other people humiliate themselves on the show against you. It's not you consistently humiliating your own self.
That's the way that you I just want to know that that's how it sounded.
Can we talk about the topic?
Yeah, but I'm not going to let you get away with passive aggressive behavior.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be very passive aggressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know you already are. We know.
Aggressive.
Yeah, right.
Could you go ahead and define then whenever Ryan made his opening statement, he wanted either you or Rachel to kind of define what you believe exactly is going on as far as what men are we talking about that are being undervalued and underappreciated, like, and by whom?
So generally speaking,
good question. Good question.
Is that it's tiered in the levels of which men are the most ostracized in society, but mostly all men are affected by this. Generally, working class men seemingly get it the worst. If you're not in the top 5%, you get it even.
Testosterone naturally makes you more angry, so if you're angry at your life or yourself, of course, they will have a better success rate, and they also are disproportionately violent too. Also, men's culture between each other is very easily visible. They're ruthless to each other. I don't know how people don't see the basic factors, major contributors. I don't know. There's also the fact that anger is a secondary emotion. Anger is a secondary emotion to things like pain, and men are taught to not deal with things like pain, to shove it down, to hide it. And then what does it come out as? It comes out as anger. Men need fucking therapy, bro.
And worse than that. societal expectations, especially from
I think that
women.
that's with every gender, though. Sorry to interrupt, but I mean, the top 5% of anything is going to get anything less bad. I'm just specifically
You
when I
can't.
just
So,
talked
so
about
Ashley, you can't ask me to define it, and then in the middle of my
okay, let me
definition, you stop me
let
like.
clarify. My apologies. Let me clarify. So when I say
Maybe
that,
they'll
like,
get
if
better.
you specifically
Maybe they'll
thinking
get
of this
better.
subject right now, what's the first thing that comes to your mind, and who do you feel is
White
the
men.
most affected?
White men are the most for sure.
Okay,
By no other metric can I state this more emphatically that what would generally be
Exactly,
considered
bro.
in public
Exactly.
consciousness and public thought, a white man is the most discriminated against person inside of the United States. Period.
Bold claim.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's a
do you
take.
have defense against it?
No.
That's
Yeah, no, we're
definitely
No,
a take.
So
Nope.
here's the thing.
No defense.
Ashley, here's why. For one thing, again,
A why is
I
good.
think
Why
you
is
guys both have to agree
important.
with this, that women have decided to include themselves as a minority group. They are fighting for a type of group rights, and it's framed as them being a minority, even though they're not an actual minority. They're a majority. So what they do is they do additional demographic breakdowns, right? So then it's woman plus black, woman plus gay, woman plus this. But the woman adds to the victimhood card. This is how this is done. It's in tiers, and it's social tiers designed to break these groups down. And you can actually watch the counter discrimination all the way back to white male.
Sure. So to that point specifically,
I just like that victimhood mentality.
That is a victimhood mentality, and also the point of minority groups is they tend to be historically marginalized groups more than minority groups, like directly. Okay, I understand that you don't know how to actually look at issues, and you don't know what people are actually saying, Andrew. But this is your time to learn. People are generally talking about historically marginalized groups, not specifically minority groups. It's actually part of a lot of the definitions of minority groups is historically marginalized groups. So, what the fuck am I playing? Dude, it's fucking Plants vs. Zombies. Kind of a question. You're gonna get your mod revoked if you pull that shit again, buddy.
I'll agree with you that like anytime that I ever do see anything like especially on social media or in the news even when it is a man being targeted, I mean, what is the common saying that all feminists and any other subgroup have right now, right? Is that it's a cis white male. So I can agree with you on that.
So I mean, again, we're kind of in agreement here. As we break these things down, everything is designated a victim group. This is actually part of critical race theory, in my opinion. I know. Yeah, exactly.
It's based.
Critical race theory is about race. Gender is not race. Saving up for spicy water. All right, buddy. All right.
If you're a white man, for instance, who becomes trans, suddenly you get the victim card, which helps move you into that portion of victim society.
You ask the hard questions. This is what you get.
With, if you're a woman and you're a white woman, you're less oppressed than a black woman, but you're still a woman, so you're just a little bit oppressed.
I feel like as a kid, you were told that there's no such thing as a bad question. And I feel like you were lied to as a kid.
Hang on. So I'm just kind of walking you through the victim Olympics here.
Are you insinuating that white people
Stop interrupting.
are
Stop interrupting.
becoming
Ashley.
transgender so that they aren't as
Best J.
Tier 5 I show up and eat poop. So you can get the scoop.
I appreciate the rhyme. You know what? I appreciate the rhyme. Do it? You haven't redeemed it yet. I see no fucking redeem for it. I shall not do it yet. Redeem it, and you get it. Them's the rules.
prejudice against.
Well, I think that there's something to be said for the fact,
That's a good
and
one.
I'm not just insinuating it, but I would actually push this as a part of a larger argument that yes, unsuccessful, especially middle-aged men, rather than blow their brains.
99. He's making you look poor, Best J. He's making you look fucking poor.
Tier 99 blow me.
Come over. Best J, you look poor. No, Gifted said he had enough. What? Blow me while you're at it. Beatles, you haven't done enough to make me want to do that.
Out seem to prefer to move towards transitioning. They seem to get the attention that they
Struggled
want, especially
quite a bit there.
like
Look at the moderator, guys.
and that
Okay, Beetle, I assumed that you were like kind of far away from being able to redeem the spicy water, but okay. We'll get a single shot because I'm responsible. Do I chase it with iced tea or 7-Up? Because I don't have like root beer or anything like my normal chaser. That was gifted? What? Oh, it was gifted. Jesus Christ. Okay, what do I chase it with? Iced tea or 7-Up? Because I feel like using a chaser tonight. I guess the #2 top bit donator badge will just have to cheer me up. I mean, you could go for that #1, buddy. Who is #1? Is #1 Alex? Oh, #1 is Alex. Alex is running away with that bag. Alex is running far away with that bag. 7 up these nuts in your mouth? Alright, I'll 7 up. You're close to spicy water? Shit. Okay, let me go get it. We're gonna do a shot glass of 7-Up and a shot glass of... Alright. You next to her sprinting. Y'all both got one hand on. I mean, yeah, that's facts. Don't tell him, but I'm about to donate 5,000 bits. Okay, I won't tell him. Yes or no? Is that pineapple on pizza? Yes. Yes to pineapple on pizza, for sure. Don't go buy drugs. I won't buy drugs. It'll actually help me to pay off the big purchase I just made that you guys will find out about on Monday. That's the delivery date. Right now it says Monday the 23rd as the delivery date. You guys will find out then. Granted, I don't know if you will actually get to reap the benefits of said purchase on Monday because there are some other parts I need to actually use it on stream, and they might not be getting here until Tuesday. Actually, I don't even stream on Monday. You'll find out on Tuesday. Fuck you guys. Pineapple on pizza is the best. Men are appreciated when they ride cock anally. I mean, that's facts, bro. That's straight facts. Also, because you're new here, where are you from and what are your general political views? But welcome in, buddy. All people in our society are reduced to sex. I mean, that's what people like Andrew Tate want. Which websites are you going live on? I'm always live on YouTube and Twitch right now. I'm trying to get... I don't know how to fucking get reach on YouTube. I don't know how YouTube works. I know pretty well how Twitch works. I don't know how YouTube works. I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm dumb. Camster and OnlyFans? Oh shit, yeah, Camster. I got that one. I'm going live on there too. Gay Republican against Andrew Tate. Bruh, just call yourself a libertarian. I am. I mean, if you read my bio, you would see that, and also one of my tags is libertarian. Or if you stuck around and actually talked for a little bit, you would know that. But I am a libertarian, which means I end up voting red because they tend to align better with the things that I think matter most out of libertarianism. Anyways, we got shots. They're both 2 clear shots. Also, I gotta show it every time. Fuck me like the government. Best shot glass. You can get it at Spencer's. At least I got it at Spencer's like a while ago. Seven Up is really not a good chaser. It's in fact a very bad chaser. Like, very bad. Anyways, now we gotta use it for the rest of the night because I have a whole shot glass of it. His favorite chatter is a radical leftist. You're not my favorite chatter, Gifted. You're not at the top of the bits leaderboard. My favorite chatter is whoever's at the top of the bits leaderboard, and right now that'd be Alex. I go straight to the back when I go to Spencer's, don't we all? But like on your way out, you walk by the shot glasses. Alright, let's continue. Let's see what other fucked up shit these people have to say. I bet. Oh. Bailey just drank water and then immediately walked over here and shook. And there is water on everything now. What are you staring at? You're too short to be on camera, and no one redeemed for you to come up here yet. You're just gonna have to wait until someone asks you to come up here. It's not my choice. I don't set the rules. Beetle, I don't think he's gonna answer you. I don't think you saying it again is gonna make him answer you. I'm not a radical leftist anyways, just a leftist. Wait, yeah, do what? I'm confused. All right, let's go.
The victim mentality seems to
That
work
was
pretty well for this.
loud.
What data are you basing that off of?
I'm just basing this off of observation. It would be part of a large. Hang on, it would be part of a larger argument. It's not a singular argument by itself.
You guys don't get to see her unless someone asks for her with their money.
Yeah, I was just curious what you're basing.
And by money, I mean channel points. I'm not making you guys pay to see Bailey.
That off of. I really honestly don't.
Well, I could actually help substantiate that. I wrote a piece that's on my Substack, rwilson.substack.com, about
Let's go.
programs that are intended to help men transition. They are hypno-pornography programs that are highly suspicious, very well produced. Nobody knows who's making them. Probably the most popular one is called Bambi Sleep. And this is
What up, Nick? How's your night going?
Via like trans porn and things like that.
Called hypnosissification.
Yeah, hypnosissification, and it indoctrinates the male listener with the idea that if they are addicted to porn, they're watching this stuff, they are unsuccessful as men, they would be better off as women because then at least they would get attention, they would get sex, they would be in demand, they would be wanted by someone, and then it further and further integrates the listener into this.
I can't tell if she's like trying to be transphobic or if she's talking about a feminization kink. Or if this is actually just something some like fringe shit that I don't know about. I really can't tell. Nick, thank you for the suns. I appreciate it.
This program, and it's meant to help transition them into being a woman. It's very insidious, very nefarious stuff. But these exist. They're out there.
Sure.
And
So if I can start there, I guess the idea that like becoming a trans woman is like a solution for these men to like finally like be like find themselves in a better position in society. I don't know if that really makes that much sense.
it's not really about
that would be that would be your argument. You would
I can't
argue
say
that.
I can't say fucking sentence. So like, why do I even start?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna pull you both.
Did Andrew just say that he would argue that? Like that radical coder would argue that? What? Shut up, dude.
So I can hear radical coder and Andrew, which means radical coder. Make your.
I also just hate that word. That word is so dumb.
So yeah, I don't really buy this narrative that trans women are transitioning like just
Thank you for
for the
the
sake
show.
of, so that they can find themselves in a slightly better
So
position in
true.
society. It seems like trans women get treated pretty badly throughout society. I think that's pretty clear, honestly. If you're on the internet
Shut
for
up,
more than a few minutes,
Zen.
or if
Oh
you
my
are aware of the
god.
stats around trans people and their suicide rates and all sorts of other things, the way they discriminate against is pretty common. I did want to speak really quick to the critical race theory thing. Just to be clear, all critical race theory says that
We're gonna
it's not
square it
a
out. We're gonna square it out.
just a kind of a scientific fact. So if you have a problem with that,
Like scientific fact.
you can take that up with the race realist. Like what's that guy who's coming on? He's in the little patch here, whatever. Finally, minority.
He's all over the place. He has no argument, no point. He's just gonna get completely obliterated.
Minority in this context is not literally the number of people is less than the other group of people. It's more about being
Seriously shook
minoritized,
by
right,
this.
which is more of a
Keep it coming.
position in society.
We're all seriously shook by this.
Which I think it's interesting that at one point Andrew made the point that if you
How
really
is
want
that a
to,
scientific
you save
fact?
all the women. And so like I think that, like the fact that
Also,
he's so
Bez,
confident,
if you
in
didn't
something
correct
so
yourself, I
insidious
wouldn't have
and
even
insane,
noticed.
maybe speaks to
So thank you for pointing it out.
system that puts women in
Let's walk through.
Okay.
Let's walk through these. Is an ought.
What?
Is an ought.
I don't. Why are you asking me this? Can you just get to the
I
point?
need you to answer
No,
my
you
question.
don't. No, just respond, dude.
No, you just answer my
This is so
question.
stupid. Really,
Is an
just
ought.
respond,
Stop dodging, Cooper. Stop dodging.
Andrew's so bad faith, and also he's just an asshole, but like he's so bad faith in all of these conversations.
No, I don't even know what you mean. I've never heard of philosophy.
You know, okay, so is an ought.
I don't know. Why don't you just say your point? Why are you doing this weird, like,
because I need to ask you.
No, you don't. Just say what you want to say.
No, because it's baked into what you're
So
saying. I
fucking
can't
stupid, dude.
deconstruct it. I can't deconstruct your argument if you don't answer questions. Can you do that or not?
I can't. So you have to say your point.
Okay, if you can't answer,
Just
questions,
say no.
Well, you can leave if you want.
Oh my god, they're so fucking stupid.
Just say your point, dude.
I've said my point. Is an ought. Now you can say I don't know.
Okay,
Just
so we
say
move
you
on
don't
to the
know.
next point. We talked about lighter sentencing and
You
Answer the question,
I can't
Cooper.
answer the question.
I don't know why don't you say your point that you're
Answer the question, Cooper.
Ryan, this is a debate.
Oh my
gotta
god.
answer the
It's
question.
a debate. It includes logic.
Ryan, how many sides does square have? Like,
Then if you know the answers to those questions, answer them.
It seems like kind of like you're just trying to play word games.
No.
Might be.
Semantics in a debate specifically are very important. I need to know, since he's making is statements and then he's saying that I'm using them as ought statements, that he knows the difference between an is and an ought.
The example where
Yes, you said that I say
Oh my
because it is
God.
the case that men could snap their fingers and therefore women would be enslaved if they did. That means it ought be done. I didn't actually say
no,
it
I
ought be
didn't
done.
mean that.
Yes,
No,
but
if
that's
I
what
said
you,
that, I
Ryan.
think I said that.
Ryan,
I'm sorry if I did.
that's what
Take
you
that back.
said. Right?
It was more the implication.
No. You said that this is an insane position that I came up with, but I didn't have a position. I gave you an is, correct?
No, you act.
What's the subject tonight? They're talking about the question of this fucking debate is, are men underappreciated in society? And there are so many good faith ways to go at both sides of this question. But the yes, they're underappreciated, are being fucking douchebags and choosing the worst fucking points. And it's kind of pissing me off. But you know what? What's new? A fucking debate pissing me off? What's new? It makes sense to get your point across, just fucking interrupt everyone always. I mean, yeah, obviously. And also, like, just, like, don't respond to anything they say. Yeah.
Actually said that if men could, they would.
Obviously makes
No,
sense.
he said it. No, he didn't. He did not say that at all.
This is why it's important that I know that you guys know the difference between what is
Right.
and what ought be.
He
Ryan.
actually, by the way,
Okay,
he
well, I
actually
wasn't
said,
saying that you could
no,
think
wait a
about
second.
it.
I have to
Sorry.
clarify that
That's
because
talking
he
about you.
said they could, and the fact that they don't is a point in their corner that they are benevolent and that there is no
That's right.
hatred. No, he's saying men could. Men have a monopoly on force. They could just enslave women if they wanted to with a snap of a finger, which is true, but they don't,
And
which
that
means
doesn't
they
mean
are
I
not
said
evil.
they ought to do it either, Ryan. So
No,
it's
Yeah, I agree.
important.
And I agree
never
they shouldn't,
said
we shouldn't
Right.
say
So
what
when
they
you
face.
so when you make those statements, it's important. Now,
Is that
as
during
to
his opening
Coper's so
argument?
bad. Coper's so bad.
that's the opening argument. See,
I am.
so I have it written right down. I
Thank
can
you.
read it to
Thank
you, the part that I'm
No,
talking
I
about.
want to actually play what you said. It's all good.
Go ahead and play it. But in any case, I did not prescribe that should be
I
done
agree. I said that
or
like
ought
5
to be
times.
done.
We knew it was going to be this
Well,
way.
your partner seems to be confused. So then backing up and deconstructing this a little bit further because it's important to do. I understand when you're talking about racial
Yeah,
categorization not being biological categories. I don't
deconstructing
do
it.
that myself either.
Yeah, Andrew is totally deconstructing it and not, like, turning a complex issue into a black and white issue. Yeah. Yep.
However, I'm alluding to your worldview of public consciousness. When we talk about white, in the public consciousness, that does mean something. You would agree that that's true, right?
What is Amy doing right now?
I'm sorry.
What is Amy?
I
Not Amy. Ashley. What is Ashley doing?
Public consciousness. What's the?
What is this?
What's
What's
the
going
Ashley is listening to the fucking to what happened.
See, look, if you're not going to
Dumbass.
listen to the
No,
questions, if you're not gonna engage,
I'm really asking you because I missed it. I'm genuinely.
Stop dodging,
I'm not
Coker.
trying to be a mean
Stop
here.
dodging and answer the fucking question.
I'm going to ask you one more time.
Yes,
I'm not
that's what I'm
alluding to a biological category with white, but I'm alluding to a public consciousness of what that means.
Sure. What about it?
And you would agree that there's a public perception of what white is, even if you don't think it's a biological category, right?
Yeah, exactly, Beetle. Isn't the fact that he is admitting that they could do that would indicate that they have more power. Granted, this is about appreciation, not power. So he could make the argument that because they don't, that is not appreciated. But that is still making the argument that doing the bare minimum should be appreciated rather than just being the bare minimum. Oh, we gotta give Bailey a treat. She is laying under my chair right now. Like, directly under my chair. Yeah, get up so that you can get on. Where are you going? Getting on the chair. Bailey. Come here. Don't leapfrog the chair. Don't leapfrog the chair. Sit. Atta girl. And her breath smells really bad the last couple days, so she's gonna get a greenie. I have to go grab those. So she's gonna stay here and do a stream takeover for 2 seconds. Stay. Alright. Did she say anything interesting to you guys? Ooh, it green screen's out. That would be such a cooler bag for greenies. If they like look like this, that'd be fire. Anyways. Give her a shot at tequila? No. Oh, these are huge. I did not think these were... Okay, never mind. These are fucking huge. I didn't know that I normally get her, like, the small, medium dog greenies. Those are fucking huge. Those are... She's not getting that right now. Her eyes never left you. She told me your address? Shit. That'd be great if she even... Okay, get away from my 7-Up. Okay, you were just real close to sticking your tongue into my 7-Up. I don't think that would have been a nice experience for you. I've been thinking about putting 7-Up in her water bowl to see what she does, because I have it. And it's like the sparkling water prank that you do on dogs. I've been thinking about doing it. So she was going to attack you in your sleep. I would believe that, except for the fact that she sleeps more than I do. Like, I have to practically drag her out of bed in the morning because she doesn't want to get up because she wants to keep sleeping. Because she's a lazy fucker. Alright. Look at all that love you just got. On top of all of the love you got earlier today. And let me guess, it's not enough for you? Don't hit your head on my mic. Would you like to go on the couch now? She did it on my first ask. What's up? I don't know if she wanted to leave or if... Okay, those are my goldfish. Lay down. Lay down. Stop trying to snoop on my desk, you fucking creep. Woodwards, welcome to this chat, buddy. How was your night going? Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? But welcome in, buddy. Wait, did you see my dog? I feel like you didn't. Did you ever actually send your dog to the Discord? Let me check. Let me check if you sent your fucking dog. I don't think you did. No, you didn't even send your dog, dumbass. Send your dog to the pets channel of the Discord, and then I can look at your dog. In the Hangout chat? There is no text channel of Hangout. That's just a voice channel. What are you talking about? And it's not in general. It's nowhere. It's nowhere. You're wrong. As a Republican, do you get a lot of hate? Kind of depends. Kind of depends on who comes in. Sometimes the lefties really hate me. Sometimes I get like the self-hating gay person stunt that they like to pull. And then you get like the super righties that are like, oh, you're gay. Fuck off. I get like those two. But like, not a ton. Generally, people are pretty good. I absolutely loathe this streamer. Shut the fuck up. Gifted, I hate you. Conservative from California. That is an L, buddy. That is a fat L. But welcome in. Hangout chat, there is. There is not. The text channels are roles, more announcements, general, politics, game suggestions, content suggestions, fit pics, pets, clips and other vids, mod chat, you can't even see that, chat log, you can't even see that, and tattoo addicts. Those are all of the text channels. Go on Hangout. Oh, there is a chat. How the fuck did you send... What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so you have... Oh my god, it's so cute. Hold up. I gotta show this. Do I have something on here to show this? Can I show it in here? What fucking... Okay, there we go. Your dog is getting shown on stream. This is his dog, okay? His dog is adorable. And he's also got a cat. It's a very low quality picture. I think the dog is cuter than the cat though. The dog, adorable. Thank you for sending your dog. I appreciate it. That's his cat, moron. Gifted, shut the fuck up, no one asked you. Bro just smacked a fucking ad on me. Do you guys want to know how to avoid the ads? The ads that are not at the top of the hour, but I can talk like they are to make me sound like the big streamers. You can avoid the top of the hour ad break with $4.99 a month or your free Prime subscription. There you go. In my opinion, men are seen as totally disposable in most, if not all, societies. Willing to explain why in a couple of minutes. I would like to hear your explanation, because I don't agree with you in every sense, but in some senses I do. I don't have any pets, just a moss terrarium. God, you sound like my girlfriend, Woodwards. Also, for the newbies, I'm bi. That's why I have a girlfriend, and I say I'm gay. Spicy water again. Toxic. Okay, so what? We have Gifted doing spicy water, Toxic just did spicy water, and Beatles is saving up for spicy water. Is this gonna be one of those nights, guys? Are you gonna push subs right now? You said you're out next week. Not all of next week. So I'm gonna be here Tuesday and Thursday. Then Friday and Sunday I won't be. Next week. So I'm just missing 2 of the streams. And I also might give you some extra streams. I might give you like you might maybe get a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday schedule to try to make up for it. Anyways, I gotta go get more spicy water apparently. Bailey, you just got so much attention. Can you go higher so that they can see you? I don't know if you're tall enough. You saw a piece of her nose. She's begging for attention. Actually, you know what? Bailey, come here. Sit. Don't leapfrog. Stay. Yeah. Great. Wait. Stay. Take over while I go get another shot. Stay. Good girl. She was so good. Okay, go. Go. Get down. She could have just gone back onto the floor. And she chose to go that way. What in the fuck? At school, it's been every other week. And it's been a week? What are you talking about? The last stream I missed was like the 4th or something because I was moving into my apartment. Stop licking my couch, please. Thank you. But like that doesn't count, okay? I was moving in. Jesus Christ, do I need to put my headphones in to hear your fucking TTS you just put through?
Cheer 25 meow 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 meow.
This is why I want to take away the TTS from bits. This is why I want to make you guys use sound alerts to do TTS. Thank you for the meows and the bits, I guess. Alright? Bestie, you can't say that. I think that's a slur. I'm not even gonna lie. I think that's a slur. I'm gonna delete it for TOS. I've been told it's a slur. Alright. Quick shot and then we'll get back on topic.
Meow 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 mew mew meow 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 mew mew meow Lewis meow 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 meow.
Thanks. Thanks, Best J. Thanks. It was a word starting with O for Asian people. I'm gonna turn off this fucking TTS, you guys.
I think my dog makes a noise like cheer one bark 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 bark.
He kind of sounded cool though. He's kind of rapping there. Anyways, can we get back on topic, guys? Jesus.
Meow 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 meow.
I'm gonna change it to 100 bits and then turn off TTS. I'm gonna change the TTS thing to 100 bits and then turn off bits TTS. Cat jam? No, we're not cat jamming to meows. Jesus. Alex, why do you come in now? Also, I know you came in earlier, but I just remembered the fact that you said nothing when Bisky put forward a kiss or miss to me. You said nothing. You didn't say you would kiss me, Alex. Fuck you. I love you. Alright. Let's continue, guys. Also, I think my other shot just started to like actually hit when I took that one, not gonna lie.
Yeah, of course. I think
Okay, so when
Kiss or miss? Like, would you kiss me or would you say fuck that?
I say that this categorization that people often reference and think of outside of biology, but within a social construction.
Yeah, what the fuck she is? Yeah,
society,
she is. She's
and
definitely
make
doing
a case by saying that they have no minority status. You say, and your claim is that minority is semantics and doesn't actually mean less than. Rather, it means minoritize. What does that mean, minoritize?
Minoritize means to make a person or group subordinate in status to a more dominant group or its members.
Okay, so this would mean that you
Good
would have a
job.
majority,
Prepped with
but
the
still be
definition.
minoritized
Thank you,
by an
Alex.
actual
Thank
physical
you.
minority, right? Yeah, okay, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is
Rep,
happening to white right now.
Rep, I would like a challenge to play, Rep.
Even though they're in the majority.
You said if men decided tomorrow that with the snap of a finger that women could be enslaved, then they would be.
None of this audio is balanced and it's really pissing me off. 400 bits away? From what?
all women could do about it would be to whine and cry and complain.
And
Yes,
you're
that's true.
That's an is
He
statement.
didn't say they
Hang on,
could do
Ashley.
that.
Ashley, is
He
that an
didn't
odd
say they
statement?
could.
Is that an odd statement?
I think a lot of men do want to do that, but they
Wait,
can't.
no, shut
No,
up.
no, no, you're wrong.
I want to know the answer to this question, Ashley. Is that an is statement or an ought statement? Did I say that ought to happen, or did I say that that is
You
what is?
invited it out to because
You are
I don't think
attacking
I
that.
can go to that.
I believe you.
I saw it right as I heard it. I saw it.
attaching a logic.
This is the problem
You
with
literally
debating
said-
with people that don't know logic. They don't have any basis in philosophy. They don't
I'm a
understand
computer science
the
degree. My
difference
degree's in
between an
teaching
is
logic.
claim and an ought claim.
Well, why
said
didn't you answer a
this is
basic
the case.
question?
He didn't say
Why
that
don't you
men
just answer a
ought to
basic
do
logic
it.
question,
Hands
Gopher?
and nuts. Rachel might be a more pleasant person.
Right. So
No,
again,
this is
can we
not.
talk about the
This is not a pleasantness contest. I hate to break this to you.
No,
This
don't
is
jump
not a
in. Don't jump in,
popularity
Amy.
contest.
Where
It's
you
not
lose.
who's nicer.
Exactly.
This
Don't
is
jump
a
in,
debate.
Amy.
If
And
you
I-
can't
Don't jump in,
debate,
Amy.
then
Shut up,
pull off
Amy.
the show.
And on that,
Right.
we'll
No,
put
man, shut up,
everybody
Amy.
apart. Pulling everybody apart.
No,
Enjoy
shut up.
the enthusiasm,
It was just
and
getting
enjoy the
good.
spice.
Let him
Get some
go.
love out there.
Let him-
These guys are all so fucking stupid. Oh my god. I'm about to kiss the curb. I'm about to kiss my two dads. Damn. They'd probably enjoy it.
Fight,
Sending
ref.
anybody back.
Fight.
Subscribe,
Why are you cutting in
comment,
here?
chat. We're gonna hand it off to one person. Ashley.
Hand it off
Good
to Rachel.
fart.
Let Rachel
Good
finish
solid
what she's saying.
sharp fart there.
I do
Okay,
believe
we
that
gotta- we
it's
gotta
similar to
trash
what
it.
you are saying,
That's
but
the
I
logic
do believe
wrong.
also, Andrew, that that's
Tomato soup, tomato
wordplay,
soup,
and I think
man.
that you know it. I
Keep
think it's a
them coming.
manipulative tactic to use. When
Keep 'em
you
coming.
said if the Thanos technique, right? Like if tomorrow men could snap their fingers and all
They
women
can.
You'd kill Thanksgiving, fuck Halloween, and Merry Christmas. I'd Merry Christmas, kill Halloween, fuck Thanksgiving. I think that's what I would do.
They can.
I'm talking.
I
You don't
thought
care.
that's not-
Wait, you played that? That was my sound? Why did I think that that was the sound alert from this live, not mine? I didn't hear the moan or the bark, I just heard the fart. I was just never a Halloween guy. Halloween's cool, it's just not as good as Christmas or Thanksgiving.
talking too.
Yeah, it's a
Is that
debate.
amazing?
No,
It's
that's
a
the
debate.
Do you know how a debate works, Andrew?
Yeah, both
No,
sides
just
talk.
give me the floor.
It's a play on words. Oh. Oh. Fuck off.
You can't handle it, then get out.
Yeah, well,
Fuck
that's just
off.
showing more preference, and she proves that men are treated like shit.
I'm
Yeah,
just
Andrew's the
saying.
most
that-
suppressed.
Instantly picking a woman's side, of course, but go ahead. Go ahead. Give us your fluff, illogical bullshit that I can respond to. I'll wait.
Oh, well, that's so kind of you. Thank
It
you.
is, because I'm benevolent. I told you.
If tomorrow men could use the Thanos technique and snap their fingers and all women would be enslaved, could be enslaved, pardon me, then they would be. Does that not sound to you? Does that
Basic
not sound to
philosophy.
any logical person, Rachel, that if they could, then they would?
I do care.
Well, then why
agree.
don't they? Why haven't they? He's just saying they
Because
could.
that's not
but
a fucking
Ashley,
possibility, you
for
twat.
the love of God,
Is this not what you mean?
thing.
Wait. Are you saying that there's not
This conversation has gone downhill so fast. They could be talking about so many other topics, but they're stuck on if they could, they would.
civilizations right this second where men haven't snapped their fingers and women are completely dominated and subservient to them?
I'm saying that Thanos is from a comic book, and that is a surreal.
God,
movie.
right.
Is he? I
If
didn't
they
know that.
wanted
Tell
to,
me more
they
things I
could.
didn't
I'm
know.
not saying they.
Okay,
Good.
I could probably do that, to be quite honest. I
I'm
just
saying,
think that
no,
your technique is
you-
to play word games, and it's just
No,
incredibly
that's not word games.
It's-
Try to pay
okay.
attention. Let me explain it to you. He's saying if men were the evil bastards that the evil patriarchy that they're painted to be, they would enslave women tomorrow because they can. They can.
You
But they
Exactly.
don't.
Yeah.
Do you
And the
understand?
fact that they don't.
My point
No,
of view
the
with
fact
that,
that they
I
let me finish.
Let her finish,
The fact that
Ashley.
they don't.
No, shut the fuck up,
They
Smash
don't.
Smash.
My point of view is that I
Men are not
understand
that
the sentiment, Rachel, but that's not the way it was interpreted.
It doesn't matter.
We're going to
It's
pull-
what he actually said.
I'm gonna pull both apart.
You
and
better give it to
it
Rachel.
sounded like Rachel, you were.
Rachel,
Thank you for actually being a
You-
fucking
Go back to
moderator.
that.
Jesus Christ.
What Andrew actually
Took you
said,
long
I don't
enough.
care what you're inferring
It
or
is
how
a
it made
shit
you
show.
feel. What he
It's
actually said was, if men want
I bet $20 that somehow this will lead to bestiality. I don't think it. I'm not gonna bet you $20. I don't really have $20 to bet right now. But I don't know how this would lead to bestiality. I'm sure like we could make it if we wanted to push it. I don't think this will lead to bestiality though.
to be the tyrants that they're painted as, they could do it tomorrow,
Yes.
but they don't. They haven't, and they don't, and they're not going to. Which is
That's not
proof
gonna
that they are. Which is proof that they are benevolent. That they are not some kind of evil oppressors who just want to enslave us because they have that ability, yet they don't do it. Now we need to get back to the topic of the debate, and you two need to defend your position. So I would like to hear your argument as to why men.
No, you two need to defend your position because you still have yet to actually respond to any of the substantial things that they've said.
Are not ignored or discarded or treated.
Here's the argument right
unfairly.
here, Rachel.
And
You're mean.
Please present an argument.
You're mean.
My
That's the argument. You
is
guys are
that
mean.
Men like your husband who represent a lot of these assholes, and it makes
Yeah,
women
you're
hate all
assholes
men.
and you're mean.
That's my argument.
You're
How you like
stupid.
that?
Yeah, you're
It's not
dumb
an
and you're mean.
argument.
Whatever, you were
Well,
pulling it
I
apart.
actually think there is a point to that. If I can, I think there is something to that because I think a lot.
It's mostly due to the fact that men are expected to be the last to leave during life-threatening situations like the sinking of the Titanic. Most men who were or are in the military joined because they felt it was their only option, the best option at the time, or were pressured into it by family. Albeit it's a good learning experience, it is one of the shittiest experiences one can have. Men are expected to take the blame for their partner's mistakes. Yeah, like, so again, I at least semi-agree with the yes side of this. I just don't agree with any of the points that they're actually making. Like, there are valid points that could be made here. They are just not making any of them. They are just pulling the misogyny points and talking about bullshit rather than talking about actual fucking issues. Okay? I think one of these days coming up, we're gonna do a rerun of a stream that I did very early on when I started streaming politics about men's issues. Because I think that it is an actually important conversation on the basis that no one fucking talks about it. Anyways, we're gonna get into this soon, all right? We are gonna actually dive into this, or I'm gonna make a YouTube video on it. But, like there are valid points they could be making. They're just not making any of those valid points, except for kind of the suicide thing. One mention of a dog picture, I'm gonna be so happy. Jesus Christ. That's like, this is like the only time that you would say that. I hope, at least. Play Cocomelon, the video game next. There's a... No, I think no. Just like slightly watching this trailer, I think no. Best J, I'm stupid. We've been over this. I'm a fucking idiot. Nobody here can be against anyone when two women have denim jackets and gray backgrounds and two men have square hairlines with dark shirts and dark backgrounds with a single pop of color. They are... It seems to be a theme. There's some Madagascar 3, the PS2 game. Okay, guys, can we now shit on my games? Would you guys want me... Okay. Do you guys want me to play this, or do you want me to play Cities? Those are our two options tonight, because I don't feel like going through the hassle of turning off crowd control. So these are our two options tonight. Or we can play Minecraft. Actually, not gonna lie, we can play Minecraft. I think that could be fun. Cities or Minecraft, guys? What do we want? It's gonna be a modded Minecraft if we play Minecraft. But, do we want to play Minecraft? You want Minecraft? Okay. Hold up. The background's gonna look real weird for a second because... Actually, no. I can do this through the search bar. Okay. Minecraft, build an arboretum. Arboretum is an urban green space. Arboretum, a place where trees, shrubs, and sometimes herbaceous plants are cultivated for scientific and educational purposes. An arboretum may be a collection in its own right or a part of a botanical garden. I'm not even ashamed that I had to look that up. Okay. Okay, wait, let me fuck with crowd control. Stop session. And then change it to Minecraft Forge. It needs to be 1.7. What is my 1.7 game? Oh wait, this is 1.16. Okay, what is my 1.16 mod pack that I use? This one. We're gonna play Direwolf 1.16. That is the mod pack that we're gonna do. Who's that? Queen Alexa. Thank you for the follow, buddy. Welcome to the family. I appreciate it. That was kind of loud. Anyways, I don't think I've seen you chat yet. So, where are you from? What are your general political views? An underground tree garden. Okay. We can try. I remember in one of my worlds, when I used to actually stream games, in one of my worlds, I tried to do that and I couldn't get them to grow. So hopefully they actually grow, but we'll try. Also, if this like lags for a second or something, I'm sorry. The modded game is launching, and sometimes modded games lag when they launch because, you know, fucking Minecraft. Glass top, make sure they have enough light. No, like I tried to fucking... They don't need light to bone meal them. It just didn't work. I don't think I gave them enough space. But yeah, we can try to do that. We'll start a new world. I'm not gonna lie, when we join into the new world, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna put us into creative mode, and we're gonna find a good spot. Because I think that that is a fair way of cheating. But... And we might hit some of the villages while I'm in creative mode. just to get us a head start, so we're not just mining. Make a graveyard, but all the gravestones are just Steve. That would be amazing. Okay. It's launching very slowly. It's a big mod pack. I also haven't launched. I don't think I've played Minecraft. When was the last time I played Minecraft on stream? I think like before winter break. So it's been probably like 2 months since I played Minecraft. At least, at the very least. So this will be very interesting trying to remember how to play a mod pack. Ivor's clam chowder sounds bomb. Ivor's... No. Ivor's salmon chowder? That shit is fire as hell. Alright, guys. Alright. This also means I kind of gotta, like, redo my thing, because this game takes up more space on my screen. So give me a sec. Let me restart the crowd control session. Okay, that's restarted. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay, there we go. Am I reading that as chowder? Cracking open the raspberry jelly. What? Okay. I don't even know what my old words were. Survival, normal. We're turning on cheats. And we're also, because I don't feel like going hard on this, at least for now, we're doing keep inventory. Okay, let's go. I'm keeping the video paused while we do this because I know that especially this part very well might lag everything. So I just want to let it do its thing until we're loaded in, and then we can keep going with the video. I just don't feel like fucking up the whole loading session and everything. Plot twist: Corp isn't really gay. He's just claiming to be it for views like Lil Nas. Is Lil Nas not actually gay? That's disappointing. But also, I don't know what to tell you. I'm gay. Alex, my fucking girlfriend, can vouch for the fact that I'm like 90% gay, and very few women are attractive, and almost all men are attractive. Okay, no, not almost all men. But like looking at celebrities, right? Celebrities that people generally find hot, right? Almost all the men are. Almost none of the women are. That's what I've got for you. That is the best proof that I can give you. Come on. Load in so that we can keep going with our video. Granted, it's kind of nice to have a break from the fucking idiocy that this debate is, but... Okay. I'm also mostly into women. Yeah. Nas is very gay. Okay. Thank you. Wait. Queen Alexa, did you answer my question about your politics? You don't have to, but what are your general views and where are you from? This peanut butter is fucked. It doesn't know how to stick together. It's like one piece. I'll give you my peanut butter. I have it because one of my friends brought it over and left it here, and I don't like peanut butter. You can have it. What about the dog? What do you mean, what about the dog? I love gays. Such an ally right there.
A lot of the times when we talk about men like you. I think to be clear about
unironically made the argument that I was memeing.
underappreciated compared to women, correct? That was something.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So I think it's interesting that a lot of times, like in a lot of the contexts that I would agree that men are undervalued and underappreciated, it's by other men in a lot of ways, like by bosses.
Gifted.
Even by, like,
Look, a man's got needs. Sometimes a man has just got to fulfill his needs.
By the way, I'm not. But at the beginning of this, Andrew mocked me for supposedly being gay. Which
You are gay. You are gay. Gopher is a gay. Ban the chat. Gopher is gay. Tomato
and he's
soup.
shaming me for that. He's using that as an insult to me, right? He's shaming me for
Because you're a gay. You are a gay.
The feminine way. And he's saying not only am I doing that, but he's saying that's a bad thing.
Call him gay. Call him gay, Andrew. Call him gay now. Do it. Call him gay.
Who are pushing other men down for presenting or expressing themselves in ways that he's uncomfortable with. Who are really the ones who are undervaluing.
Why are they higher? Whether or not it has something to do with thoughts or who did it better, who did it worse, whatever. Why are they higher? Because mental health is discouraged in men. That's why. And who's doing that discouraging? Men like you, Andrew.
Hold up, I fucked this up. Sorry, we're pausing again. We might just load back into this world, but I think I didn't spawn it with biomes of plenty, and I need to do that. We'll keep going until I load a new world, though.
Being the epitome of the evil patriarchy, which is oppressing everybody. Meanwhile, I have a solid whole family unit with multiple children and have been married successfully, I might add, for 16 years. Any track record of anybody else here who can say that? Anybody? Hands? Nobody. No, not a single person.
Is that BPF in the corner? What?
Male person who's here, the only stable person who
Your
has
politics are being based? Solid.
is the only one.
Is the dog gay? You know what? I think Bailey is also bisexual. Bailey humps, and Bailey is a humper. Okay, she's not as much as she's gotten older, but like all of my friends that used to come over when I was younger, she would hump all of them, whether they were guys or girls, or try to hump them. She'd hump me and my brother. She's a humper. I think that indicates some level of gay in her.
Family unit. Gave you guys an opportunity to say me too, but there is no me too, just me. Just me, right?
Right,
So I think what it is,
There is no me too, just me.
Very
What?
upset. You're very unhappy. You're not very thrilled that you don't understand basic logic, and I called you out on it. But you still haven't actually given us what Rachel's asked for multiple times, which is an argument. Do you have an argument?
I'm a humper, go figure.
You have an argument, Ashley. We've already presented
Yeah. That's Andrew. I didn't know he used to go by BPF, but yeah, that is Andrew.
What's the argument?
If I can clarify,
yeah.
The argument that I was making just now was that in the because I wanted to be more specific about. Like,
say it again, but they're mean.
I would say that in a lot of ways, the men who are undervalued in society, they are undervalued and underappreciated not by like women as a gender, but by a lot of other men.
And let me
by some
respond.
women, but largely by other men.
Let me respond to that argument. Right? My response to the argument is that what you guys have tried to do is say I am responsible. It's men like me who are responsible for the oppression of people like you. So therefore, I'm trying. This is actually alludes to my point that you guys are as oppressive as possible to family dynamics in an actual patriarchal system, and this is why men are shutting down all over the place because little wimps come in and say you're being oppressive, you're being mean, you're being cruel.
You being a shitty person, bro.
What makes me a shitty person? What makes me a shitty person? Give me an argument about how I'm a shitty person. What's the argument for being a bad person?
The one example that I used was that you alluded to the idea that I'm gay, and you also were using like saying that
you are gay.
Yeah, like it was literally the first thing you said.
Yeah, Quinn, you're probably right there.
Actually,
I don't think he can ever not be a clown. He's even a clown to like a good amount of conservatives, which like being a fucking Republican, that's hard to do. But yeah, he's a fucking clown. At BRB. Bezja, I don't think there's anyone in chat named BRB.
Actually, you're wrong. It is an argument. You're mean.
It's not about being mean. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Radical, and then it'll put
Correct.
Crow over to
I wasn't presenting
So
an argument.
that radical. Are you radical, Andrew?
Did you want me to clarify the position or not?
No, I wanted to clarify my position. So
I already know your position.
Well, to be clear, my issue wasn't with you being mean. My issue was with the punchline of what you were being mean about, right? So you were using my a lot of traits that I have that people perceive as feminine, and you were saying that these are bad things. You were insulting me. I don't feel insulted. To be clear, I don't care. I get called gay all the time. I don't give a fuck, dude.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
I fucking rock it. All right. Okay. I own that shit, and that's fine. But you were recognizing that you were saying that I wasn't living up to your ideal of masculinity, and you were saying that's a bad thing. I think a lot of times this is the problem because we see men who are shaming other men for not living up to some archetype of masculinity, and that when men find that they don't live up to these things, that they're not able to provide in the ways that they're in, which I provide just fine. But to the men who
you have a past history? Did you used to go on his channel or something?
Also shamed for seeking help and expressing their emotions. And that sort of things. By
Radical Coder, I'm gonna. Here's my counter argument to this. A ridiculous argument, by the way, which has no merit on anything. Just so you understand, I want to ask you a very basic question. See if you can answer it. Ashley over there hates me, thinking I'm a mean dick because I called you gay at the outset of
I
this.
also think you're a mean dick.
Because it was hilarious, by the way, and you have no sense of humor.
Yes, it was.
And it was hilarious.
What do you mean you have a
If the
past
building
then?
was
Queen
burning
Alexa.
down and she had to walk over to your 5'4" ass who weighs 125 pounds, or walk over to my 6', 180 pounds.
Hey. Fuck off. Alright. As a 5'5", 120 something pound person, fuck off. Fuck off.
Person and say, please run in there and take my child out of the building. She wouldn't pick you, Coder. And this is why you get shamed. The reason you get shamed for not living up to the expectation of masculinity is because we need masculine men to run society. That's why we need it. Well, who do you think?
Wait. Did he just imply that like firefighters or something run society? Because that is really fucking idiotic. Like, yes, they're important to society. They don't run society. That is idiotic even for an Andrew take.
Hey, Coder, who do you think a woman would generally go to if they saw you with your gloves and your pink hair, right?
I don't.
Who do you think?
But to be
No,
fair,
answer my
we're the same
question.
height.
I
We're the same height.
just says I don't know.
Yeah.
He just says I don't know. I don't know.
Such cope. That's such cope.
It seems like you might be a little bit more nimble in that situation, Ryan.
Yeah,
That's cope. That is such cope. What the fuck is this cope?
Are you new to Twitch, Bull? I mean, I've been streaming for a while. I've recently been getting myself more involved in shit, right? Like doing fucking networking and stuff. But I've been streaming for, I want to say like 8 months in politics. So like, please don't kill me. Okay. So like, I'm not like brand new. I know about this shit going on.
This was supposed to be a debate about whether or not men are treated badly.
I know. That's what we want to talk about, but you guys don't want to. You
I
go
do.
off on all
That's
these weird
exactly what I want
tangents.
to talk about.
Cool, let's do it.
Yeah, so I outlined a ton of points in my opening, which neither of you have addressed. This is a common problem that I have over and over. Actually, you've been talking. It's my turn to talk. You're lying. I've outlined several points that prove that men are actually at a disadvantage and are treated worse than women in society now, right? So you haven't answered to any of those, and this is a common problem I run into with people who don't understand what a debate is or how to do it. You are supposed to
This is fun, but in it for way too long.
Why are men getting 40%
Yeah,
longer sentences
it's-
than women for the exact same crime? Why
It's
are
fun for sure.
Disagreeing with you on that, dumbass.
Because they already conceded.
But it's got its issues.
That was mean, Crashly. That was really mean to call her a dumbass.
Why are you debating?
Right.
If you agree with me, why are you here debating?
Why didn't you talk to the host about that?
No, you're the one who
It's a
accepted
conspiracy.
the
It's a
debate.
conspiracy.
You accepted the
I
debate.
assumed I was on the other side, bitch.
That's funny.
Well, that's so mean. That was so mean,
See
Crashly.
what I mean? That she's
So
so
mean.
incompetent that she can't.
Emotionally, hang on. You're emotionally unhinged.
Yes.
You need to
Strong,
calm down.
If the patriarchy.
What? What? No. No. They did not just unavailable this shit. They did not just in real time unavailable this shit. I'm going to their channel. They just unavailable that shit. Do you ever do panels? I have gotten onto one Wik panel last month. I couldn't get onto like anything because I was home from school for the month and seeing my girlfriend and working and shit. I am a like backup for a panel tomorrow, but Wik is trying to get me onto more panels. I have a debate with Justin Freakin on Sunday. I've been trying to get onto more panels though. I just don't know about many that are happening other than Wiks that are happening like on Twitch. YouTube was like too far. Apparently, bro. What the fuck? I was banking on the video. That video, I was excited for that shit. Damn. Okay. What else we got on our content list? This is the shit I have to plan. This is why it takes me so long to prep for stream, because shit like this happens way too often. Like I'll put shit on my list and then I'll check my list like right before stream starts, and like a quarter of it will just be gone. It's really fucking annoying. I run one called Political Shit Show. It's a panel show. You just talk about a bunch of issues. I'd be down to be on one. Let me. Do you run it like off of your channel, or where do you run it off of? But also, join the Discord, and you can talk to me, or you can DM me like individually on Discord, or I guess through Whispers also, and we can talk about it. But I'd totally be down to be on one. Well, sounding like they're starting to gaslight too. I know, it was gonna be so good, bro. Watch Crowder on the streets. Oh my god, no. Okay, that is an upcoming one. That's the one that just got banned. Okay. What about Hunter Avalon versus Bryson Gray?
based. All right.
What do we think here? I actually don't know shit about Bryson Gray, so this could be interesting. It's called Outlaw Gay Adoption, Heated Debate with Bryson Gray. Meh. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Okay, I have other shit, but hopefully it'll be interesting. Let me change the fucking title. Damn, I'm kind of fucking disappointed, if you guys couldn't tell. Alright. Let me edit YouTube title. Okay. Ooh, watch if that is the title. Exactly. Alright, Hunter's good at titles at the very least. Even if you don't like him, he's good at titles. Anyways, let's go. Let's see what they have to offer us.
Okay, so first of all, Bryson, thanks so much for coming on. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself, and then we can kind of jump into why I reached out and asked you to talk in the first place.
All right, Bryson Gray, Christian conservative rapper.
Fuck playing this by the books.
The most banned rapper alive. And probably
I forgot to pause it.
on the right.
Wow,
here I am.
It's saying a lot. That's for sure. And yeah, I'm sure. I don't know if you know who I am. I know I reached out to you and let you know that I am a soy boy libcuck who's very pro LGBT. So this should be quite an interesting discussion. To
A
say the
soy
least.
boy libcuck.
I think you were triggered by my
You join the Discord?
I was very
Solid,
triggered,
solid.
yeah, and I think that's where we'll probably jump right into the combo. So this is what I saw the other day on Twitter. You wearing this shirt that says "Make America Straight Again," and upon seeing this,
He's a conservative
melt down a little bit. I
rapper?
had to sip some soy
Okay.
behind my safe space, but after a while, I
Just a little
decided,
bit.
yeah, just a little bit. But afterwards, I
Yeah, yeah.
decided, I think I gotta actually confront you about this. Okay.
Awesome.
So yeah, do you want to explain like what your goal is with this hoodie? And I obviously have a few questions. The first one being, how exactly would you go about making
Wait, what's it? Make America Straight Again. Okay.
Okay, so the reason I wear that hoodie, not only that, hoodie, I wear other
Interesting.
controversial gear. And the reason why is we need to normalize offending people. I travel a bunch, and when I travel a bunch, LGBT people are not afraid to wear their, pride shirts. And I don't know if it's just started happening, but I started seeing an uptick in people wearing like purposefully blasphemous shirts.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like anti-Jesus shirts, really, but they're probably atheists. I mean, I don't talk to them, but I started seeing an uptick in that, which is your prerogative. Free speech, freedom of expression, do what you wish. But a lot of people on the right are afraid to do the same. So really, we need to normalize offending people. And people like me, I really don't care. So
Yeah, this guy will like him
and that's
so
what
much.
things like LGBT, liberty, gun, Bible's truth. I wear that hoodie around. Make America Straight Again seems to be the crowd favorite. So
okay.
Promise not pride. Things like that. So I do it as a psychology experiment to see how triggered, honestly, to see how triggered I can make you by not saying anything. So if you're triggered by a hoodie and that upsets you, the reason I posted the picture originally is because something
Here's the thing: is I think that he has a right to be able to wear it. I obviously don't agree with it, but I think that he does have a right to be able to wear it. He also has a right to the consequences of wearing it, right? So if someone doesn't like it and decides that they want to tell him about their dislike for it, I think that is perfectly fair and should happen. I'll throw you a DM for future show. Solid.
an event happened at the airport where a liberal girl decided to say something to me. And asked me what does it mean. Obviously, she knows what it meant.
Oh
But when I
no,
told her,
a liberal
girl
girl decided to say something.
situation. I'm thinking in my mind like, wow,
That's definitely ridiculous. Well,
Yeah,
if I could
people
cut in
are
real quick,
real-
because I'm with you. I think that yeah, there's certainly a problem with people being way too sensitive. Even as again myself as a libcuck soy boy, I actually managed to offend people quite a lot as well. So I'm totally with you there. That I do agree that encouraging people to have a thicker skin.
I
can
offend people by
absolutely be
just
beneficial. I'm with
existing,
you
bro.
there.
What the fuck?
But my problem with this is really that, well, two things. Is that one, I don't think just offending people by itself is necessarily a good thing. I don't think it is necessarily a bad thing, but I think it really depends how you're offending people. So for example, I think quite a few people would be offended if I showed up wearing a shirt that said like, black people aren't human. That would probably be offensive, but just because it's offensive doesn't mean that it's actually okay or a good thing for me to be like triggering people. So it's more so, not so much like, oh, it's just offensive, but the message, I don't really understand. Make America Straight
Yes,
Again.
props
How
to your
would you accomplish
confidence.
this?
I mean,
Is
yeah.
this a goal, or is it literally just supposed to be like provocative with no further thought put into it?
Well, just to be clear, if a white guy walked in with a shirt, a lot of people said this, what if somebody walked in with a shirt that said "Make America White Again"? I would honestly shake that person's hand for being bold enough to do it, because I don't care how you really offend people, right? Everybody else doesn't care.
But
So
If he's telling the truth
somebody
there,
walked in a Klansman,
props for
outfit, right? Or if they were wearing a
props
neo-Nazi
for
armband, at some point you have to say like, it's
consistency.
not just that it's offensive, it's that it's considered offensive or socially condemned because it's wrong and incorrect and could potentially lead to harm against people.
No, I disagree. Like, I wouldn't really care if somebody wore a neo-Nazi entire outfit. To be clear, that's their view. But at the same time, I do believe in, especially in real life and public, freedom of consequence. Also, so if a gay person got mad and decided to attack me, you shouldn't attack people for shirts. But if you're gonna trigger people, then you should you should be prepared for those type of reactions, which I am always prepared for.
Sure.
But so I think people should wear whatever they want. Klansman hoodie, make America white again. Because gay people, listen, I don't think, I watched a debate with Don, who was a new Christian.
Okay. Okay. So far at least, I appreciate that he's consistent. Honestly, the fact that he's consistent makes me not really care about his shirt. Obviously, his shirt's still fucked up, but like, if you have the ability to be consistent about it and not get mad when other people get mad at you, commendable. You know about the consequences of your actions and you're willing to take that on. And at that point, whatever. I mean, there's nothing that like anyone else can or should be able to do to stop that.
You understand what the Bible says about.
He probably does find it.
Well, sure, but I'm fine having that conversation. But before we go there, I want to just take a step back because I'm fine having that conversation. Don't get me wrong. It's just that earlier you said, okay, well, you see a lot of gay people. They wear their sort of rainbow hoodies and stuff, so you want to wear your stuff as well. There's a couple things though. Is that one, if somebody's just saying like, hey, I'm gay, that's not really doing anything harmful. Whereas saying make America straight again, what does I feel like you're not explaining to me or helping me understand what does this mean? Does it mean get rid of gay people? Does it mean conversion therapy? What does it mean to make America straight again? Like how would this be accomplished?
It simply meant to make America less gay than it is now. But I mean, it's meant to be hilarious. But you sort of missed out something.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like, how would you go about making America less gay unless you're getting rid of gay people?
Wait. But before I get to that aspect, you seem to, I don't know if it was on purpose to forget one point I made though about what people be wearing now. You said the easy part, but you sort of purposely missed out the last portion of that I said, didn't you?
The blasphemy shirts?
Yeah, they go around disrespecting Jesus all the time.
Okay,
in
sure.
shirts.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not over here defending people wearing blasphemous shirts. It would depend again on the message. If it's saying like kill all Christians or Christians are subhuman or something, then yeah, I would probably say that also could be potentially harmful, and I wouldn't be in favor of that.
But it's not about you. I want them to wear it. Like if that's how you feel, that is how you feel. Where I don't care. It's just the fact that we need the same energy. So I'm not asking you to defend them or to go against them. I'm just saying, because when you blaspheme, that's the most disrespectful thing you can do to a Christian. And most Christians will get very sensitive about that. They do all the time. But me, I say
yeah, Christians tend to be very sensitive.
And the fact that I'm here now,
just in general, they tend to be a very sensitive group.
You just make certain points, and then I have to respond to all points. Easy to make America less gay is a simple way. We need to go back to this country, go back to Christian values, because there's multiple studies that show that environment and influence leads to more people coming out as LGBT. Now we can have a debate about why that is in the end, but the statistics do show that. And with that being said, if we stop showing it on TV, really, I'm very harsh on that. That shouldn't be a thing. And then if we stop pushing it in schools, like nobody should be able to show their homosexuality in schools because it's an abnormal thing, then it wouldn't be influencing people. Because a lot of kids now think it's I talk to a lot of parents and their kids come home from school and it's not even the popular thing is to claim to be something else. You can't just be normal, like heterosexual, because that's normal. You have to be a different gender. You have to claim to be something else. That's a cool thing to do nowadays.
No one's saying you can't be normal.
Out of the Christian way.
Okay, yeah, I understand where you're coming with this. So I wrote down what you said here, and I'll try to hit on each one just briefly so we can keep the dialogue going. But going back to Christian values, back when America.
Helloza, welcome to the chat, buddy. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? And you ask, what do you think about Ukraine and Russia? I mean, I don't think that Russia should have invaded Ukraine. I don't know exactly, like, how deep you want me to go into that one. But, I don't think Russia had a right to invade Ukraine. I don't think they should have. I think they deserve possible punishments that come from there. You're from Russia? Solid. What are your general politics?
America was more Christian, gay people still existed. There were still gay people all over the place. They were just forced into the closet. They usually lived much shittier lives and overall just had a worse off well-being because they were discriminated against and forced into the closet. So even if we were to say go back to Christian values, that wouldn't actually get rid of gay people. People would still be gay. They would just live their lives worse off. And not to mention, I think it's really important I mentioned that gay people do tend to adopt at higher rates as compared to heterosexual people, which is to be expected since they can't have kids themselves. And this is a benefit for all of society. They're more likely to, yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, they're even more likely to adopt disabled kids or what they're considered hard to place children. Children who are not finding homes because they're older or because they have disabilities. Gay people are more likely to take those people in. That's actually like a Christian value right there, is caring for this.
Gay people are more likely to help with the issues that we have in this country in terms of dealing with children, specifically children without parents or without parents that can take care of them, so like foster children, stuff like that. Gay people are pretty much the best people in the country for helping to deal with that issue. You know, it's an automatic L not having a profile picture or bio. I mean, yeah, this is facts.
Sick and caring for the weak, even if it requires you sacrifice your own goals in life. I think that's pretty powerful. You bring up the environmental side of LGBT stuff, and
it could have happened earlier. Yeah, and if it happened earlier, I'd have the same stance that it shouldn't have happened.
Now is more accepting of gay people. You're going to see more people being comfortable coming out as gay. Thus, the rates of gay people are going to go up. Just like when interracial marriage was legalized, you saw.
This guy's one of those people who thinks that because something is unnatural, even though gayness is in some animals, most mammals. I don't know if there's actually any mammal that we haven't documented like homosexuality in. Anyways, but thinks that because something is unnatural, it's bad. Dude, look out the window and tell me the city you live in is natural. Facts, bro. Straight facts. Welcome back, Gifted.
All the rates of interracial marriage go
I'm
up
so
because
happy
the
you're
environment
back.
making people want to do interracial marriage. You say stop showing it on TV. They have a law like this in China. They specifically say you cannot show feminine men or gay stuff on TV. People are still gay in China, so I don't know how that would work. You say no pushing it in schools. Well, the fact that gay people are real is a reality. That's the truth of reality. And so to me, saying you shouldn't teach people this,
True.
that this thing exists in school, is the equivalent of saying don't tell kids that the world is flat. And we'll kind of leave it right there. And then I want to address the abnormal thing next, but
Okay. You sort of did a false equivalency there. You said I said get rid of gay people. Nope. I said make it less gay. And since in your conversation you already admitted that less people identified as gay.
I mean, the only way to get rid of people is to suppress gay people. That's the thing about it, and that's what he was mentioning, and talking about the fact that doesn't actually work. What it does is it gets rid of visible gay people. Yeah, no one's denying that it would get rid of visible gay people. That's possible to get rid of visible gay people, but at the end of the day, that doesn't get rid of the actual amount of people who are gay. That's the point that he's making here. Do you know what happened? In what sense? A lot has happened in the world, buddy. Do you know why war happened? Because Russia feels entitled to Ukrainian land. Russia also feels or lies that there is Nazis that run Ukraine. There's a lot of lies that have gone into it, and a lot of entitlement, really, that Russia, and I'm talking about the Russia as a government, not like the actual Russian people, but that the Russian government has pushed forward in order to try to justify their own invasion, even though a lot of it is lies. I see you switched from the men debate. Yeah, it got removed as we were watching it. YouTube said fuck that, like when we were dead center in the middle of it. Also, didn't even know that, Gorp. You learn something new every day. Patrick Starr. Please don't copy Bisky's quoting, okay? We don't need more quotes in chat. If you're gonna post a hot take in a streamer's chat, being anon is a sign of cowardice and it makes you look like a shithead. I mean, facts. Stretch, posture check, and hydrate. Bro, what? Bro, what the fuck? My posture's actually good. My chair just leans back, but like my back is like flat against my chair, which means good posture. Fuck. I can't read your name from this thing. Kirby? You want to introduce yourself? Curious what's up with you? Are you a gay Republican, or is that removed thing that you were referring to? I am a gay Republican, mostly gay. I'm bisexual. But yeah, that is referring to me. It wasn't that great, and it was entertaining, bro. How bad it was entertaining, but Twitch said, fuck that. What's lies for you? Things such as Nazis are running Ukraine. Alright? Yes, there are issues within Ukraine, but the idea that Nazis are running Ukraine is inaccurate. Bye. Yes.
Wait, hold on. No. I need to stop you right there. No, less people came out as being gay when it was heavily discouraged and they were heavily discriminated against. That doesn't mean people weren't gay. They were living worse lives.
Hunter, it is your show, which I cool, but you know I had my microphone muted as you was talking. So if you give me the same respect, that'd be awesome. If not, it's your show.
Oh God, Beatles. You just want this fucking stream to turn into a shit show, don't you?
The same amount of people were gay.
Like I said earlier,
isn't true, and there's one study that a lot of people like you go to, and that study is so flawed that it's almost hilarious. First off, you look at this.
Like I said earlier, I am about 5'5", you know, about 120 something pounds. You want chaos if you want me to take more shots during this stream. How do Nazis run Ukraine when their leader is literally Jewish? Exactly.
Study the amount of people that were bisexual in the study already to give you a red flag. And I don't know if you've ever seen the same study, but I'm not. But I mean, just there was less gay people back then. You talk to your grandpa, he'll tell you the same thing. If you don't want to look at the study.
I'm not trying to cut you off, and I want to respect your ability to respond to what I've said, but this is just like delusional right here. This is like saying because more people were hiding the fact that they were gay. So of course it seemed like there were less gay people. Gay people have existed since the beginning of time. There's gay activity even in animals. Like this is something that's been occurring for a long ass time. I could ask my grandfather, and he would say less people were gay because of course they didn't know as many people were gay at the time. That's not a free society, though. And America's all about freedom. I want to see people being able to live freely. And if they're gay, why should they be forced into the closet just because it might make you or
hard to talk about politics when you don't know history? I know history, buddy. Especially, dude, especially if we're talking about Nazi history. I know history, buddy. If you have been misguided by propaganda, I don't know what to tell you, buddy, but I mean, I know history. Gay does not equal homosexual. Explain yourself, but also, because you're new here, welcome to the chat, buddy. Where are you from? What are your general political views? Bro, I'm like transfixed on your mining. Good, okay? Because we're gonna have to do a lot of it to get started in this fucking, game. You know USSR history? I know a decent amount of USSR history. But I can promise you, I know actual Nazi history. I can also promise you that Ukraine is not run by Nazis, for one. I don't know if that's one of the lies that you believe in, okay? You never actually said that that's one of the lies you believe in. But, that's just an assumption, because generally the types that come in here that are kind of like you, that tends to be their belief. It is, but mainly means same-sex attraction. I shall not elaborate. Okay, so two options. Either answer the questions I gave you, or elaborate, or I'm just gonna ignore you. And I'm gonna instruct everyone to ignore you. And possibly ban you, just because that's just annoying. Like, you're just annoying. This space is a space for conversation, and if you're not gonna aid in the conversation, it's just annoying, you know? You know how Ukraine got Kiev? Who gave it to them? I mean, all of Ukraine used to belong to the USSR. That's not like a fact that people don't know, buddy.
It's because of environmental factors, and then once again, you
Yes,
can
of
argue about
course.
that. And once again, you can argue about that all day, but I mean, it's just simple truth. If you disagree with it, that's fine. I don't really care.
I'm agreeing with you.
Right there,
I'm
which is
agreeing with
fine.
you.
We can agree.
Bryson,
Now you say-
Bryson, I'm agreeing with you. Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Environmentally, if gay people were discriminated against, you would see less people saying they were gay. Now, environmentally, it's more accepted, so more people who are gay are going to say that they're gay. Yes, I agree with you,
Okay.
but it's not the environment making people gay or making people straight.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to disagree. We can get deeper to that disagreement, but I want to hit some of your other points first. You say gay people adopt at higher rates. Now, this is going to offend you, and it's fine. I think that should be illegal off the rail. I don't care if they adopt at higher rate. They shouldn't be able to adopt.
Yeah,
period.
that's
That should
not
be illegal.
surprising.
And that's just simple. So it's not a benefit.
It's one of the most
It's
not
illegal for
surprising
people to adopt.
takes he
I'm sorry
could
to
give
cut you off.
here.
Okay, yeah, I say gay person adopt. It should be illegal. Write that down. Okay. Very clear. Secondly, homosexuality, statistically speaking, is inherently a net negative to society. You can write that down. Also,
how is it?
And then
though?
Huh?
He better explain that one real fucking well. It was an independent city for hundreds of years. Okay. Kiev ever not part of a country? Let's look at the history of Kiev. I know this is Wikipedia, but I don't feel like dealing with that. Independent Civil War. The independent Ukrainian People's Republic with the capital of Kiev. This was over 100 years ago. Rapid growth, yada yada yada. Bolsheviks took over. Crazy. Famine, World War II. I mean, it was the capital, right? It was the capital of Ukraine. Yes. 1954. You want me to look at 1954? What is that? Okay. See if this says something specifically about 1954. No. Okay, what do we got about 1950s? It grew tremendously in the 50s. Okay. What happened in Kiev in 1954? Okay, so Kiev was, Soviet Union gave it away. Approved by the Presidium of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union. with just two official rationales. A noble act on the part of the Russian people. Reunification. To commemorate the 300th anniversary of the reunification of Ukraine with Russia. And the second was territorial proximity to Crimea to Ukraine, commonalities of their economies, and the close agricultural cultural ties of the Crimean Oblast and the UKRSS. There you go. That's what happened. Congratulations.
How is it
that doesn't prove any
because there's nothing
point.
positive can come from homosexuality. Only negativity can come. So, a perfect example, in the United States, we're still below the replacement rate. And if we just had gay people, obviously that would be non-existent. So gay people can't further humanity. So inherently, it's a net negative. But outside of that, when you look specifically at gay men, the majority of people with HIV and AIDS are
Gay people are not the ones that are fucking like creating a lower birth rate. All right, it's the fact that straight couples are not having as many kids as they used to have. I don't know, maybe that like hurts your feelings somehow, but that's just the situation, buddy.
gay. And a lot of them are black also, but if they're black, they're probably gay, obviously. And secondly, gay people are more likely to be depressed by
What?
a minimum of like 25%.
Wait. If they're black, they're probably gay?
And that's just with gay people. And people, the transgender people, it's a little worse than that. Secondly, literally anal sex alone will make you 30% more likely to get HIV and other disgusting diseases that comes because obviously anal sex is not how you're supposed to have sex, which is why you tear the nerves and things of that nature.
Great. So people can make that choice by themselves. People can choose whether or not that is a risk they would like to take on. Some people will choose to do so, some people will not. We also have medications such as PrEP to avoid some of the dangers when it comes to gay sex and just sex in general. Educated societies produce less babies per capita, yes. And also the more the like further into the Industrial Revolution sort of thing that a society is, the less babies they produce. It's just a trend across like every fucking modernized country.
So a lot of health issues could come from that. And
Where's the word? Gay people
gay men perform that
are
way, and then they're
known
gonna say,
for being
straight
bad
people
at
do it too.
using
It's wrong when
condoms.
straight people do it too. It's just straight people don't do it at as high of a rate as gay people when it comes to the amount of people doing it. Secondly, you said China pushed to.
Why is it wrong? Jesus, it doesn't break the fucking hymen. Jesus says it's okay. It don't break the hymen.
To not have feminine man. The thing you forgot to mention is that is a fairly recent thing they started doing because they started seeing too many feminine men in China, which is why they started pushing that. And that's
So why are you a gay Republican?
So
well,
I'm just looking up the
so
rate of...
to get more specific, I'm a libertarian. But in the way that I see it, and in the issues that matter the most to me, the Republican Party tends to align with what I believe more than the Democratic Party, as is presumably at least obvious. I don't believe in the fucking culture war shit that a lot of the Republican Party likes to go after. I think that Republicans and Democrats alike go after culture war issues way more than they need to, way more than they should. At the end of the day, they don't matter all that much. But economic policy, principal policy, things like guns, things like free markets, and overall just individual liberty tends to be given more so by the Republican Party than by the Democratic Party.
Gay people as well. All right, well, I'll dig into that in a little bit, but that's obviously not the main thing we're focusing on, so I can get back to that. So it should be illegal for gay people to adopt. I think that, okay, so I'm going to accept that you're probably pro-America, like you support the Constitution and whatnot. Are you like pro-American principles, or do you kind of disagree with some of the principles in the Constitution and whatnot?
What I think about aid to Ukraine, so I do have areas where I lean away from libertarianism just because I know that it doesn't work, and also there are some moral principles that I think matter a lot, right? So for example, we can look back to the fact that we and Russia, but we promised Ukraine to protect them in exchange for them giving up nukes, and I think that we have a moral duty to do such. I think that there should be, you know, safeguards, like making sure that the money is going where it needs to be going, things like that. But I do think that aid is like a morally right thing to be giving to Ukraine right now. Do you know about Donetsk and Lugansk? Why it's not Ukraine? I mean, it's considered part of Ukraine by the majority of the world. It's just you motherfuckers that think it's not. But Yeah, because you guys staged a fucking invalid election after a lot of other shit.
Also kind of surrounding this entire country of its existence.
Okay, so outlawing gay people's ability to adopt simply on the basis of them being gay would be a violation of their 14th Amendment rights. So there's an equality clause in the Constitution that basically says that if you're going to treat one group of people a certain way, you need to do the best within your power to treat other groups of people that same way, so long as they're comparable enough. So because you have straight couples who adopt, you also have gay couples who want to adopt. You can't just say, no, because you're gay, you can't adopt. So when you say you want to illegal or outlaw gay adoption, not only are you talking about violating the Constitution,
Facts, Hunter.
and you are speaking
Straight
against
facts
American
here.
principles, even more so, look at the benefits from gay people adopting. Do you know that kids who are adopted by gay people fare just as well as kids raised by...
Somewhat ironic considering that the issue that most immediately affecting you as far as liberty is an issue where the Democratic Party does far better, namely gay rights. The Democratic Party doesn't do shit for it. The Supreme Court does it. The Supreme Court did it. The Democratic Party had many years where they could have done it. They didn't do shit for it. Now they can't do shit unless they have a majority or unless they get Republicans to agree, which a good amount of Republicans agreed to sign on to their recent Respect for Marriage Act. Again, Democrats do shit in pure just like acts. They don't actually do shit, right? So they speak a lot about it, but they don't actually do shit. And then on top of that, I vote based on what I believe is best for the country. All right. It's not that like one issue is going to get me to not vote for one party. So for example, gay rights as a singular issue would not push me to not vote for one party, if that makes sense. There's so many other things that are more important than that. Bars. Wait, liberal? What? Liberal?
by straight parents? Did you know that?
Oh, you actually asked me a question?
Yeah, I'm asking, did you know that kids who are adopted by gay parents do just as well, if not better in some circumstances, compared to kids raised by straight parents?
Not morally, no.
So, what do you mean not morally?
Yeah, like I said before, if you look up when gay people adopt those kids, there's multiple studies, and I mean we can question the validity of these things. I wish I was at my house. I could pull these studies up because at this point it's just me talking, and you can say I made them up, so it's cool.
No, I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, well, there's multiple studies so that kids raised by LGBT people, and by the way, let me make this clear: it's not just gay people. I don't think people that are unmarried should be able to adopt.
True to an extent, Gifted.
So like these kids grow up literally being more depressed, also more likely to be on pills, even though that's white people.
This is a lie. No. I thought you were gonna say they're more likely to be gay. There was.
Yeah, it has more democratic support. It also does practically nothing. Let's be realistic here. The Respect for Marriage Act does practically nothing. The only thing that it realistically does, right? Because it's considered to be a safeguard against if the Supreme Court were to overrule Obergefell, which they have stated that they don't want to do. But it's a safeguard for in that situation, right? But in the situation that Obergefell is overruled, gay marriage would not be legal in every state. So all it does actually is just say that like one state has to respect the marriage in another state, which doesn't realistically matter. Okay. So again, it's fucking talking.
One that said that kids raised by lesbian parents might have a higher likelihood of.
That was gonna be the last thing I said. But the depression rate is also true. That's not a lie, by the way.
No. The depression thing you're talking about was a 2012 study that was discredited and also taken. Excuse me.
Discredited by who?
It was discredited by the original author of the study and by the journal that published the study. So I don't know why you would bring that up. They were taking parents who were straight, had children, and then one of those parents came out as gay and left the family. Obviously, having a broken, split-up family is going to be far worse for a child. Yes, of course. This does not prove that gay people raising kids is bad.
See, this is why I appreciate Hunter.
Comes to the same conclusion, which is that gay people raising kids.
It's shit when he actually has an understanding of how studies work and how to look into the actual impact of studies, which is something that a lot of Republicans and people on the right generally don't have, which is very fucking disappointing, being someone coming from academia. It's very disappointing to see. But people like Hunter make these arguments. The one thing that Hunter misses is the fact that there can be multiple solutions for a singular problem. Hunter, along with a lot of other people on the left. But there can be multiple solutions for these problems, and he likes to just discredit any solution that he doesn't agree with, even when there's not actual data indicating that solution wouldn't work.
Kids fare just as well, if not better, than kids raised by straight parents. And so the problem I have here is that you have like this isn't a hypothetical. It's a very.
Tell me realistically what federal gay marriage does. Give me in a realistic sense what this does for the average gay person.
Real part of the world right now, that there are over 100,000 kids who need to be adopted, who need families. Kids who are older and disabled need families. Being raised in the foster care system is incredibly detrimental. You want to talk about a higher likelihood of doing drugs or suicide or depression? Look at kids raised in the foster care system. You're saying kids should be deprived of having a family that loves them because some moral problem that you're imagining?
Why the fuck
There's no
did that
evidence
scare
they do
me?
worse morally. There's only evidence that they benefit from being raised by gay parents. So why are you really against this?
Can I respond now?
Yeah.
Okay. The first one obviously going to be offended by, but that's fine. I believe the Constitution was only written for moral religious people, and since I believe that homosexuals are inherently immoral, everybody in the LGBT are inherently immoral, then I don't believe the Constitution includes their rights anyway. Secondly, you say gay people raising kids isn't bad.
Wait. I gotta redo that one. What?
Includes are inherently fine. I believe the Constitution was only written for moral religious people, and since I believe that homosexuals are
It was only written for moral religious people, even though it specifically defines the right to freedom of religion and freedom from religion. But it was only written for religious moral people.
Immoral,
Okay.
Everybody in the LGBT are inherently immoral.
Okay,
then I don't believe
buddy.
The Constitution includes their rights anyway. Secondly, you say gay people raising kids isn't bad. Yeah, once again, I simply disagree. And also to that point, I would expect people that are more likely to be
Does this version have shield? Yeah, I think it has shield, but I never actually use shields. Like, I quite literally don't think I've ever used a shield in Minecraft.
That stuff will be learned on that. The kids will learn that also. So the fact that gay people are 25% more likely to be depressed, and I think transgender people are like 40% more likely to be depressed than normal people. Then I believe if they adopt kids, and that will be passed down to the kids. And once again, that's not to say all gay people are depressed or all trans people are depressed. I'm just talking about pure statistically speaking, they are more depressed than normal human beings. You say kids are waiting to be adopted, but I'm sure you know this, so I don't even have to.
Not useful. Fuck that, Beetle.
Bring this up as like a point to like as a gotcha moment, but I'm sure you know that for every kid wanting to be adopted, there are like I think 40 families waiting to adopt them.
Yeah, but we're talking about older kids and kids who are disabled. That's why they're considered hard to place, because straight couples do not usually want to adopt children like that, as opposed to gay people who are more willing.
Also, I could be wrong here, but I feel like I've seen something about the same thing being in place for like kids who are not white.
So
same
I'm glad we're being more
situations for
specific
them.
now, because it is true that the older a kid get in the system, that the less likely a family would want to adopt them because of the issues that you understand come with that also. So it's not like a thing like all these families are bad families. No. Kids that grow up in the foster care system or wait to get adopted too long, they have more behavior issues, and that's just a statistical truth. Also, I'm glad that we both are aware of these statistics, but obviously we interpret them a little bit differently, which is fine by me. But I think I hit on all three of your main points. So you can...
Okay, if a state were to outlaw gay marriage, having to travel to another state is something that can be very cumbersome. It also enshrines the institution of marriage as something that should be respected for all. It builds the ethic of equality. So again, the ethic of equality, that is just words. Okay. It doesn't actually do anything. And again, most, if not all, marriages are by states. Okay, states give out marriage licenses. States do this. The federal government considering marriage to be anything doesn't actually matter in this, right? Because that is what the overturning of a Birchfeld would say. Because again, this law acts as a safeguard if Obergefell is overturned. All of it, again, is just words. And at the end of the day, if you, as a gay person, would like to get married and you live in a state that does not allow gay marriage, assuming Obergefell is overturned, you can move. Simple as that. You can move. I think that the majority of issues should be up for states to decide. I do think that gay marriage should be legal across the country, and I think that it should be an amendment. However, the majority of issues I view as a states' rights issue, and I view as something that the states should be able to vote on, like in people within the states. So, if you don't like what your state does, don't live in your state. At the end of the day, if you don't like it enough to be able to want to go do something in another state instead, then move to that other state. Can deflect arrows, but can't take a single heart of damage from creeper explosions. In general, it is nice to have. Don't know how you build that. Look. I don't know why I don't like shields. I just don't, and I refuse to use the shield. Okay, fuck you.
Okay, sure. So I would ask for the sake of consistency that you please stop pretending to be pro-America at all, because you are like completely anti-America. Everything that America stands on, you are against. You're like an authoritarian who's against America right here. When you say the Constitution is only for moral people, this is a joke. America was founded as a secular nation, specifically. America was specifically founded as a secular nation because they didn't like the Church of England's involvement prior. That's why, sure, they may have been inspired by their own
Thank you,
beliefs,
Gifted.
but this is why God is not even mentioned in the Constitution, and why they take seriously the separation of church and state. This is why the state cannot uphold one religion. So for you to say it only applies to moral people, by that logic, does that mean if there's somebody who does drugs, and we're going to say that's immoral, that they have now lost their freedom of speech? Is that like what you would you go that route?
So just to be clear, what I said is not a personal opinion. It's something one of the founding fathers, John Adams, said.
What did John Adams say?
He said that the Constitution was written only for moral religious people. It was in his letter to the Massachusetts militia.
So, okay, so he may have had his own personal opinions, and that's fine, but that's not what's spelled out in the actual law or in the actual Constitution. There's a separation of church and state.
Exactly. This is the point that I consistently have to make against both Democrats and Republicans, because they both like to argue these points for different reasons. I don't give a fuck what the founding fathers thought, right? Like what their opinions are, or whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. Like I very much could not give less of a fuck about that. What I care about is what they put in the documents, okay? Because what they put in the documents is, presumably at the very least, the most important things that they thought and that they agreed on. So, if the founding documents don't fucking say it, I don't care. Have you read The Moon is a Horse Mistress? No. Also, fuck you to who? Me? What? What?
Sure, I'm sure some of the people that originally wrote the Constitution had their own backwards ideas. That's not really very surprising. However, that is not what's spelled out in the actual Constitution. So for you to say that it's only for moral people, that is against the Constitution. And so I want you to answer me. If somebody does drugs, does that mean that they are not allowed or that they've lost their freedom of speech?
If somebody is like actively a drug addict, then I mean, just naturally speaking, a lot of times they can't even control themselves, and a lot of them end up homeless, and a lot of them end up needing help.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking if somebody is shooting up heroin, do they lose their right to freedom of speech?
Hey, Hunter, you're so aggressive. Relax.
I'm being aggressive when I am confronted by just stupidity. So.
He's not even being aggressive. He's just repeating his question because you seem to have an inability to actually answer the question and instead try to go off on some other tangent. I did answer. I said, again, to very quickly summarize it, after a lot of conflict and, issues within the region, there was a vote that was rigged that voted for Russia. But also what I think is very important for you to realize is the fact that literally every fucking country except for Russia, there might be a couple like small countries aside from that, but pretty much every fucking country doesn't actually recognize Donetsk and Lugansk as not part of Russia. I hope you realize that. Gifted, that was really fucking rude. I'm now stuck here. You do realize that I'm now quite literally stuck here. Or can't understand it. You want me to turn the speed down? Okay. Pussy. Small brain.
So I'm trying to get you to answer the question, and you're pivoting all over the place.
It seems to be stupidity, but the people that wrote the Constitution said the same thing, and you didn't know that, so that's kind of funny.
No, I did know that, but I'm not really that concerned by the personal opinions of one of the authors of the Constitution as opposed to what's spelled out in the law. So I would like you to answer my question, please. I've asked you now 3 times. If somebody is shooting up heroin, does that now give the government a right to restrict their freedom of speech?
So
Bro,
if somebody's an active
fuck
drug
off.
addict, it's argued like are they immoral?
Fuck off. Fucking
For
Alex.
example, if somebody is gay and they're proud of them being gay, are they struggling with it? If somebody's struggling with it, then I believe that is a different case. But if somebody has pride in being immoral, like this is they're choosing, like they're wanting, they seek out to be immoral, or they're not religious. So I would say atheists also. Yeah, the Constitution is not written for those people. So
okay, so if somebody is proud to be a heroin addict, they love fucking heroin, they love shooting it up, they have now lost their rights to freedom of speech.
Well, they do. If they get caught with heroin, what will happen?
Wait, it's an American right that they're put before a trial and then they get sentenced based on there. And they would
They're
probably go to jail.
They're put in a trial, and they still, to an extent, do still have freedom of speech, even in jail. To an extent, okay, it is limited, but they do still have a good amount of their rights when they're in jail.
If they're breaking the law.
What happens when you go to jail? You lose. What do you lose?
Hold on.
You lose your constitutional right.
No, you're weaseling right now. Very, very badly.
Oh no, I'm not. This is
You
what
don't
I mean,
lose your
I've been
constitutional
telling this whole
rights going
time.
to prison. Sure, you won't have as big of a platform to speak. However, if we're talking about somebody who's out in public or out in society and it's
You
known
do
that
lose
they are a
some of
drug
your
addict,
constitutional
you're
rights.
saying that that now gives the government
Specifically
a
when it
right
comes to things like
to restrict
privacy.
their freedom of speech. They could, let's say they're doing heroin, okay, and then they go out and they say, you know what, I'm not really a big fan of President Joe Biden. Well, why can't President Joe Biden now get this person arrested? Because according to you, he no longer has constitutional rights to free speech or to criticize the government or freedom of expression because he's immoral.
So just to be clear, the only reason this person is allowed free speech because he just simply hasn't been caught. Again, like I said before, I wasn't weaseling. I've had these conversations before. I've heard the same arguments before, and I'm giving the same responses I've given.
You have freedom of speech if you're in prison still. If you're in a federal prison, yeah. You're not answering my question, dude. Do you think Joe Biden could lock somebody up for saying he's a shit president if that person is also a drug addict?
So
Very
you let
good
me
question.
finish. So I have the same conversations all the time, the same arguments all the time. Okay. So if somebody gets caught with heroin, smoking it, or selling it, then that person would then lose their constitutional rights if they're called by the police, because in prison you do not have free speech because you cannot even say what you want to say and publicize it to anybody. So I mean that's just not true. You literally lose your constitutional rights in prison. That's the whole point of being in prison.
Getting imprisoned.
Oh my god, you lose some, you do not lose all. I don't think either of these people actually understand rights for incarcerated peoples, which is very disappointing. But yes, you lose some, you do not lose all. I'm gonna go deeper when I'm ready to go deeper, alright? First, I gotta figure out a storage situation. I gotta go make some backpacks so that I can actually, like, be able to store the shit that I want to take home. That's what he said. Very inclusive, yeah.
Though the process by which you would be put in prison is still is an American right.
Wait, what did you redeem? Your hydrates and posture checks and stuff? I did that. And then you gave me stones. Yeah, I saw that. Russians wanted to oppress the Russian world of Russian people who lived in Ukraine, but that's why Lugansk disconnected. Then Ukraine started bombing these cities. They did not succeed in 8 years. They have built up a lot of power. For this reason, Russia could not capture Kyiv so quickly in 3 days. Yeah, so again, Hollow, I encourage you to look at media sources outside of Russia. Okay, to look at independent media sources rather than Russian media sources. I think it would do you a lot of good. Minecraft, yeah, you gave me pebbles and you took hearts and you changed my difficulty and you're mean.
The way that it's perceived innocent until proven guilty. So let's back off then the drug thing if you're going to keep going back to the weasel answer there. Maybe somebody loves having an affair, okay? They love having an affair. They're cheating on their wife. That's not illegal, so they can't go to jail for it, but they are being immoral. If this person goes out and says, Joe Biden fucking sucks, should Joe Biden have the right to then lock that person up for their speech because they no longer have their right to freedom of speech for living immoral?
Yeah, so adultery is definitely illegal in 21 states and should be illegal in all 50 states. So that person is immoral.
So, as I said, I disagree with a lot of Kirby. I disagree with a lot of things in the Republican Party, but I do disagree with them less than I disagree with the Democratic Party. I think that libertarian principles in general are good, right? When it comes to domestic policy, especially. On foreign policy standpoint, Iraq was bad, okay? Most people can admit that Iraq was bad. However, at the same time, just like in general, foreign policy, some level of interventionism is sometimes, and more so a decent amount of the time, necessary to some extent. And I think that that's an important thing to remember, is that libertarianism is cool. I don't think that libertarianism realistically can run a country. But the ideals of libertarianism can be used to guide what we do without letting it fully run any singular country. I'm drunk. I'm drunk in my game. Okay. Can you redeem rewards for crowd control points? Yes, you can. You can, but that's a shit ton. You can either redeem them or you can just buy them. Okay. Alex just redeemed a bunch of drunk modes. I want to be drunk for a while in the game, guys.
Such a weasel. Holy shit, you're weaseling so bad right now. Why don't you just answer the question, dude?
Bro, you said a wrong statement. I have to correct you first. You don't like correction?
Okay, let's assume then that it's in the state where it's not illegal, okay? I'm trying to get you to actually answer the real question. You keep pivoting.
No, I am answering the question. I don't think you listen. So let me help you. First off, you were wrong, and you should be still corrected.
I already responded to that, buddy. I'm not gonna respond again.
And I like biblical law. So yeah, their rights will be taken away too.
Yeah, we can tell you like
if
biblical
they're in
law.
a state where it's legal still for them to have an affair, and then they go out and say Joe Biden
Oh,
sucks, so
God.
you think it's acceptable for
Beat
Joe
'em.
Biden to arrest that person because they no longer have freedom of speech because they're
I
living
feel
in
like you guys hate me. I feel like sometimes
What I'm
you guys
saying is
just
the
hate
law
me.
should be changed, so it should be illegal.
You said it's you said the Constitution only applies to immoral people. I'm giving you an
Morally
answer of
I
somebody
can't
who's
even
living
do
immorally,
anything
but
when
not
when I'm
illegally
in
because
drunk
they're in
mode
a
in the
state
game. I
where it's
can't
still
do.
legal.
Oh my
Should
god,
the
I'm
government
fast
be
and
able to
drunk.
lock this person up because according to you, they should not have their
We're just gonna run
constitutional
around.
rights because they're immoral.
So I don't know if you understand the history of laws in this country. Adultery was illegal in all 50 states, just like homosexuality and sodomy was illegal in all 50 states.
Okay.
Yes.
Before the 60s. So I think what I'm saying is we need to go back to, I would rather go back to these like moral laws we had in place. That was based on scripture. I also said I'm anti-America, which is so interesting when like secular people say that. Like literally all of y'all would have been disgusting to every single founding fathers. You know the thing people say all the founding fathers were, oh, they all were these. No, that's cap. They all got baptized. They all was Christian. They all believed in Jesus. This is all based on their own writings themselves.
So you want like a biblical Sharia. So you're basically just a Sharia law Muslim, but Christian version. This is
Yeah, basically. That's basically what it is.
pretty much, yeah.
Thanks for asking. Yes, theocracy.
Okay, so Christian.
Alex,
Christian
there's
Sharia,
so
thank
much
you. I would
drunk.
like to stop moving all over the place, please, and instead back up.
My
and you
vertigo's
answer the
kicking in.
question that you
Dude,
still
same.
haven't
That's a good
answered.
question. You just don't like my
Dude,
No,
same.
You said, well, the law should change back to the 60s. That's not what you said before. You
Yes,
said
I
that
said
the
basically-
Constitution doesn't apply.
As
to
ready as I
people unless
will
they are
be,
immoral
Beetle.
people.
Why
Should
did I
that
say that?
person lose their right to freedom of speech if they are
Wait,
living
wait.
immorally?
I know I'm confused. Why did I say the Constitution is written only for more religious people?
Because you were trying to somehow exclude gay people from all of this.
No comprehension. No, sir. The reason I said that is because that was what the founding fathers said, and I agree with the founding fathers because the most quoted book by the founding fathers was the Bible. The Constitution is based on all of their beliefs in God. So what I'm saying is we should go back to when they wrote the Constitution. Like you can talk about the Constitution. I'm anti-America. When the Constitution was written, bro, including the Bill of Rights, this stuff was illegal.
It doesn't
So
matter.
what I'm
The Constitution
what
has
I'm saying is
changed. That's
these
why it was
people-
written as a breathing, living document. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Yeah,
because it can change and accommodate for new people and their rights as well. And plus, hold on, the fact that you would
Dude,
say
I'm so
most liberals
tired.
would be
Thank
disgusted with
you.
the founding
I was
fathers.
about to say I'm so tired of being fucking drunk. Caused an explosion today. It was a waste of lives, etc. Again, I heard what you said about aligning with Republican policy more, but in general, I just wanted more specific about Iran specifically. Again, I think Iran was bad. I think that the idea was good, right? But obviously, we know now, like, the motivations were not what they were said to be, and things like that. I think fighting terrorism is something that was worth it. Okay. Again, the way that we went about it, probably not the best. But I also think that the Republican Party is more in line to possibly do things that I would want, right? That, again, what I'm about to say does go against libertarian principles, but it also comes down to a moral standpoint. There's a mix of libertarian principles and morals. So, for example, there's, at the very least, 7 genocides happening in the world right now. I believe is the last count. I think the U.S. has a duty to go boots down in every one of those countries. The U.S., along with a lot of UN countries. But I live in the U.S., and I have a say over what I believe should happen in the United States. So I think the United States does have a duty to, at the very least, sanction and do the most possible action against countries committing genocides. But I think that boots down is the best option. It's the quickest, the fastest, and thus the least money-consuming option. It probably won't happen, but Republicans are also more likely to make that happen than Democrats would be. Boots down his country. I know. I said it wasn't libertarian view. I know that. Again, I'm not solely Republican, just like I'm not solely libertarian. I don't think that anyone who is solely anything actually thinks about issues. Just as a general framework. If you completely align with any singular party, you do not think about issues for yourself. That is something that I can pretty much stand by damn near 100%. Because every party has issues. Every party is, what's it called? Hypocritical. Every party has these things, and if you solely stand by a party, you don't think about the issues for yourself. So, again, I don't fully align with the Libertarian Party. I don't fully align with the Republican Party. I think that on a domestic policy standpoint, libertarian principles tend to be better. I think that on a foreign policy standpoint, at some point you need interventionism, and at some point you need moral interventionism. I might have to go. This is making my head fucked. I think it's done. I think Alex is done giving us drunk. We also gotta get back to our fucking spawn point because I got lost during all of that. Anyways, continuing the video. Wait, have you redeemed it yet? Okay, cool. We're good. I don't have to go get it yet. No, dude. I fucking... Okay, we're gonna cheat real quick.
I'm sorry, I think the founding fathers would probably be fucking disgusting towards you, my dude. They would probably be trying to lock you up. Like, give me a fucking break. So I want to go back because every time you keep on pivoting from this. If somebody is having an affair, they're in a state where it's legal. Does Joe Biden have the right to lock that person in prison for slandering the president? Because according to you, they are not moral, so they should not have their constitutional rights. Just give me a yes or no.
Why? Because Saudi is not a genocide. As far as I know, Saudi is not on the list of countries actively committing genocide.
Answer already. Stop weaseling.
I mean, I've already answered, but you don't like listening. I don't understand you at all. But since the laws are incorrect in that state, then obviously by law that can't happen. So per how they try to interpret the Constitution, because when the Supreme Court got the
exactly
right to interpret the Constitution how they wanted to, that
Thank you.
Was the start of the beginning of the downfall of the society. But outside of that, if something like adultery is not illegal in your state,
I just spilled on myself.
Like that when the Constitution was written, then obviously Joe Biden should not be able to put this person in jail because the people got the wrong laws. So what I'm saying again, like I said, like 3 times, I don't know if you don't like it. I don't know if you don't know his history. I don't understand what
I'm going off of things that are widely considered to be genocides. All right, buddy? I'm going off of things that countries have considered genocide, like Western countries have considered genocides, things like that. As far as I'm aware, Saudi is not on the list. If they are, I stand corrected. But I have not seen any good number of countries consider everything happening in Saudi Arabia, with Saudi Arabia, and in Yemen to be a genocide.
you're trying to say. But the law should be fixed, and then they would be in jail, and all of these. This would be a beautiful life.
Okay, got it. So it is only for a moral people then if that morality is first reflected by the laws. So that's what it sounds like you're saying.
Yeah, that's what it should be. I like theocracies. And just to be clear, you said something so incorrect earlier. First off, once again we say it's anti-America. That's just you're calling the founding fathers alone anti-American, which is weird because they try to use the Constitution to support your argument. It's a very weird thing. But when you say America was founded as a secular nation, once again, this is just historically inaccurate. People get confused about what the American Revolution was. Yes, it was about taxes, but it also was in part a religious war. He is right. They wanted to get from.
It was a war for religious freedom. Yes. Hebrew words. Oh my God.
Look at the first 13 colonies. Most of them had established state churches. Matter of fact, if you continue going through history, even after the Bill of Rights, when they stopped established state churches, if you were of specific religions,
Dude, do you want to go through history? Do you want to go through the fact that the United States has gone back on our own constitution, like from the start? But what's important is that we try to now stick as close to our constitution as is physically possible. All right? So, obviously, we cannot fully stick to it in terms of, historically. However, we can do as much as possible to stick to it from now on. And that is what the actual important part of this is.
you could still be kicked out of states. Prime example,
Do you think that's a good thing?
Joseph Smith and the Mormons. So
you don't support the Constitution. So you think if people are immoral that they don't have their constitutional rights. You think the law should reflect the biblical morals, which is just Christian Sharia. And you think that if somebody isn't a fucking Christian, that they should be able to be deported from the country. What happened to freedom of speech and freedom of religion?
Yeah, I don't. Once again, Mormons view them.
What happened to that?
I don't know why this is so hard. So
it's really hard when you're
Wait,
saying
what was he about to say about Morgan?
No, they're actually historically accurate. You're just, I don't know if you're
really. Then how come I'm reading right here? It was the recognition of that divisive past by the founder, notably Washington, Jefferson, Adams, and Madison, that secured America as a secular republic. As President Washington wrote, all possess alike liberty of conscience and immunity of citizenship. America's true history. Smithsonian Magazine.
So like I said, everybody look this up. You can Google it. It doesn't really matter. If you look at when this country was founded, again, oh my goodness, out of 13 colonies, I think all but 3 had established state churches. So if this was meant to be a secular nation, how could that be true? Of course, that sounds.
This dog is me every time you say something I don't understand.
I love you. Mishka, I love you. Mishka, I love you. I love you. Mishka, I love you.
I love you. I love you.
Dude, Bailey sensed this. She just came over to me as I started playing this. She can't hear it, but she just sensed it, bro.
Good girl. I love you.
I love huskies so much. They're so cute.
You.
I could never stand to live with one, but they're so fucking cute.
Good girl.
Big boy howl. Alright, he's so cute.
Sounds idiotic.
No, they can have a church, but I'm reading right here. The United States of America was the first explicitly secular nation in Western history.
Can we use simple logic? Would a secular nation have established churches and states?
I don't know, and it doesn't matter.
I don't need the countdown. I don't need the fucking
If they're
countdown.
not following the certain religion that you would
That's
prefer.
not what I said. Once again, you're listening to emotion.
I love you, babe.
I said Joseph Smith, as a Mormon. If you look at the history of Mormonism, this is why learning history is important. People that are listening and watching. We look at the history of Joseph Smith. He was kicked. Him and his followers were kicked out of multiple states because people didn't like the religion they was trying to.
And you said that was okay.
With the version of Christianity they was trying to support and spread.
And you said you were okay with that, correct?
The reason I said it's okay because if you look at, even though after the Bill of Rights you couldn't technically have an established church, these established churches were funded by the federal government well within into the late 1800s. And after that, even though it wasn't an established church on paper, you can look at the history and see that each church had basically, not unofficial established churches. And the reason I say that's okay because when people live amongst people they have similar values, usually have more peace that way.
The issue that he's running into is that historically the United States has been very bad at following the Constitution. So what he's saying is not the United States following the Constitution. He's citing examples of the United States going against the Constitution.
It would be okay to kick people out of the state if they didn't follow the religion of that state.
If there's another state they could go to, I wouldn't mind that.
Should they be deported from the country, you think?
I can't. Are you on YouTube? Streaming on YouTube? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's fine.
Nah, I ain't gonna get you like that, bro.
You're not gonna get me in trouble.
Beetle,
It's okay.
Yes,
be nice to me.
It's just it's okay, bro.
So I'm gonna assume that your answer would be yes, but you don't want to say it. Am I correct?
No comment. Respond. Next question.
Okay. So yeah, this is why I say you're being anti-America, though, because you're saying
I should turn on my spam thing so that you can't spam a countdown, Beetle.
And it hurts disabled kids. So that's what you're advocating for. Then you say the Constitution's only for moral people. This doesn't make any sense. And again, that if we went your route with Christian Sharia, then we would have people getting locked up for drinking or getting drunk or anything really, and then they would also be stripped of their constitutional rights, which at that point you no longer actually have constitutional.
Oh, you just redeemed Take a Break. Okay. What are we watching? You gotta send a video. That's how Take a Break works. You gotta send a video for us to watch. You're so sweet. Also, I was kind of planning on you doing that because I had to get up to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom. You send me that video and we will watch it when I get back. We're gonna do a chair takeover because I don't feel like getting Bailey all the way up here. Oh. Oh, I come back to Bailey on the screen. Give me a sec, let me find one. Alright, I gave you a sec. I'm back now. You wanna just lay down here, Bailey? You wanna just chill out? Come here. Come here. Lay down. Please don't lay on my green screen. Come here. Move your butt. Lay down. Lay down. There you go. Now you're not laying on my green screen. Now we're good. You already fucked it up, though. Okay. I think it's good. I think it's fixed. We're good. Alright, alright. You're welcome, guys. Oh, did you play a moan... You played a moan bark fart for them while I was gone? I hope they enjoyed that. I really do hope that you all enjoyed the moan bark fart. Alright. Okay, Beatles has a video for us. This screen is fucked up. We're going to this one. Sorry. My bad.
Alexia, are y'all ready to see your fixer-upper?
We are ready.
We're ready. Let's do it. We're ready.
You laugh, you drink. We can do a you laugh, you drink, but I'm gonna tally it up and drink afterwards. I don't understand why videos like this, like, at least on my OBS, you guys can't hear it that well, but it is blasting my fucking eardrums.
Good job.
Gelsene orası çocuğu neredesin?
Yeah, Kirby, just until after the video. We got to take a break, routine. We gotta take a break while this happens. What are you wearing?
Can someone help me understand
I love this video. I love this video so much. I saw it on my For You page, then it showed up on all these compilations.
Hold up, bro. What? These motherfuckers is. They got me fucked.
Me. Tag yourself. He's me. I'd probably do that too for those people that like fuck you with the food. Nah. Is he trying to suck his own dick?
Not on the car.
Hey, excuse to buy a new pan.
Here we go.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Abi Dilan beni ver.
Did you see this, Alex? I have not.
Hey, shithead. Balls.
What the?
Hold up, pause. We're gonna go to this one. I'm gonna put it on the bigger screen. I feel like we're watching it on way too small of a screen right now. Here we go. Here we go. Now we can watch it bigger. The thumbnail to mine, by the way.
What?
I didn't see it. Nice. My fucking eardrums. Dude, horses are so cute. And stupid.
Hit that pretty fast. Yeah.
No, I feel like that happens to all of my friends when I let them eat in my car. I feel like there ends up being like fries everywhere, every time. It tight. There's nothing to here. I mean, it's just the sound of him pouring cereal. Hold up, is it? I might have a filter on this. Hold up, let me see if the filters are it. Because this happened with a video a while ago also. Let's see if that fixes it. It does. It does. No. It's so bad. Yeah, you can't now, yeah. I had a filter on it to like cut out background noise because we watched a couple low quality videos and it pissed me off. But then it like cuts out too much sometimes.
But if I walk normally, watch. My feet.
Weird. I would do that. No shame, I would do that.
Ay, su cara, weón, me da mucha risa. Chiquino.
Shit came back to life, bro. Merry clitoris. Dude, don't record other people in the bathroom. That's weird. He's just doing his business.
And it was all yellow.
If the fish tank falls.
I don't feel so good. It is full fledged.
Not the fish tank.
The light blue.
Cutie, cutie, cutie. Alright, Gen Z is stupid.
Me. I don't know why I run away.
Solid.
Firstly, I wanna do you like to be called Jenny or Jennifer? Jenny. Okay. Firstly, I wanna congrat Jennifer. We played in the semis of the US Open.
Just gave me a nice Christmas gift.
Damn.
You ready to
I think
see
I've
this?
seen that, but damn.
You could set up a teleport between one place and another. Where would that be? Like your bed to Five Guys, or where would you choose?
I'm sorry?
Your teleport. your
Our bed to Five Guys?
yeah.
What?
Where like for me, I would do my bedroom straight to a Five Guys. That's where
Five
I
What's
would.
a Five Guys?
It's like a burger place.
Oh.
No, not Five Guys.
Fucking Aussies.
Well, you
Alex
said if you're into
Corn.
that,
Of course you
I
can.
mean, that's cool.
No judgment.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
no
fun.
judging,
I mean,
that's-
sounds good.
I'm
I mean, not that I'm
shaming.
in. I mean, are you asking?
That's the way you roll.
No, because I'm.
Good
Listen.
Wow. I mean,
Yes,
Oh,
the perfect place.
I'm impressed.
Obviously.
Both of you
The
guys'
best.
eyes are like.
Five Guys beats out In-N-Out and Whataburger. I stand by that.
That's a lot of.
Really? Five?
Wow. It's
Jesus,
intense.
English.
Wow.
I don't even like
Wow.
fries, so I don't care about if their fries suck.
Oh my god.
Plus, they're one of the few places you can get a chocolate banana chocolate banana shake, and that shit's fire as hell. I think gingers have the N-word pass because if you switch the N and
Dream on! Dream on! Ah! Sing with me! Sing for the ear! Sing for the left and sing!
Oh, don't worry, I got it.
Yo, what the fuck?
Hey, how's it going, guys? You want to go check out what's going on over there?
Justin, suck my dick, bro. No, I was gonna be nice in our debate. Suck my dick. No, we're going all out now. They're not even circles. The fact that they're not circles just... Oh.
Yeah.
Ain't no laws when you...
Yeah, Justin, it is.
What in the...
Do it. Do it. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck?
Why was he was just straight up strutting. Not even looking at the game. He had a fucking model strut going.
Lord, help me, brother. Long live the king.
Fall, please fall. Please. Please start like yes.
What the heck? Oh. I fucked up.
初めてとはいえ若い太田さんには歴史のプレッシャーなどなく目の前の仕事に文字通り体当たりでぶつかっていく毎日です。
No, I'm like those cam girls with a premium Snapchat. The sound Wait, it should be a sound alert. Hold up, let me see if I can go back and play it again. Saved it for later. I saved it for later. We might do it. Oh, that's pure skill. Pure skill right there. For free? Repeat for free? She's aggressive.
No, the catsup shot.
Are you getting the bus, mate? Howie, you've got your mask on.
Nice.
Look!
He gone. Mood. Alex, that is something that May would do. Get fucked. Okay, okay. Not bad. Not bad, Beatles. Not bad. Alright, we're gonna keep going. But I said that it would be a you laugh, you drink, and I definitely laughed. Your video? Fuck, what video did you send? My dad looking at the shit that I've done since I've gone to college. Okay. Wish I had a better run. It's alright. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Okay. But you're getting a free shot, Beetle, so be happy, because I don't think a shot costs as much as take a break. But, 2 seconds. And Bailey just laid on my green screen, so as punishment, she is going to do a Bailey takeover. See, I may price you guys seeing Bailey high, but I give you free Bailey throughout the stream to make up for it. So, come here. Oh my god, that was aggressive. Sit. Don't lay down. Sit. Stay. Stay there. Boom. Need that. Alright. We demand Bailey doesn't get paid enough for this. She gets paid. Don't lay down. Don't lay down. You're at work. You can't lay down at work. Don't lay down. Don't. Okay. She's laying down now. You demand better Bailey wages? Well, Bailey here gets free rent, free food, free treats. She lost a toe a couple months ago, so she doesn't want to sell foot pics. So we are not increasing her wage. Also, I hit my green screen with my ass. I gotta fix it. Why is it not fixed? Bro, this is gonna piss me off. Just the corner is not fixed. We're good? Is it fixed? It's still not fixed. They don't Bailey, don't let the man take you down and collect insurance money. You can give Bailey treats with channel points? Yes, everyone can give Bailey treats with channel points. Oh my god. People can also give me money to get a bigger green screen, so that I don't have this fucking issue every time. Anyways, Bailey. It's time for your break. 99% of your shift is a break. Are you gonna jump over the edge? You wanna go on the couch? Yep, you're gonna jump over the fucking back of my chair. Okay. The green screen still isn't fixed. What? This is gonna piss me off. This is gonna piss me off so much. One second. I gotta fix it. Okay. Did I fix it? No, the fuck I did not. Okay. Okay, we're good now. Jesus Christ. Just pent it all on a break. What? You don't want to know Beatles? Corpse of the Cam Girl in Romania? Andrew Tate's the bottom bitch? I mean, that's facts. That's straight facts. Is it a bomb in the room? That would be rude. Don't do that. Alright. Oh. I gotta be able to hear it. I think I'm gonna miss it. I don't think I'm gonna get my headphones in time.
Cheer 1.
I got it. I just got the cheer 1. Easy. Alright. This one goes out to Beatles for making me laugh. Just barely, but he got me a couple times. Also, didn't know that was a green screen. It's kind of seamless. You had to have known it was a green screen. What the fuck did you think it was? Did you think that this animated background was actually my background? Do you believe it? We just took our break, Alex. We gotta do a little bit of on-topic shit. Okay, a little bit of on-topic shit. And then we can get to the Jubilee bit. Okay? I think that is fair. That's why I asked if it was actually snowing one time. Oh, yeah. So this is my winter one. Hold up, this is my winter one. I just got the green screen set up really good about a month ago. But this is the winter setup, and then we're gonna change it with the seasons, because even when it's not actually snowing outside, it is about as cold outside as it looks outside in the window here. Okay, it looks fucking freezing out there. That's how cold it is outside here. And it's probably twice as windy as it looks. Okay, that's what the weather is outside right now. It's windy and fucking freezing. So, I mean, it's the closest I can get. It's the closest way to show the weather. And then as we get into spring, it'll probably be a rainy scene outside. And then summer, it will be a clear sky. But I'm going to try to keep it updated. I tried to learn how to render my own background through like Blender or something. I'm too much of an idiot for that. I am too stupid to be able to do that. Your room must look like shit if you had to put that up. I think if you go to my oldest VODs, you can see my old setup. Also, some of my first, like my election denier video on YouTube shows what my room looks like. But now I'm in the living room, so yeah, it is kind of messy. Just because it's not cohesive from the spot that we're in. Because we're like, this spot is... This side of me is like my living room area, and this side is my kitchen area, and we're right in between. And it doesn't look very cohesive. In his apartment living room, it's not messy, it's just not a great background. Yeah, exactly. Yes, back to vid.
Constitutional rights if you could just lose it for a fuck up sometime. So yeah, this is why I say that you're obviously and apparently anti-America. You have a vision of how you would like America to be, and it's far more in line with how some of these third world super strong Islamic countries are. So maybe you can go over there if that's what you would prefer.
I mean,
here in America, we have freedom. Here in America, people have the right to live their lives freely, so long as it's not hurting other people. And when you have gay people who are not only not hurting people, but benefiting society by adopting kids, and you're against this, saying it should be illegal, I don't know how you reconcile this.
Oh, easy. Because you're not being intellectually honest when you say I'm anti-America, because you say I have a view of what I want America to be, which is fairly interesting because we don't have to go back far in history to see that exactly what I'm saying is exactly what America was. Like I'm talking about, like, quite literally exactly what I'm saying. This was the law. So when you claim that I'm anti-America, no, you're a liberal, and I hear that you used to be a Christian.
You need more of a raspberry sandwich. What?
Watch you.
Yeah, I think he's a conservative and a Christian. Yeah.
so interesting to me. I would love to chat about that, but I mean that's neither here nor there. But so when you look at the history, when you claim that I have a view of what I want America to be, you know this is intellectually dishonest, since you know every single thing I've said was literally the law in this country in all 50 states.
Why does this matter to you?
Into the 50s. Wait, can you at least admit?
At one point, okay, yes, I will admit that at one point, sure, some of the laws in America were fucked up. Yeah.
Not
at
some.
one point, hold on.
Okay,
At one
Alex,
point,
we're almost
slavery
done
was legal in
cranking.
America.
Cranking.
Does that mean
I
it
just
should
want to
be?
get
Maybe I can
the
be an
iron
advocate for
going.
slavery and say, well, what? Not too long ago, this was the norm in America.
This
Just because
game is a
something used to
grind
be certain way
sometimes.
doesn't
That's
mean
how
that
it
shouldn't.
be.
That's not an argument. You're just appealing to history.
I mean, so once again, slavery predated America. That's why if you look up the American history, there was literally black slave owners.
You are such a weasel. I don't care. Obviously, wait, hold on. Obviously, slavery existed prior to America. I don't think America came along and fucking invented slavery. However, for a long period of time, slavery was legal in America. Right. You're saying, well, at one point it was legal to lock people up for this or ban people for certain religious beliefs. Okay, well, at one point it was okay to lock people up on the basis that they were black people. Should that still be allowed?
Yeah, so the clear difference is I'm a Christian, so I'm talking about Christian values. Secondly, the reason I brought up what the law should be because you lied and said I have a view of what I want America to be, but this is not America. This is not what America based on. You can leave. That was your statement. All I'm doing is correcting you and making you get back to your honest ways and tell people that this is not something I want America to be.
Ooh, fancy. I think strawberry and grape jelly is the best.
That's why I'm responding to you. Hold on.
Awesome.
Your version of what your version of what you want America to be is more in line with how America may have used to be in certain times. However, America's also changed significantly. This is why America is the free country that we live in. People can live their lives freely. They can live their lives if they're gay freely, or if they follow a different religion freely. So that's why I said that. So now I want you to answer my question. At one time, slavery was okay in America. If I say I want America to have
you're going
slavery,
to bed?
is
Fuck
that
you,
warranted
pussy.
because America used to have slavery?
Oh, again, I wouldn't. If you say it right now as a white man, like if you was a racist and you said, I want to go back to slavery, you don't think you're right to do so, and you wouldn't, and I wouldn't respond and say you're trying to create a new America. No, America used to be that way. I would disagree because again, that has nothing to do with my values. Obviously, as you said earlier, I'm trying to push my values, which is absolutely true, and you do too. If everybody would just admit their truth, I am trying to push my values. And
Everybody would just admit their truth.
I would think it. So
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. Yeah, obviously everybody's advocating for their own values. The difference is that your values hurt people and make the world a worse place, and my values don't. That's really the big problem. Is your values trample over the Constitution, trample over people's constitutional right to freedom of.
Okay, do not just cop out to what countries believe. That is not enough in terms of founding your own set of beliefs. Countries can have their own geopolitical reasons for supporting or staying silent on genocide. The website Genocide Watch, for example, has declared a genocide emergency, only declared when the genocidal process has reached the stage of genocidal massacres or other acts of genocide. Truth is that we can only reach a conclusion about genocides after peace is settled and investigations are conducted, even though there can still be debate. I mean, I judge it based upon the UN definition of genocide. Okay? So, again, like I said, I could be wrong about the situation in Yemen. I don't know everything about it. However, I have not heard it in the conversation among genocides that are defined under the UN standards.
Of religion and equal treatment. Your vision of America, your goals, make it so that make it so that kids who need a home won't get adopted by loving gay parents. That's why your worldview makes the world a worse place. My worldview is let people live their lives freely so long as it doesn't hurt other people. And it turns out that gay people adopting kids who are disabled is actually a really good thing. So I'm okay with that.
So now we get into the true disagreement.
This is
the most part of the conversation. You have a different worldview than me, which is obvious, and you believe that your worldview is better. Now I can easily prove that it isn't better, depending on what you value more.
Wait, what'd you say? Yeah, because that's what's in stores. Our cherry plum raspberry jelly is far better. Well, I also like apple. I'm in Washington. We have fucking amazing apples. Apple jelly is good. It's just more expensive. Strawberry is like a classic. Grape, I'm a slut for. Like Concord grape, the shit that people think tastes like medicine, I am a slut for that shit.
And life. Do you value morality more? Do you value society more? Do you value people more? If you do, then your way of viewing society is objectively worse.
How so?
Oh, easy. So homelessness in the United States of America now is one of the highest homelessness rates in the world as far as
good Beetle.
Countries.
Good.
Obesity, same thing. Depression, same thing. Kids born out of wedlock, same thing. Suicide rate, same thing. Drug addiction rate, same thing. Everything negative everything negative you can think of. America currently is in the front of the pack with. Maybe not number one in some cases, but as far as large and established country, we're number one in a lot of these situations. Versus if you go to a theocracy, Right, because of these theocracies, they have to worry more about war. Yeah, I agree. I'll give you that. Okay, cool. In some Middle Eastern countries, they have like a sort of a pedophilia problem that they don't view as pedophilia.
I'm gonna
not
try
saying
to
it's all
let him
good,
land
obviously.
here before
But
I
look at
talk.
homelessness. Like, in certain countries in the Middle East, I can leave $100,000 just sitting on my car, leave the car running, and I can walk away from it and come back, and that's $100,000, and my car will be still sitting there. I don't even know where you live. I'm currently in North Carolina visiting my family, but that if you did that in America, that'd be gone like this. So we do have an immorality problem in this country that is way worse than it used to be. And
You know what? Call me a dumbass, but I'm one of those people that consistently forgets my wallet in my car and it's never been stolen. The idea that this is just like a thing that happens all over America is stupid. It depends on where you are. Beetle, I think that everything that you see just makes you hungry. I think I've come to that conclusion. I didn't say recognized by the UN, I said that fit UN standards and have been recognized by countries, by a multitude of UN countries. You have things like Myanmar. The Uyghur genocide is kind of a different story, but some countries have recognized it. You have, I believe it's 4 or 5 that are in Africa, and there might be one in South America. I'd have to go check. I don't remember entirely off the top of my head for those. For the how many are in Africa and South America, but those are the ones that have been pretty widely recognized. Immortality is from dipshits like this. Okay.
I can easily attribute that to the way you, Hunter, view the way the world should be.
Okay, so it's a little ironic that I was kind of making fun of you for wanting to go to like an Islamic country, and now you're kind of on board with that. So I do want to point out the irony there. Why do you think that is, though? Do you genuinely think it's because they're all religious and moral?
It's politically fraught. I never said that it wasn't. I said on a moral level, the U.S. should go boots down in all of these situations. Again, on a moral level.
There, the Islamic countries with the pedophile problem. Why do you think that there's less crime over there?
I'm gonna give it to you in a secular way because I don't want you to think I can only use religious arguments. So my secular reason is simple. When people in one country align,
I mean, having a couple secular arguments is good.
Better people have similar values. Like in this country now, there's people like me and you currently. We're both Americans. We have. It's not even like a small difference in values. We have completely different views of what correct values are. Secondly, when they make you follow a strict law, then they follow. A perfect example: you're less likely to steal if you get your hand cut off. The same reason people that rob, like robbers, people that rob people, they're less likely to rob somebody that they know have firearms in the homes. Right? I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing in the wild.
This isn't true, though. Sorry to cut you off, but I would like to correct some misinformation. Increasing the severity of punishment does little to deter crime. Laws and policies designed to deter crime by focusing mainly on increasing the severity of punishment are ineffective, partly because criminals know little about the sanctions for specific crimes. So a lot of the times, like the crime in America.
Also, most people who commit crime expect to not be caught. That's why there is pretty much no evidence actually supporting that the death penalty works as a deterrent. That there's a multitude of factors for that. One being that it's really hard to study the death penalty solely when talking about deterrence in crime, because there's about 1 million deterrents, and it's really hard to just narrow out the death penalty specifically. However, most people do believe that they will get away with crime and don't actually care that much about the penalties for it. And also, on top of that, most people don't know what crimes actually constitute the death penalty. Like there's a lot of people who don't know what needs to be done to get the death penalty and things like that. So it's idiotic to try to act like the death penalty is an actual deterrent. The U.S. should not go boots down in those countries. We invaded Iraq, tried to establish democracy. At least that was the stated claim, and that was the war goal and our military was trying to build towards, but it totally flopped. That has nothing to do with genocides. You do realize that. That was not a genocide. We didn't go boots down in a genocide. And again, I said just on a moral level, we should do it. All right? I understand that there are other implications there. However, again, on a moral level, because I do feel like there is moral duty that the U.S. and other Western countries have. On a moral level, I believe that they should. And I can completely understand that there are reasons to not do it. But I think that current genocides occurring kind of outweigh that, in my opinion.
America that we deal with is due more so to poverty and also proximity. People live closer in cities, for example. That's why you see high rates of crime. So even if you are able to point other countries and say, look, they all follow this strict religious law and they're doing a little bit better, it's not just it's not just get better outcomes. It's also achieve those better outcomes in a way that is non-discriminatory. So when you're talking about outlawing gay people or cutting people's hands off if they steal, none of that actually is helping to make the world.
Only with UN support? That doesn't really matter for the United States. Let's be honest here. The United States has the ability to do it itself. Take Myanmar, for example. The United States has the ability to, quite literally, if we wanted to, destroy Myanmar in a matter of weeks. Okay? Like destroy the country in a matter of weeks with our military power. Okay? This is just possible. Okay? I'm not saying that's what we should do, obviously. But we have the ability to do it. So even without UN support, we have the ability to go boots down and end a genocide. And we choose not to. Why? Because it doesn't provide economic gain for the United States. Okay? That is solely why, for example, in Myanmar, we have not done so.
World a better place. None of that is helping to make these Islamic countries better. We just read now about how harsher penalties don't deter crime. We also know that there's nothing wrong with being gay, and that gay people are benefiting society by adopting kids. So you have to help me understand why.
Can I respond to that first part real quick? You can claim, like, I just read something that said this. I mean, you can claim that all day, which is fine. But for some reason, contrary to what you just read, I would rather believe my own 2 eyes of statistics. Look at the crime rates in America versus crime rates in these countries with Sharia law. Look it up yourself.
Okay.
I mean, so at this point, look up the death crime rates, look up the murder rate, look up the suicide rates, look up all of these rates. Now you can make a claim that a study said harsher punishment doesn't deter criminals, but I would simply have to disagree because of just simple.
Okay, to a certain extent, yes, harsh punishment can deter criminals. However, usually that extent comes with other just rights violations, right? So if you're in a country that doesn't establish your rights solidly, right, that can violate your rights as a human being. If you're in a country that can kill you for minor crimes, or what I would consider minor crimes, if you're in a country that, for example, literally according to Sharia law, right, can cut off your hand for stealing, right, that is a different story from having proportionate and reasonable punishment. That is called fears, fucking forcing people into submission through fear. That is a completely different story than how actual criminal justice policy works. We can just go boots on Myanmar, take over the country, see Vietnam. There would be hardship undertaken to try and take the country. Even if we did, we'd be in trouble with insurgencies. Again, like I said, I don't think that we should actually take over the country. That's not what I said. I quite literally said that we shouldn't do that. Quite literally said that that wasn't what I was saying. I was saying we have the ability to do that, which just shows that we can go in and end a genocide. Okay? The fact that we have the power to overrule a country means that we have the power to end a genocide within a country. Okay? It doesn't have to be through overruling the country, but the United States can go in, all right, and can defend the people being systematically, basically killed, right, through long forms of death, but killed. Okay? The US can go in and defend these people. The US can then make deals and say, we will leave if you do X, if you do Y. The US has the ability to do that because of the military power that we have. What up, Energy? He's broke router? Yeah, we know. We know. He's being a dumb bitch as per usual. What do you think about the South Park show? I've never actually watched it, to be honest.
Numbers. And with that being said, you just hit it on the head though. The second part you just said is the issue with this conversation. You said it doesn't mean you do it in a discriminatory way. Okay, so you value certain things more than others. I mean, and that's fine. You value
American rights, yeah, that's something that I value. I understand that might be a little foreign to you, but
I'll
the thing is,
consider
when
it.
you bring up low crime rates in these other countries, the problem that you're making is that you might be right that there are less crime or lower crime rates in these other countries, but you're attributing it to something that we are not aware of. So when you say the reason the crime is low is because they're religious, you don't know that. I could equally make a crazy claim and say the reason the crime rates are lower is because it tends to be warmer temperatures over there. No, that doesn't make sense. We have to look at why do homicides occur in America.
I mean, technically, you could make the claim the opposite of that, Hunter. You could say if they had higher crime rates, that would be because of the higher temperature, because crime does tend to increase when the temperature is warmer. Again, that's technically a correlation, not a causation. But there's a lot of studies backing it, indicating that it raises aggression levels and lowers people's ability to really think through things. Bro, I should give him his accounts back. You weren't even here for everything that happened.
Why is
buddy.
crime committed in
I
America?
might, though.
These
We'll
other
see.
areas, they handle things differently, and that's fine. But as far as America goes, if you want to talk about crime rates, our goal should be to reduce poverty. Poverty is directly correlated with crime. So that is a way that you can go about fixing the crime rates. Advocating for some Christian Sharia is not going to achieve what you want it to achieve. Again, I'll go back to the first example I already gave, which is back in the 1950s, when I'm sure you would say America was far more Christian and moral then, gay people were still existing. They were just living shittier lives, forced into the closet. So it's not like that actually gets rid of gay people or gets rid of these problems. It's almost like it just puts a Band-Aid over it so that you don't have to see it.
So back to what you said about the Middle East, when you claim that this can't be the reason.
Which is for progressive tax rate, like at the time. I mean, the 40s through the 70s was a very weird time. We had a very weird economy. We basically had two economies going on. However, I think that overall lowering taxes and lowering regulation, right? Because a lot of the economic issues within the United States came along the same time as a lot of regulation happened. Lowering that regulation, lowering that's my big thing. So let me land. My big thing is allowing people to easily be able to start businesses and such. All right, which would in turn mean that you'd have to lower fees and everything associated with businesses, and also end up lowering some of the taxes, especially on small businesses. I think that's the most important thing in being able to stimulate some economic growth in terms of business. We have a lot less, like in relation, our small business economy is not growing and succeeding as much as it has at certain periods in American history. And I think that getting us back to that will help our economy immensely. Okay, lowering taxes, letting people keep the money that they earn is very important. And switching to a predominantly income tax driven economy, or like governmental economy, I guess you could say, instead of did I say income tax? A like spending tax, sales tax driven governmental economy rather than a income tax. Allows people to keep the money that they earn and decide what to do with it rather than being taxed immediately when they earn this. Allows people to have more money in their pocket, allows people to be able to deal with inflation better, and it allows people to have choice over and liberty over their own money. And again, libertarian economics don't fully work. And I don't fully agree with libertarian economics. I think that those principles are good. I think that to an extent we need a social safety net, but a very small social safety net specifically applied to those who don't have the ability to work more so than any other group. That is the overall, like a very basic description of how our taxing and overall economy should work. Christian Sharia is an oxymoron. Hunter is an idiot. Sharia is Muslim by definition. It's called a metaphor. It's called relating it to something else. Okay, what this guy is calling for is the Christian version of Sharia. Okay, I know you just joined or whatever, but that's what he is calling for. Beetle. I know that I'm still in an ad, but here's the thing. I have this crazy fucking idea for you, okay? You don't have to watch the ad that makes you be hungry if only you subscribe. It's a very simple solution. You don't think there should be food stamps for at-risk families? Again, I think that it should be a very small social safety net. I also think that it should be kind of phased out rather than a hard deadline. Okay, this is something that I agree kind of more with the left on. So I think that we should limit our social safety net, which I agree with the right on. However, I think it should be phased out, right? So if you're in a certain income bracket, yes, you have some of that safety net available to you, and then you get less and less as you get more and more money. That encourages people to, rather than rely on the social safety net and not be able to get out of it, that allows them to slowly get out of it rather than sitting in it and being scared to break that that like line of not being able to get resources anymore. Beatles, you're broke. Do you have Amazon Prime? Give me your fucking Prime sub, bitch.
Reason you sort of you excluded most of the reasons I said, which is fine. I understand. But once you add in all the reasons I said, unless you can find me another reason why crime is low there, that'd be interesting. Secondly, you said the reason why. Secondly, you said the reason why crime in America is heavy is because of poverty. Let me simply debunk this for you, right? Who do you think is more in poverty? People that live in Ghana or people that live in the inner cities? Who do you think fares worse?
I'm pretty sure you're going to say Ghana, but again, this is different. These are entirely different regions, okay? I'm talking about American poverty specifically. And we know this because you can see other people who, when they live in poverty, commit crimes, like white Italians when they first immigrated here, had higher...
I meant to say primarily. I don't know if I said only, then I misspoke. I meant to say primarily. Primarily for them, right? So that includes things like disabilities, okay? But again, the like social safety net in terms of food stamps should be phased out over time. Unemployment, for the most part, is lax in a lot of, at the very least, a lot of blue states. Again, I don't have personal experience with, or like I don't know people who have experience with the unemployment system in red states. However, being from a blue state, I know people who have experience with the unemployment system, especially in COVID era situations that are really still in effect, right? Right. The ease of getting unemployment that is still in effect from COVID in some blue states is idiotic. Okay. I know multiple people who were making more on unemployment than they were making at their job that they quit. Okay. I know people who are working part-time, not even like 20 hours a week, that were making more on unemployment than they were by working. That shit is fucking stupid. Okay. And it's someone who is not, it's people who are not unemployed. That shit is stupid. The fact that exists, that the system allows people to do that is fucking stupid, and it's a waste of money. Resend it, energy. I didn't see it. Just donate to the LGBT community. Hope they find a cure. Praying for you, brother. What do you mean by a cure, buddy? A cure to that mental illness? Yeah, so it's not a mental illness. Look at the DSM-5. It's not a mental illness, buddy. Would you like to expand? Mental illnesses are defined within the DSM-5, and homosexuality is not within the DSM-5. Would you like to expand on that one? The real issue is about enforcement and not about unemployment. Curious question. What do you mean enforcement? The fact that you can make more on unemployment than you can by working, even as a part-time worker who quits. Okay, unemployment should be only for people who are fired in the first of all. Okay, it should only be for people who are fired, and theoretically it is. But I know plenty of people who have gotten past that. That is an issue within the unemployment system. Okay. Mask off, leftist. Concept of human rights was invented by the CIA in the 1950s to sell crews. I mean, sort of. Sort of. I don't think the criteria changed, though, did it? It's not a mental illness. Is it in the DSM-5? What up? Is it in the DSM? DSM-5? If you're on so high, your eyes go. Yeah. Yeah, when I used to smoke, yeah. There's no one to enforce it and cut them off. I mean, unemployment is done by state primarily. It's done by state, so it definitely depends on the state there. That's why I said that, like, at least in blue states. But again, this comes with issues of the unemployment system, where it is given to people who should not be getting unemployment. From the same person. The myth of Nazi rape. What? What? I already opened it on stream. It doesn't matter. It's fine. You've had it in multiple states? Great. So you have admitted that there's issues within the system and that more people are getting it in both red and blue states than should. What up? What up? Here's the thing, buddy. Here's the thing. Mental illnesses are defined within the DSM-5. They're what do you call it? Fucking, what's it called when it is symptoms? Their symptoms are defined within the DSM-5. Homosexuality is not in the DSM-5. So you are just incorrect there. You're donating to no cause, considering there is no mental illness there. I don't think he's sarcastic, Beatles. He's been in here before. I didn't get a new chatter notification, but he's not in here enough for me to know him. So, but I feel like I remember something along these lines, to where he's not joking. I didn't say that the idea of unemployment is bad. I never said the idea was bad. I said that it needs to be scaled back. And there needs to be less people who get it, basically. Ooh, Beetle, what's the question you got, buddy?
Crime rates because they were living in poverty. When the poverty decreased, the crime decreased. Second of all, with you just said, until you can give me something better, it's fine to attribute it to the morals or the Sharia law. This is literally the fallacy of ignorance. That's what it's called, is where you're saying, because we don't have a better answer, I'm just going to stick to whatever my feelings tell me. This is the snowflake way to argue.
Okay, listen. It wasn't. Once again, you're trying to discredit an argument without any statistical evidence or anything to discredit an argument. You cited an article, but the statistics are in front of my face, and the reason I say that is because there are documentaries, there are things about it. Like, if you want to be honest, ask anybody that has been to the Middle East.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Let me finish. They will tell you it's because of the religious values. You can disagree. That doesn't make it untrue. I don't know what else to tell you, because this is just the truth. Maybe you don't know it, but it's okay. It's fine. And the reason I brought up Ghana is because poverty, but they have a near zero per 100,000 people murder rate. So if we go back to here, and you say is.
Yeah, hop on the Discord. Let's do it. Why not? Hop on the Discord, fucking hop into the waiting room, both of you, or at the very least, wow, I can't read your name on the thing that I actually look at chat on. The colors don't work. Kirby, hop onto the Discord waiting room and I'll pull you in. What's the point of donating then? There is no point of donating. What up? Gory suit. I might just linger. Lingerie. Yeah, you're burning. All right, give me 2 seconds to set this up so that I have my overlay in. Cool. All right. Hello?
What's up? What's up?
Fuck, you're loud as hell. Hold up. One sec.
Um,
Alright. What's up, man?
Is it better now? Is it?
Yeah,
not,
yeah. I just adjusted it on my side. You're good.
Okay, okay. All right. Yeah, so all right, it's just good that we can have like a one-on-one conversation because I don't know, it was kind of hard for me to
Yeah,
focus
having
on that.
conversations over the chats is stupid.
Yeah, okay. So you were watching Hunter Avalon's, is that who that was?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So and I wanted to know if you've seen his debate with Voss. Just a separate discussion, but it's a primer.
I might have. I don't know, dude. I watch a bunch of debates. I might have seen like a really old one between him and Vosh. If there is an old one, it was either that or it was Vosh and Destiny.
Okay, okay, okay. All right. So if you haven't, it's not really relevant. All right, all right. So you're a right-wing libertarian, although and I understand what you mean by that. You just you don't like taxes, and you like freedom. I mean, and you like individual rights. Is that right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. All right. So good to establish. So we were having that discussion earlier about the U.S. interventions into genocide, or in stopping genocides, obviously. And I don't know. I sort of wanted to push back on what you were saying earlier because, of course, it's true that we have the military capacity to intervene in these countries, but it's I think that you were painting a picture that made it seem as though it was easy to intervene in these countries, which is something that I would push back on it. I think it would cause a lot of it would take a lot of our resources or our capacities. But is that a correct assessment or no?
In relation to other things that the United States military does, it wouldn't take that much. Okay, you can take a couple of bases out of, for example, Germany. Okay, and you can easily make up for the resources that would be spent on a country such as Myanmar, right? Because I was citing specifically Myanmar, tiny country, tiny military, no fucking economic or political or military power, but they are committing this genocide, and it would be very easy in relation to other things. Okay, I'm not saying like easy in general, but in relation to other things that the United States military does, it would be easy.
Well, I mean, so compared to Iraq, you think it would be a lot easier?
Oh yeah, a million times easier.
And why do you think that?
The pure size of the power that these countries have, or that Myanmar has.
Because Myanmar has 1/3 the GDP of Iraq, and it doesn't have it has just as many people. It has, but in terms of the terrain, it would be very hard to go in and intervene. And I was making the case that a UN sanctioned intervention is the right way to go, not because you know, we can't intervene on our own. Of course we can, but in terms of making the case, a sustainable case for anti-genocide, there has to be a universality in order for it to be acceptable, not only to the international community, which we have plenty of partners in, of course, but also to the people themselves, you know. So what would you think about that?
I mean, it already, like there are multiple countries that have considered Myanmar a genocide that have just refused to do jack shit about it. There are multiple countries that have called out Myanmar and said stop, but that they stopped there. It's not a matter of acceptance as to whether it's genocide from these other countries. It's a matter of actually wanting to put in the effort to stop it. Because again, there is absolutely no economic gain from it. There is no gain in any way other than a moral stopping a genocide.
There is a gain from the perspective of the military-industrial complex, no?
I mean, not that much. Again, it's not that much more effort. It's not like we would have to draft people. It's not any of that shit. It's sending people. You could quite literally send probably like less than half of the people stationed overseas
I think
to
it's
Myanmar.
also good for the UN, and let me know if I cut you off too much, but I think it's also good just in terms of in limiting our responsibility, or not our responsibility, but our involvement. If the UN is involved, then we as an individual country have to expend less of our resources. I think that's
So
another
yes,
benefit of it.
yes. However, okay. So let's think about this for a second. There are, fuck, I forget the number. It's at least 160 countries that have, I believe, signed on to the Never Again Pact through the UN. How many of them have done shit about Myanmar?
None of them have
Exactly.
advocated for an intervention. I think
Exactly. The Never Again genocide is to not let this happen. It's not to call it out. It is to not let this happen. Okay? So if no other fucking country is gonna do it, the United States can be the first.
again, you can talk about being the first, but in this scenario, it wouldn't be really the first because we would be taking on an onus that would make the entire action deeply unpopular because of how unilaterally it was taken. A lot of global south countries object to this posture in general, and I don't think that we necessarily need to point to this one crisis where not enough is being done and say that it's not that there isn't a precedent for involvement there isn't a precedent for coalition building in stopping a genocide. I think Serbia is a good example of that, but I think that this is probably not the what I'm saying is, would you like to discuss something else? Is there something you would want to discuss, or because I'm thinking here that this is maybe not your strong suit or the part of politics that you're so interested in, or would I be wrong to say that?
I mean, intervening in genocide is something that matters to me, buddy. If something is a well-recognized genocide, there is no reason for the United States not. There's no moral reason for the United States not to intervene, or there is no moral reason for the United States, even in your worldview or your view of this. You want it to be a UN thing. There's no reason for the United States to, at the very least, not push for the UN to do something about it. But they have done none of this.
I agree with it. Well, it's not entirely true, but yes, it's for the most part true, and I would agree. Yeah, they should push for it in the UN. And that's been my position from the beginning. But I just thought that there were other parts of politics that you were more well versed in. Not that you don't care.
I mean, we can talk about taxes, we can talk about gun rights, we can talk about individual liberties, we can talk about state rights.
Okay.
Where do you want to go with this?
So I imagine you're pro gun rights?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's not really, I just wanted to check.
I am also pro legislation, or not legislation.
Restriction.
Licensing.
Okay, so I guess we would agree there, but yeah. So I think that would be a place where we could find agreement. So anyways, I was trying to talk to you earlier about the tax code, and I just wanted to hear a more I don't know. I wanted you to reiterate what you thought about Reagan tax cuts, Bush tax cuts. Do you think they've been good for the country or bad?
I'd have to look back at the specifics that they do, because I know about a million fucking tax cuts, and the names of them I don't fucking know. But I can tell you, just like off of the top of my head right now, is that tax cuts, especially for not corporations, are generally good. I think that cutting taxes at least a little bit, okay, because I am very much a person who believes that we have to find some sort of middle ground between Democrats and Republicans, or else nothing is going to ever get done, right? So some level of tax cuts, everyone can agree with some level of tax cuts, at least for one income bracket. Everyone can agree for that. So some level of tax cuts for everyone.
That's not true.
Everyone can agree with tax cuts, at least for the lowest earners.
That's not true. I mean, a lot of Republicans would disagree with that. There are some Republicans who believe in a flat tax rate, that everybody should pay the same amount, just for an example.
A lot of them think that should be lower than what it is now. So, some sort of tax cut. Okay, I don't specifically oppose a flat tax. What I think that needs to be done is getting rid of loopholes for taxes, but you don't need to raise taxes. You just need to get rid of the loopholes that people use to get around taxes. Okay. And then you have your fucking tax money. If you get rid of the loopholes, considering the top earners pay damn near all of the fucking taxes, all right? Get rid of the loopholes and lower the taxes a little bit, you'll be fine. On top of that, a flat tax rate, I see no issue with. Everyone paying their own fair share, right? That's what I see a lot of fucking liberals yelling about, all right? Fair share. A flat tax rate is quite literally a fair share. It's quite literally an equal share. But you would still have the rich paying more in taxes because they make more, so that flat tax rate would make them pay more.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna keep going. No, I mean I'm in great opposition to a flat tax rate because the truth is, if you think about it, it would demand that, let's say, if you have a 10% flat tax rate, right? You demand that if someone is making $1,000 a month pay up $100 when that amount of money is vital to him. It seems very cruel to construct a system in which this is what is required of people.
I don't think a flat tax rate should be that high.
So
I think the majority of tax income should come from sales tax.
Okay, so I misunderstood what you were saying earlier, but okay, just explain to me what do you think the income tax, the construction of what do you think the effective tax rate should be in America?
Effective tax rate? Well, I mean, I live in a state with no income tax, right? I think there should be. I see damn near, like, I understand the reasoning behind income tax. That's not what I'm saying here, but I see damn near no reason where we can't replace that, at least mostly, with things like income tax.
Wait.
Because income tax. What?
You said, okay, so you're pro income tax, you're anti sales tax. Is that right?
Did I just say that? I meant to say the other way around if I just said that.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'm pro sales tax.
I'm a couple shots in, buddy. Anyways, okay. I'm pro sales tax because you have to have some tax income. So pro sales tax, as little of an income tax as possible.
Okay, as little of an income tax as possible. And are you wary of the ways in which that disproportionately targets the poor?
Things like sales tax?
Yeah.
You would still have rich people paying more of the sales tax. You still have rich people paying more taxes.
It'd be a greater percentage of the poor's income.
It's like that with anything. Not with anything.
Course,
but you pay taxes on the money that you choose to put back into the economy. If you choose to save, if you choose to invest, you don't pay taxes.
When you're talking about food, when you're talking about essentials, when you're talking about rent, I mean, rent wouldn't strictly classify as sales, but there are plenty of things that are essential to poor people that seems like they would be paying a premium for in this system. That
they're paying the exact same amount as everyone else in quality.
It's equality in terms of the rate, but not in terms of the experience, because the rich have far more, and because of this, what they end up paying as a percentage when it comes to the sales tax is a lot less, because there is a petering off point at which you start to need a lot less, and once your basic needs are all met, you don't need to go out and spend as much anymore.
Yeah, but realistically, rich people do still continue to go out and spend. Obviously, there are outliers. There are rich people who live the life of quote-unquote poor people, like that live very frugally.
That is
but realistically, a lot of them will continue to go out and spend more and pay more into the sales tax.
See, it's
You buy nicer things, okay? You buy from even at like the basic level, okay? Tend to buy from nicer grocery stores. Tend to do things like pay for DoorDash, for example, right? Tend to buy slightly nicer car. Tend to buy slightly nicer everything, which increases the cost of that thing, which increases the amount of tax that they would be paying.
Look, the truth is that that like yes, of course there is always a scaling up, but the fact is that it's not linear. It's not even close. It's more what is it? I forget what the graphical term for it is, but it's not linear, and it does peter off, and there's a base level at which this does target poor people more. But I think the truth is that the richest people in our society, the ideological argument that can be made for them having to pay in more to this society is that they're what they've succeeded in doing, what they've succeeded in creating, is a product of the success of the society. It's a product of the fact that the society literally keeps the peace. It, in some cases, like for example, I know this is an extreme example, but when it comes to the computer, well, that's a technology that was implemented in the military before it was widely adopted. Now you have multinational corporations that stake their claim to large amounts of profits based on the ideology that great CEOs made this happen, that it wasn't, that it was solely a product of innovation, but that's not true. There are a lot that these companies are that there are a lot about these companies that can be traced back to the effort of the public. What would you have to say about that?
So yeah, effort of the public is super important. But do you know what needs to happen to make that effort and that the like first invention of a computer into a realistic solution for example, millions of Americans to own a computer? Do you know what that takes?
Takes effort, sure.
It takes more than effort. It takes monetary ability. It takes an investment. It takes willingness for this to fail. It takes the ability for someone to invest money and have this fail. Someone could lose their entire life savings because I thought that this was going to work and then it didn't work. That is what owners, founders of companies gain. And that is what their work is, aside from other things. But that is what it is. It is taking on that risk that everyone else does not take on because they don't have the ability or they don't have the drive to do so.
Well, it's not that I don't believe in disproportionate reward, but I think the extent to which we have it in our society is too much.
I think that if someone is the first person to think up a great idea, they shouldn't be rewarded for that great idea.
Well, again, it's not about them being the first person as much. When you think about a company like Microsoft, for example, a lot of people and a lot of work went into that product, those products. A man has a claim to the entire company because he founded it, but it is not necessarily in direct proportion to the amount of work that a person put in. It's
not about work. It's about work, risk, and smarts. All of those combined create your income.
Sure, but the truth is that since Bill Gates founded the company Microsoft, he is able to now, no, I'm not a commie, he is able to now stake a claim to all of the following income that that company makes,
Because none of that would have happened without him.
you can say that, but the truth is that that is not a justification for not rewarding the employees who work at the company. And just to further underscore what I was saying,
You're talking about Microsoft employees who are paid an exponentially high amount compared to, for example, minimum wage. You are making a bad point by bringing up Microsoft. Microsoft workers generally in the United States, especially at Microsoft offices, are paid very well. Okay, with their headquarters in Seattle, for example, which I live and work very close to. At my old job where I was a job coach, right? I worked with people who worked at Microsoft. Your point, they pay for a server or for basically a cashier at their food court. They pay over $10 over minimum wage. You are making a very bad point with Microsoft, my friend.
I mean, it's just illustrative. It's not necessarily related to the company itself. It's just the first one I could think of. But I did want to say that you were making a point about how none of this would have happened were it not for his work. But none of this would have happened were it not for the initiative that the military took in creating the first computer.
The military didn't create the first computer. It was colleges.
Right. Well, okay. It's MIT created the first computer, but it was in collaboration with the military, no? So
it's for them, I believe, but it was mostly MIT professors and students.
Okay. Well, all right. So, anyways, so you don't think that because of the fact that that our funding, our collective effort went into supporting the construction of this device, that we should have some sort of ability to receive receive what we sow?
Do you saying the public hasn't gotten any benefit from the creation of a computer?
Not that we haven't gotten any benefit, but I think that the whole idea that it's detached from... Well, okay, see, you've been building this narrative that it's an individual effort, and so we should get, a reward commensurate with that. But I think that the truth is that it is also a product of the public, and I think that that is not being recognized properly.
Computers in general are. Computers in general are. But at the same time, computers in general are not patented. There's things like parts that are patented that people and engineers that work for companies and such, those are patented. Those are what create the individual product. You have like the big creators being Microsoft and Apple, right? You have those two who created their own pieces of this. Okay. They created their own special version of this. They created advancements within this that the public did not create. They created these companies. So the public should not be getting the public should not be getting general benefits from what an individual company does other than the products of that company. And if you have bought into the company, then yeah, you get, like, for example, stock benefits from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's different. But the you were just in a similar line of thought to how, since Bill Gates founded the company, he should be able to reap some of the rewards. Since we, as a nation, helped to promote, create some of the technology that went into making that additional technology a success, we should have a claim to some of the money at least. I don't think that it should be not to inconsiderate of the individual efforts. That's not what I'm advocating for. But I do think
So what specifically do you think that the everyday American should get? What are you saying that the everyday American should get?
I think that we should be able to crack down on international tax havens, ensure that the richest of the rich are taxed at least taxed at the current rate. I mean, I would like to see an increase on that rate, but I mean, at the very least, if we could start to see a tax on these individuals finally come into effect, that
Great,
would be...
so you and I have already both agreed on that, right? I think the loopholes should be taken out of laws. You and I already both agree on that.
That's true, but you did ask, so I thought it was relevant to bring up.
I mean, you brought up like the specific case and stuff as if this is something that we disagree on. We don't. Loopholes should be gone. We both agree on that.
Well, I mean, I would like to see an increase in the tax rate, so I guess that's where you and I would disagree.
Why? Why an increase in the tax rate rather than making people actually pay the current tax rate? Because every time that we increase the tax rate, it doesn't really do all that much, considering the amount of people that just go through the loopholes anyways.
Well, okay, so the thing is, it would just be both as opposed to just one. So, I mean, I'd want to be able to first like shore up the loopholes, but I'd also want to be able to increase the tax rate. If we could first shore up the loopholes and then be able to increase the tax rate, then that would be good.
What would you want to increase to?
So I just want to have it right before I make a claim. I just want to be 100% sure before I...
Just like a general idea.
I think that the top marginal tax rate should be... Well, see, I'm not... I don't know. It's not like something that I'd be so firm on, but I would think maybe 60%, something like that would be appropriate.
What's your rationale for 50%?
I said 60%.
Oh, 60. Sounds like 50.
Yeah. No, yeah. But I would... It's just because I think that when we had a greater degree of when we had a higher tax rate, I think that the country was better functioning in a lot of ways. I think there are a lot of things that we need to promote within our country, such as education, such as universal healthcare, such as the law. I mean, sorry. So yeah. I don't know. I think that in order to do those things, we're going to need to increase the tax rate. I'm not unaware of that.
So are you talking on a federal level or on a state level?
On a federal level, definitely.
So generally, like education and such are done on a local level and on a state level for like universities and such.
I know, but I mean, you and I both know that the federal government...
Sorry, just pause a second. I just gotta follow, and it's loud, and I can't hear you. Okay. Continue now.
All right. I think I was gonna say that the federal government does give out tax grants, or not tax grants, just grants for a lot of schools that educate. But I think yes, like in general, I was aware of the contradictions when I was making that example. Still, I made it just because it's one example of the many things that we need to do in the country. So yeah, I mean, universal healthcare would probably be the best example.
Yeah, I mean, universal healthcare is one where I think that it should be an opt-in system. I understand the benefits of
You
universal
believe in
healthcare.
a public option, then?
Yeah, I believe in a sense of universal healthcare where you can opt in, say, it's just like, for example, every like 5 years or something. And for that next 5 years, you get access to the like universal healthcare. It's not super high level healthcare, right? You're not getting like the fancy extra treatments or anything, but you're getting healthcare. You can opt into that. You then have to pay the taxes for that. If you opt out of that, you don't get access to that. You have to have private insurance or pay out of pocket, and you don't have to pay the taxes on that.
Well, okay, so the thing, healthcare becomes like a very complicated discussion. But what I wanted to advocate is that instead of, I think a public option can greatly hamstring a universal program, not just in terms of electoral possibility, but also in terms of the actual program itself. I think that having universality in terms of negotiation, in terms of medical providers, can really
That's what I
help.
include. That's what I include when I say universal healthcare. It's quite literally universal healthcare. The government has the ability to negotiate. You have access to all providers, but you don't. The only thing that is left out of it is the special over-the-top treatments and stuff.
Oh, so okay, because
but it is an opt-in system. Yeah, it's an opt-in or opt-out, including opting in or opting out of the taxes for it.
No, but okay, so if you can opt out, then that means you can completely recuse yourself from the system. No?
From the universal system, yeah.
So, okay, so again, wouldn't it still, if there is still an opt-in system, then wouldn't you still have this issue of the government not being able to negotiate completely, of there still being doctors tied to specific providers, of there still being all these issues?
Again, like I said, so the universal healthcare, the doctors have to accept the universal healthcare. It's universal healthcare. Okay, as with any like private insurance company, the government has the ability to negotiate prices and such. You just have the option of going private and not paying the taxes on that. It's basically like on a very basic level, it is another insurance company, but every doctor takes the insurance company. So that would really be and you can opt in, opt out as with any other insurance company.
Okay, and okay, so this is a lot like Obamacare now. So how would you distinguish this plan from that one?
Obamacare, I believe, had some economic level implications.
Yeah. So that's the only way in which you distinguish?
That would be the main thing, in that it is universal. It is any doctor. You pay like a percentage or whatever of your income for the tax, and it's opt in, opt out.
Okay. All right. So I would want to do more research before I like into the weeds on a healthcare discussion. But well, there's an ad right now. Should I?
Just keep talking. Just ignore the ad. Yeah, it goes for everyone, but I just ignore them because I'd be stopping too often. I'd just be cutting thoughts short if I tried to listen to it every time.
Okay, well, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I think there's a lot of things, and one major argument that I wanted to levy is that just in terms of social cohesion, it's a lot higher when you have a higher tax rate, when you're ensuring that people can get unemployment, when you're ensuring that and not to say that everything that was done during COVID was correct, but when you're okay, when you're when you're making sure that people are not socially disenfranchised, when you're making sure that people are able to take advantage of social mobility, when you're ensuring that people can get good healthcare, so on and so forth.
So the healthcare is covered already. We already talked about that. So what do you think that a 60% income tax federally would do
Well, the thing is,
for?
okay, one thing is that you are a Republican. So you're advocating for a system, but this is nothing close to what the Republicans would advocate for.
Yeah, it aligns. It's a mix of all of them. But like I said, I agree more with what the Republicans in terms of what I find the most important in that policy, in policies. I side more with the Republicans.
Okay, so I guess this is probably where I can drill down a lot more on. So you're a Republican, and you don't find Iraq to be deeply problematic in terms of how it ballooned our debt.
I already said it was
Afghanistan
problematic.
too, but okay, but don't you think that it's such a significant wedge issue, such a significant thing that really fundamentally changed the course of our country, that it should be treated with a different weight, such that anyone who self-identifies as libertarian would find that they could not support such a party that created so much debt with that conflict?
There is not any party in the United States that has not created debt. Okay, every party has fucked up. I go off of the ideals of each party, the overall arguments of each party. There are obviously mistakes that both parties have made.
It's not just about their ideals, it's about how they actually function. And I think the truth is that the Republicans claim to be the party of fiscal responsibility. You can be a right-winger, right? But and it's fine if you have those ideals. But voting Republican does disastrous things to our debt, because Republicans never adhere to the economic principle of raising taxes during times of a good economy, something that is widely agreed upon by economists to be good for the economy. Republicans always are trying to cut the social safety net in terms of even Medicare at times, oftentimes. A lot of different programs. I mean, you've heard people talk about shutting down the Department of Energy, so on and so forth. And I think that your vision for the country is really a lot more similar to someone like what Pete Buttigieg would advocate for, maybe save for something like gun rights. I don't know.
So, have I ever said that I wanted taxes to raise at all?
No, but it's
exactly.
not like...
And I want funding to be cut. Okay? And I've already talked about places where funding can be cut. Okay, for example, again, this specific point doesn't necessarily go with Republicans, but it doesn't go with Democrats either. Okay? The opt-in healthcare for all doesn't go with either party, but it does reduce spending. Okay? It also allows for the ability to reduce taxes. Yes, universal healthcare reduces spending.
Yeah, but it's not universal. This is a public option.
Yeah, but theoretically it would. There's no reason that it wouldn't work the same.
I mean,
we spend more on a GDP level for healthcare than most countries with universal healthcare. In the world, yeah. Yeah. So there's no reason why it wouldn't reduce spending. Okay. It also allows for that opt-in portion for liberty. Okay. And then that would also allow for taxes to be lowered, especially for those who opt out. Again, goes on a liberty fundamental. And then there are many, like I've talked about, social safety nets, specifically unemployment, that are far too vast, that would also cut spending and allow for taxes to either be dropped or stay the same.
Are those the fundamental issues in which you see yourself as being more of a Republican? The is that really the only issue? The unemployment?
Taxes, gun control, the overarching idea of states' rights, things like that. So like I think abortion should be up to the states, for example. I am pro-choice, but I think it should be up to the states.
Okay, can you expand on that?
I'm pro-choice, but it's a healthcare decision, which has, in large part, been left up to the states already. The Supreme Court said that in Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade was shit law, and Dobbs fixed that.
Okay, so you like Dobbs. All right, but but don't you think that you don't think that Roe v. Wade had the right of it when it said that so you're pro-choice, so do you not agree with Roe v. Wade's
legal
thesis?
reasoning? I don't agree with their legal reasoning.
Okay, that's fine, but do you agree with their thesis?
The idea that abortion should be allowed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that abortion should be. I think that abortion should be allowed up until viability.
Okay, and so if in your perfect world, there would be a constitutional amendment for this. Is that right? It's just
maybe. I'm kind of split on that one, but as of right now, up to the states.
Okay, because it's just based on a belief in rules. Is that right? Or
a belief that we should give the states as much power as possible and as little in the federal government as possible. And this is just one example where it can be left up to the states.
So, okay. Let me see. I just wanted to, I don't know. I guess if someone else wants to hop in or ask questions, I see there's a Ukrainian. So, I don't know. If he wants to ask questions.
He probably won't hop into Discord. Most of the Ukrainians and Russians that join won't do shit.
Okay.
I'm just lingering.
Yeah, then there's Beetle. Beetle just wants to hear because he has shitty internet, so he can't watch my stream very well.
Is that? Yeah, I don't know. I think that the rationale for states' rights, while supported in our Constitution, does not functionally work as far as like nation building. I think that the reality is that the institution of the United States of America really makes this whole country work, as opposed to.
So I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. On a principle level, do you think that democracy is important?
Yes.
Okay. What level do you have the most representation in? State or federal?
Local, but
exactly. Yeah, the closer local you get, the more representation. That's why I am strong for states' rights, because it allows the people of that state to have a representation, more of a representation.
No, but in the modern world, more and more and more national issues are affecting the lives of people. You can, but it's not as though.
What makes you consider things? What is your framework for a national issue?
Right, so nothing strictly breaks down in that way, but I'll explain what I mean. You are beginning to have more and more corporations like Amazon, for example, that exploit the fact that plenty of cities would love to have Amazon in any of their in their city so that they could provide jobs, right? There's always this sweepstakes for an Amazon headquarters that comes up, or any big company, right?
Yep.
But the truth is that Amazon as an institution owes its success to America as a society. It should not be able to take advantage of so cruelly the desires of a city legislature to get jobs in their city. when it has a debt to pay to the entirety of America. That is one
So
issue.
why do you think Amazon has a debt to pay to the entirety of America?
Well, because its successes are based on our market, its successes in terms of its supply chain infrastructure can be in part, well, I mean almost entirely, not almost entirely, it's hard, but are in part as a result of our work in creating an infrastructure.
Do you mean in terms of like roads, planes, trains? You mean like actual infrastructure?
Trains, I mean a lot of things, yeah, but you know, you'd start there in terms of listing things.
That these companies pay to ship things across these methods of transportation, right? Again, I don't know exactly if Amazon is one of them. Amazon is probably
like
one of the companies that doesn't pay at least as much as they should in taxes, which again, we both agree that should be changed. The loopholes should be taken away.
Well, okay, I just want to remind, it's about, you asked me what makes me think about things a lot more in terms of national. Well, this is one of those things. It's
Yeah,
not
but
about
I'm
the
asking for an
thing.
explanation of this one, considering when like Microsoft came up, for example, your explanation kind of fell through. That's why I'm asking for a solid explanation so that we can actually have a grounds to talk about here.
No, I'm saying this is a national issue because Amazon's success is not, you know, principally concerning the cities that it deals with. It's concerning all of America. It's working inside of the entirety of America. It's using all of America's infrastructure. It's using, and so when I say infrastructure, I mean the trains that it uses. I mean the roads that it uses. I mean the internet that America helped to create. All those things.
So do you think, for example, like the mom and pop shop down the street also owes their success to the American people? And
Yes,
should somehow pay their success to the American people? How do you suppose they should I guess
because I'm not gonna
give that back?
Make the mom and pop. I'm not gonna make the mom and pop you know, pay tremendous amounts of money. They are already paying us back in terms of the jobs they create. Same thing with Amazon.
So why does Amazon's jobs themselves not pay back, but the mom and pop shop does?
No, did you hear what I said? I said same thing with Amazon, but Amazon is a company that gets, you know, high profit margins. It's extremely profitable. You can look at the mom and pop shop and you can understand that a lot of what it creates goes back into the economy. And a lot of what it creates is there's just there's not a high margin on it. I mean, that's the reality of it.
Fine, let's talk like a mom and pop internet shop that doesn't have a storefront. Generally, stores without a storefront have a pretty high margin of a pretty high like
is that
profitability
true?
margin. Yeah, because they don't have to pay for the brick and mortar shop. It tends to be at least higher than if they had a brick and mortar shop. That is one of the keys to Amazon's success, is that there is no brick and mortar shops. Now there is. Now they have like Amazon bookstores and Amazon groceries, but that's because they've already reached that level of success.
I know, but recently I know that the vendors have been getting squeezed, you know, like because of supply chain weaknesses and whatever. Like I know it's been harder to make a living.
And that's hit Amazon as well.
I'm like, yeah, it has hit Amazon as well, but I'm not like, anyways, it's like sort of like a weird thing to have an argument about. It's just, I think
what I'm trying to illustrate is one, why the mom and pop shop is different from Amazon in your mind, and also why you think what more you think needs to be paid back.
I think that so we talked about taxes. So I mean, as if we could shore up tax loopholes, that would go a long way to doing that. But I think that you're raising this issue of doesn't Amazon already pay back? And I think the answer is no, it doesn't. And the mom and pop does, you know? It does pay back. It does pay back to the community. I don't know. I think this can be displayed in terms of how the mom and pop pays income taxes. The mom and pop, you know, beyond just servicing the community, it pays its taxes. It helps create the community in a way that's not absentee. You know, as compared to Amazon, which is
Like it goes back to that thing of you have yet to mention something that isn't covered in what I've already said that I want.
No, but the only reason I'm explaining this is because you asked me, what do you see that is a national issue?
Yeah, but if we go back to this, right? Because we were talking about like 60% income tax rate, for example, like you said.
Yeah.
Right, and how this would help with things that are national issues. But you have yet to actually tie that all back together in a way that what I've already proposed doesn't do already.
Well, look, it's just in reference to how the Amazon question is a national issue. It's not something that is affecting a locality and so should be concerning the locality. I don't want to belabor this because maybe I'm not making the best point. And if you have like a schedule and you want to like sign off, that's cool.
Nah, I don't care. We can go as long as we want.
Okay. So yeah, anyways,
Beetle, shut up, no one asked.
like the national, I don't know how to specifically, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying that in terms of a national economy, I'm just saying that we live in a world that's governed by a national economy. We make a lot of what concerns the lives of everyday American people is occurring on a national scale in terms of the stock market, in terms of national housing prices, in terms of multinational corporations. So I think that that's why I talk about governing on a national level as opposed to governing on a state level.
Okay. I mean, yes, but a lot of issues that you bring up are handled locally. Like the federal government just does not handle those issues. I think that's where the problem comes in, is that a lot of issues that you bring up are just handled locally. That's how the United States is organized. So I don't know necessarily what you want to happen federally to fix those.
Well, okay, so for one, I would advocate for universal healthcare, which would be significant in terms of the taxes that it would require. Then I would advocate for more federal grants for education. I understand that it's currently conducted locally, but I would want it to be promoted more nationally. And we can just then I believe in national investments in energy infrastructure, because and that's something to where that I'm more open to hearing.
I believe we already
arguments of
have national investments in energy infrastructure.
no, I know, but I mean, and look, the extent to which we're doing it now is positive, but I think for a long time we were neglecting it, so I think it's
Wait,
an important point to raise in that sense.
I have a question. This is like semi a side note. What is your opinion on nuclear energy?
It's good. It's not a cure-all, but it's good. I think there are a lot of problems as far as the sourcing of the uranium. I think that if you were to like fully convert to nuclear energy, there would be a serious issue, because I don't think we have the amount of uranium to do that. I think that is at least what I saw last time I looked into it. I could be wrong about it. And I think what it was saying was that we would have to do deep sea mining of uranium for uranium, and that's doesn't, and the technology there is not particularly developed. But look, I believe in nuclear energy um for not just major metropolitan hubs, for cities, for cities. But again, it's not a cure all, and it's but it's definitely just, it's more than just a stepping stone. It's like a pillar on which we can build.
Solid, solid. Thank you. A lot of lefties don't like nuclear energy for some reason, or at least a lot of the ones that I talk to here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not perfect though. I don't like the extent to which it's like viewed as a perfect solution, but it is very good when we're talking about cities.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but in terms of like clean energy or cleaner energy options, it is.
Yeah, and you take it
really the best one we have.
In terms of like the political football, it's so much better because you have so much problems with people as far as like coal. It's like if you start, like, the thing is, like, nuclear is not going to take away from solar. It'll take away from coal, so it's good.
Yeah. Okay. So going back to federal issues, so you think that there should be more education grants, and did you want more energy grants, or?
Well, I'd have to look into it more before I say.
So then what? As of right now, like, what would you call?
As of right now, no. I'm not necessarily an advocate for that. I think I am like tentatively in favor of it, but it's not something that I would go out on a limb for because it's not something I really looked into. At the same time, though, I think it's an important point to raise when we're talking about policy initiatives as far as the next 10, 20 years. And I also think that it's important to bring up another thing that I want to bring up is that, like, increased taxation in general would help to service the debt, which for a long time wasn't a serious issue in this country. It's now become one.
Lower spending would also help with that.
Well, not necessarily. It's more complicated than that, because if we're talking about lower spending, right? You raise the issue of employment. Like, if you're giving people money for unemployment, they are going to go out there and spend that money on items. It's not in the same way that they would if they were, working a job. But
I mean, again, I'm gonna go back to the point of I quite literally know people who made more on unemployment than they did working. I know people who saved over $5,000 on unemployment, not working.
I'm aware of these stories, and so it's telling that you live in Washington, because that is a place with the crazy high housing market, and people are still able to do that. So it is somewhat remarkable. But look, the extent that's occurring, that's good. But the thing is, I'm just trying to raise the point that it's not as simple as cutting expenses. Yes, like cutting fat, sure, but cutting expenses, not necessarily.
Why?
Well, if I mean, it's just
if if it's as simple as increasing taxes, why is it not as simple as cutting spending?
Because there's a knock-on effect as far as well, okay, it is when you increase. It isn't as simple when it comes to increasing taxes. To service the debt. I don't want to say that. I don't want to adhere to that belief. But because it's not true, austerity is bad. But there are specific contexts in which increasing the tax rate can give you an increased amount of tax revenue, which can help you to service the debt in terms of and does this in a way that does not take away from your GDP development, at least insofar as it's still a positive thing to do. And so yes, that's why I would advocate for it in general. Now, in this economic moment, this very economic moment, no, I wouldn't. Not exactly, but there comes a point where it's important to talk about these things because in the very near future, it should be on our policy table list. And I don't think it's going to be. I think it's important to bring up because you're voting Republican.
Yeah, I'm voting Republican because I disagree with that. Because I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to increasing taxes and keeping the same amount of spending, yeah, that has an effect. Or even increasing spending and increasing taxes more, yeah, that has an effect on the debt. But there's no real way to say that has more of an effect on the debt than just reducing spending and keeping taxes the same.
There is a way to say. I mean, that's what economists do.
Yeah, and there's plenty of economists that agree with me as well.
Look, we'd have to actually get into the weeds of that economics argument. I don't know if there's really plenty of economists that would agree with you, but look, I'm not gonna have an economics debate right now because I don't think it'd be. I don't think I'm well read enough, and I don't think it would even formulate itself well.
Okay, so we can move past economy then, because I mean we're probably just gonna end up going in circles from now on economy then.
Yeah.
Is there any other specific issues or general issues that you want to talk to me about?
Well, yeah, I think let me see if I can still have this. No, I think it's gone. But earlier, I remember we were talking about gay rights, and I completely disagree with you about it being a non-issue because I think that.
Hello? You just went silent.
Man wants to get married to another poor gay man in Texas,
Wait,
right?
can you repeat that? You just cut out that entire time. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so
Yo.
saying that a poor.
Okay.
If you can think about people in a who are poor and gay, or in a relationship. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. So thinking about people who are poor, gay, in a relationship. What is happening, bro? Beatles, is he cutting out for you too, Beatles?
No, I know I'm cutting out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. I don't know why you keep cutting out. Try again. Try that whole last statement you made again.
Hello? Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
No, we can hear you. Okay, no, it's still cutting out.
Just saying, if you're poor and you're gay relationship.
Dude, what? Why do you keep cutting out?
Maybe Discord doesn't want us to hear what he has to say.
Discord doesn't like his points. Oh, he's back. Dude, you keep cutting out. Can you try disconnecting and then joining back into the waiting room, and I'll pull you back in, see if that fixes it?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So try disconnecting. Beetle, shut the fuck up. Try. There you go. No, he needs to actually disconnect. Jesus Christ. Wait, one sec, Beatles. Oh no, he did actually disconnect. Okay, he actually disconnected. We're good. Let's pull him back in. See if it worked. Nope, he's gone again. What the fuck? I hate Discord, bro.
Huh.
Beatles, what do you think about the conversation so far?
Stuff is being said. I know that.
Stuff is, in fact, being said. You got that shit, right?
He's making some, kind of sus points, but I'm half listening, so.
Wow, you asked to be in the call and you're only half listening. All right,
Well,
let's take it back. Yeah, I'm gonna pull him back in. Don't talk shit. Hello? Burner. Kirby. Discord just fucking hates us today.
What if he's just fucking with us?
I
He's just
doubt he
staying this
is.
long.
I doubt he
Oh.
is. I hope not. All right. I'm just gonna peace on this conversation then, because I'm not gonna waste too much time on just waiting for Discord to work.
Well, all right.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that. He is alone in the room now, because I don't know why that wasn't working. But I guess that is the end of that conversation. Discord's just weird as hell. Anyways, let's continue. Shit, I died? Bro, what? Fucking zombie? Okay. Somehow I forgot to pause my game during all of that, but that's fine. We can move past that. Back on topic. We haven't been on topic for a while. That was weird, Beatles. We're still in this Hunter Avalon debate, alright? We still have to finish this fucking Hunter Avalon debate. So, let's get into it. Let's see what... I'm gonna go back a little bit just to, like, have a reminder of what the fuck we're talking about. I'm gonna go back, like, 45 seconds. Just so we can remember where the fuck we were, because we haven't been on this in a while. Alex said I have to stream for 8 hours. 2 more hours, guys? We're going for 2 more hours.
This is the snowflake way to argue.
Okay, listen. It wasn't. Once again, you're trying to discredit an argument without any statistical evidence or anything to discredit an argument. You cited an article, but the statistics are in front of my face, and the reason I say that is because there are documentaries, there are things about it. Like, if you want to be honest, ask anybody that has been to the Middle East.
I'm
why
not
is it so safe?
disagreeing with you.
Let me finish. They will tell you it's because of the religious values. You can disagree. That doesn't make it untrue. I don't know what else to tell you, because this is just the truth. Maybe you don't know it, but it's okay. It's fine. And the reason I brought up Ghana is because poverty, but they have a near zero per 100,000 people murder rate. So if we go back to here and you say is poverty, I would be silly to say that poverty doesn't play any role in it. But if you talk to these kids in Chicago, I do all the time. I have podcasts talking to them. They will tell you that they'll do it anyway. Like the reason they're having, and I'm using Chicago as a specific example. Obviously, there may be different cases in different areas.
I mean, it's a mix of poverty and culture. Poverty creates a culture. There are also other cultures involved that tend to be in poverty. It's kind of like a joint relationship there. But poverty creates culture, and culture just is culture. And those influence someone's rates of committing crimes. Right, so if you're from a culture that doesn't really care that much if you commit crimes, or if you're from a culture that thinks that it's cool if you commit crimes, obviously, you're going to be committing more crimes. That was a fucking werewolf, I think. I don't know. It's fucking modded Minecraft. Who the fuck knows?
But in Chicago, it's really just about get back. You killed one of my friends, I want to kill you. You or your friends, and that's how it goes back to back. They tell you in the music, they tell you in interviews that it's not solely about poverty. These kids literally, this is just what they want to know. Now we could argue about the root to that. If they were brought up in a different area, a different part of the country, would it be different?
I'm sure there's cultural stuff that plays a role there as well.
Yeah,
of course, but.
Yeah, I'm not saying poverty doesn't play a role at all, but I think people overestimate the role that poverty plays in the crime, if that makes sense.
So then why is it that in America, at least, when you see people living in poverty, they have higher crime rates, but then when they're not in poverty, the crime goes down? It's not a causal thing, to be clear. I'm not saying if you are poor, you will then commit crime. However, if you're living in a neighborhood that is disproportionately poor, you're in a lower socioeconomic situation. It is more likely that crime will take place there as well.
This is
if there's
true.
more crime, that increases poverty, and it becomes a vicious cycle. So poverty is something that plays a big role in criminal activity. So if we could work to reduce the crime in some ways, then we could, or reduce the poverty, we would then see a decrease in the crime as well. This is just a sociological fact at this point. When you say ask anybody, the crime rates are lower over there, ask anybody isn't really a very compelling argument, but even more so, I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm saying fine, I would have to look it up to be sure, but for the sake of argument, fine, I'll concede. Yes, the crime rates are lower over there. But again, you would need to demonstrate why that is. This is why when people try to say, look, America's more depressed nowadays, clearly it's because the gays or something, it's just incorrect.
This is one of those times where Hunter gets it fucking right.
Sure, but the problem does not tell you the cause of that problem, and you're applying the cause. Or in this case, you're applying the solution. You're saying, well, it's got to be because of Sharia law. We don't know that.
Okay, so just to respond, the first thing you said, I agree 80% on. So now we find some common ground, right? I agree 80% when you're talking about poverty and things of that nature. The only issue here is I agree with the last part. I believe that if you change the culture,
Your Wi-Fi bugging? Do you want to try Discord again?
if you change the culture,
Do you think it'll
I feel
work?
like that would change. That would change the issues going on because I mean, there's gonna be people that live in poverty. This is reality of anywhere in the world. So when you look at other cultures that are in poverty, even poverty, they still commit crime less than people that look like me do.
Yeah, I'm down to try Discord again.
Fact.
I'm
So
just
the question
waiting
is,
for
how
your
do you fix
answer.
that? Well, poverty is part of it. I think culture plays a larger role, in my opinion. Not in my opinion, from my experience, also, which that's anecdotal, so who cares? The second thing you said, is the president right here is faulty logic because blamed it on gays. Well, it's not because of gays. What makes it scarier in this country is that people with higher median household incomes, including the men's, like white men, have a higher rate of suicide. And Hispanics, when you account for everything, have a sort of similar rate of suicide. Native American men have a
It's actually a very interesting fact that is kind of interesting that you tend to have higher suicide rates to an extent. There are obviously external or other considerations here, and there is an evening out point, but there's like a higher suicide rate of generally like upper class people than lower class people, which is like an interesting stat. Take it how you will. I just think it's interesting. Also, would love if someone else wanted to get involved in the conversation. You're asking a bunch of people at like 2 in the morning if they want to hop on the Discord. The answer is probably going to be no. Sometimes we have some of our chatters in here who like to join the Discord. Right now, I think most of them are gone. So we can join back on the Discord, but it's just going to be you and I.
I think a higher rate of suicide than white men. Black people don't have a high suicide rate or a high depression rate compared to other races. But the reason for that is it has to be morality. What else could it be? Like, I would understand back in the days of war, the suicide rate peaked, depression rate peaked a little bit when people come back home from war. That makes sense, right? I mean, of course, who wouldn't be? We look at America now, right? This is you said earlier, this is the America you like. Freedom, woo!
I didn't say this is the America I like. I said that I think that America's headed in a decent direction, and I definitely would prefer where this America's going, as long as there's less people like you in charge, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, of course. But
I'm happy though. I've never been depressed in my life.
Well, are you talking about the higher depression rate among gay people and trans people, or are you talking about it just generally in America?
No, so it's two different things. So when you get to gay people and trans people, they have higher depression rates and suicide rates than normal people. But even when you get to normal people in this country,
Hello, Alex. What?
Normal people have higher depression and suicide rates versus other countries. Yeah,
Sure. I mean, I think some of that though can be.
Wait, what,
to,
Alex? What happened?
I'm not anti-capitalist, but there are certainly elements of capitalism that I think can.
Did I miss a chat?
Exacerbate some of the depression and some of the suicidality. I mean, you can look at Japan, for example, where they have very rigid type of you need to be working.
Wait, Alex, what's up?
Productivity is like the #1 most important thing. And the
whoa,
suicide rates
whoa. Did I miss a redeem? Oh, I did miss a redeem. I'm sorry. My bad. I did not see it. Okay. She's gonna be so mad. She's asleep right now. Your baby girl is asleep right now. Okay, I'm gonna give her the nicest of wake-ups. Hi, baby. Good morning. She got butt scratches to wake her up. All right. Let's get her up here then. Come here. Good girl. She's learning how to sit on the swivel chair pretty fucking well. Okay, you gotta talk to the microphone. Talk to the microphone. Do you have anything to say to the microphone? Okay, there you go. Hey, Bailey. Alex said, hello, my sweet love bug. I miss you. Do you have anything to say? Say it to the microphone. Do you have anything to say? I don't think she has anything to say to you. Yeah, we woke you up for a treat. Okay. You ready to go back on the couch? You can go back to bed? Would you like to go back on the couch? Hold on. Fine, I'll just sit on you. We'll see how that goes. I can just sit on you. She's gone. I win. Alright. Sorry if you just saw her butt. I don't know if it was sticking out far enough, but she was stretching and sticking out her butt. Anyways. Let's continue. I'm putting my feet up, or my knees up, whatever the fuck you call it.
Well, now, I'm sure you know what I'm going to say already about gay people and trans people with higher suicide rates is that a lot of it is because of discrimination, which is why when you see trans people or gay people who are accepted by the family, their likelihood of committing suicide goes down.
All right, so just to respond to both
Consider
points,
strange, Koshi.
the
Go.
capitalism point you made, even though you said you're not against capitalism, my pushback to that is sort of a pushback because Native Americans is a different conversation. Well, Native Americans is totally different, so no, it is a complete pushback. When you look at Hispanics and Black people, especially Black people who have lower median household incomes than white and Hispanics in this country, we have the lowest depression rate and the lowest suicide rate. And you say the discrimination is the reason for high suicide for gays and trans people, but now you are talking out of both sides of your mouth. Because first you said that more people are gay now because it's more accepted now. So if it's so accepted now, this is the country.
People of a higher socioeconomic status tend to have more time to be able to, and tend to have like the, I mean, I guess you could call it freedom. I don't necessarily know if that's the right word to use, but like kind of have the freedom to be able to think about their emotions, really. Like at the end of the day, that's what it is that they have the freedom to be able to take time to think about their emotions and to be able to have time to actually feel those emotions, I guess you could say. I don't know, Beetle. I think he left.
You like, then why are they still, matter of fact, more depressed than they were a while ago? Well, I think that's just teenagers. I think statistically the teenage LGBT people are more depressed and more likely to commit suicide than they were 30 years ago. I don't know if that's the same for adults, but I'm willing to make an assumption right now and assume so. So why would that be?
I mean, I haven't seen stats of increased suicide rates of LGBT teenagers. I think that it would be important to look at whether or not we were actually studying LGBT teenagers in general, or just like those who were able to be out and accepted by their family, right? I think that those are two very different groups of people, like the ones that are accepted and out, and just LGBT teenagers in general. And that would definitely make a difference when it comes to things like suicide rates. I don't know if you saw this. Saw what? Yeah, wait, what? Israel, others, and I think that the way that Republicans traffic in homophobia of the groomer narrative is deeply problematic. Finally, I appreciate the conversation and hope you continue good work against this bad faith religious fundamentalist. Yeah, that's the only chat that you sent that I saw. I didn't see any before that. But I will fucking fuck the bad faith religious shit. That's bullshit. And the groomer shit is bullshit. I think that there's quite a few Republican talking heads, I mean, at least Ben Shapiro, who are trying to like cover their tracks, it seems like, with the whole groomer thing, where lately, for the last like month-ish, Ben Shapiro has many times clarified his groomer narrative and said that it's political grooming, not like pedophile grooming. But I don't know. There's no use to use the word. If it's talking about political grooming, you can use something like fucking indoctrination or some shit like that instead of saying grooming. That shit's dumb as fuck. Yeah, no, your first one did not go through.
Be if it's more accepted now than it was 20, 30 years ago.
Because I think that what you're seeing is a lot of the acceptance from a very media perspective. It's true that we are pushing for more acceptance, but especially in intersocial relationships, that acceptance is not there yet. As far as when it comes to gay people, I think it's only a little bit over 50% of America that support gay people. So that still leaves a very large chunk of people in America that do not support gay people. So sure, there is a increased push for acceptance, but again, the reason that push is even there to begin with is because of how long the oppression and discrimination has persisted against people like this. That's why, again, it is indisputed that when gay people or when trans people are accepted by their family or their friends, their likelihood of committing suicide goes down. This has been studied and this has been demonstrated. So obviously there's some relationship there with interpersonal discrimination and then the likelihood of committing suicide. I mean, you're up here right now saying that it should be illegal for people who have never done anything or hurt anybody to have a family and take care of disabled kids because it makes your tummy uncomfortable. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's still quite a lot of discrimination occurring in this society. And
I need to figure out what I meant to say about gay rights and how it um does and how it does matter for someone who's poor. Okay, let me just check something real quick to make sure I'm speaking correctly. All right. Trying to figure out like what amount of marriages are federal. I don't even know if you can get a federal marriage. Yeah, I don't even think you can get a federal marriage, buddy. So either way, that wouldn't really matter. I also want to say that when you look at whether or not a majority has or has not denounced something as a genocide, you need to look at the issue in question instead of just the majority, since those issues are subject to geopolitics. I'm not talking about a majority. I'm just talking about like a decent, like multiple countries saying like, hey, this is a genocide. I never said a majority. I also like never even said like denounced, but just multiple countries.
Honestly, you're a perfect example of that discrimination.
Based. So once again, we said acceptance is not there yet. You're contradicting yourself from earlier. Because earlier you said people accept it more now. Like that's what you said. That was like one of the main aspects of your defense of what you were saying was that it's accepted now.
Wait,
and
people are more accepted than they were in the 50s. However, we still have a long way to go. These are not. This isn't talking out of both sides of my mouth. This is just acknowledging the natural flow of things.
So wait. Like I said before, you didn't address this statistic that teenage LGBT people are more depressed than teenage LGBT people were 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah,
so
again, I don't know where that
if they're more
statistic is
accepted now?
from.
If that's the reason. Can you add some more?
No, but it does not matter because of the era. No, what do you mean? But doesn't it matter because of the era? What do you mean? Yeah, expand on what the fuck you mean by that.
Context for that?
Sure, because a lot of the times in the past, it was not accepted, but it also wasn't really a very common thing to even talk about. So if you had come out and said, hey, I'm gay or I'm trans, you might not get accepted. However, now this has become extremely politicized. We have Republican legislatures running on restricting trans healthcare, for example. We have people like you consistently preaching that being gay is a sin or being gay is immoral because, again, it makes your tummy feel weird. So yes, obviously at the time, it wasn't socially accepted, but it also wasn't talked about. Now you have a push for more acceptance, but you also have a larger amount of people that are condemning this kind of stuff, constantly speaking down on.
Doesn't it matter because of the Equal Rights Amendment? Technically, it doesn't apply to the Equal Rights Amendment. If we're talking technicalities here, it doesn't apply to the Equal Rights Amendment. It applies on a moral level, right? That like morally we should be doing this. However, it doesn't apply to the Equal Rights Amendment.
On these kinds of things. So things are moving. I mean, obviously it's not going to be a perfect line, right? There's going to be less acceptance overall, but now that there's some more acceptance, there's more loud voices that are condemning these types of people as well. So yes, it's going to be a little bit messy. It's going to have an up and down effect. It's not going to be just a straight line.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think the explanation, in my opinion, and of course you're gonna disagree, which is fine. To me, it just sounds like you're contradicting yourself. But I don't want to harp on that too long because everybody thinks I'm just Mr. Homophobic. Oh, Bryson's so homophobic.
How am I contradicting myself?
Because you made this claim earlier.
All right, Kirby, have a good one, buddy.
I don't want to stick on this. I don't want to stick on this too long.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Well, I don't like to be accused of hypocrisy. or
I understand.
So let me try to explain better. Okay. So at a time when it was less accepted, so far as the laws go, that's still going to have some negative impact. Yes. Now what we have is, yes, a push for more acceptance, but you have to acknowledge there's another side of this too, which is a push for less acceptance. You are up here saying it's illegal, or it should be illegal for gay people to adopt. You're the one saying this shouldn't be taught in schools, for example.
Yes.
Yes,
you're the one that is the reason that there's a push for
type of discrimination
acceptance
against gay people and trans people, and now you're turning around acting shocked that gay people are committing suicide at higher rates due to discrimination. Hold on, wait, one more thing, because it's your types of people do this all the time, and it's incredibly annoying, where you contribute to the problem, then you invoke the problem to shit on the group of people.
Yeah, so I'm not shocked about the suicide rate.
Every group does that,
not shocked at
Hunter.
all. These
Everyone
people,
fucking does that.
have higher rates of
It's
being
the nature of the
abused,
game.
especially we get the trans people, but gay people also. I mean, these people are like, they're mentally ill, and sometimes it could be because of childhood trauma. Because the mental response to trauma can sometimes be like this, or sometimes people just have a brain defect or something. So I believe these people go through these things because they're mentally ill. Secondly,
so then why would you say it's immoral? Because earlier you were saying, well, if a gay person has a legitimate problem, or if a drug addict has a legitimate problem, so then why are you saying it's immoral if you think it's an illness?
Oh, because not all. So here go the thing. When you look at people today, and and we're gonna disagree because you already disagreed earlier. We don't have to re-disagree again. I believe environmental factors such as influence, TV, things of that nature plays a role to make it cool. I said this earlier that now it's cool to be these things.
It's not.
Taught in school. So
It really just
When you
isn't.
start teaching it and pushing it and influencing people to do these things, now it's not the mental illness. Now it starts with the mentally ill people. Scientifically, of course, if we go back a couple years. But, now we got people doing it because it's what they're taught. They think this is the right thing to do when it isn't. And yes, homosexuality is a sin. And not only is it a sin, it's abominable in the eyes of God. So, and I'm going to continue
Well,
saying
I don't
that
really care what God thinks because God has also
Why do
said
gay
it's
people
okay
run
to
through the
slavery
streets screaming
and slaughtering
pride?
infants. But
Because
again,
dipshits like you? Yeah, pretty much.
So when you say, hold on, wait, no, because I need to address all the.
Yeah, I'm gay because I saw TikTok.
So when you say that, I'm not angry. Hold on,
I'm
not
gay
angry.
because
I
in
approach
health
debates
class
when
they
I'm
told me
passionate
that
about
gay
things in a
people
little bit more of an
exist.
aggressive way. Is it triggering you? Do you want me to use a softer voice?
No, it's funny. It's actually very entertaining.
Okay, I will try to be a little bit nicer if I'm hurting your ears or
No,
your
be as
feelings.
mean as you want,
So
bud.
let me make it clear that when you say it's a mental illness, this is just factually untrue. Mental illness is defined as an illness that interferes with your day-to-day life. Being gay, a sexuality, is not a mental illness. That is just factually untrue by the very way in which we define these
Damn,
words.
I should have brought that
Being
one up
trans is
also
not a
earlier.
mental illness. Now, it is true that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. However, that's separate from just being trans. So when you say it's a mental illness, this is just not correct, even in the most basic way in which we define these words. You then say there's higher rates of abuse amongst these people. If you want to look at raw numbers, the amount of people that were sexually abused as children does not check out with the amount of people who identify as gay or as trans. It is not like being abused as a child will now make you be gay or trans. If it were, you would see that reflected in the numbers. Instead, what you see is that actually a lot of people who are gay are also more likely to be a little bit more reserved. And if they're more reserved and a little
The
bit more
most
shy
big
for
brain
whatever reason,
logic.
that puts them at a higher risk of being abused. It's actually not being abused could make you gay. It's that if you're gay and kind of being reserved and staying away from people, that raises your likelihood of getting abused. So again, I know that this is probably very strange, or I see you rolling your eyes or laughing or whatever, because I know facts don't care about your feelings, but still, this is just the truth of the matter. You can see how this looks borne out just in raw numbers.
Okay. So you said being gay is in a mental illness, and I understand that the experts say that now. You're entitled to believe that. They're the experts. Cool. But 50 years ago, the experts said being gay was a mental illness. So I'm guessing you're saying, were they stupid and retarded?
Yeah, and a bunch of years ago, the experts said that the Earth was flat. They are stupid and retarded. So yes, yes, the old experts are stupid and retarded. Congratulations, you have gotten you got the point of it. I'm proud of you, buddy. I don't know. I don't think I actually expected you to get the point, but you finally got it. Good job.
Wait,
Ooh,
at that,
sorry for saying-
wait, hold on.
sorry for
At that
saying the wrong
time, yes, they were wrong. Yes,
Oh,
but this is the
that was
beauty
you
of
too.
science and the medical field, is that they come to conclusions based on research, and because of the scientific method, we continue learning and understanding. So yeah, one time they thought it was a mental illness. Now we have an understanding that it's not. So you bringing up that it was thought of as a mental illness prior doesn't prove anything. You're proving my point. Yeah, people have been wrong in the past. They don't think it's a mental illness anymore. This is because of science changing and adapting based on evidence.
And this is what I'm getting to. So I'm gonna assume that's the same thing for why they changed. I couldn't find a lot of literature on why they changed being gay as a mental illness, but I do know the literature on why they think being trans is a mental illness, and it isn't science at all. It really isn't science. If you look up why they changed trans people from being mentally ill, if you look at the root of the science, they just simply asked trans people if they think they're mentally ill, and they said no. It's literally based on that. We get to the root of the science of why they.
I mean, you could say that for any science on mental illnesses. Mental illnesses generally are very much, they have to be on a self-report basis. Because at the end of the day, how is someone else genuinely going to know what's going on inside your mind? It's a pretty normal thing for mental illnesses. Almost 30 years, even further, we hated people like you. Yeah.
They changed it.
Eugenics
so if you
happened.
that science, I mean, fine and dandy. If you keep saying look at raw numbers, and then you went through this, mental hoop that it, doesn't turn them gay. I'm not saying that's the reaction everybody will have to trauma, but I think some people, because being gay and LGBT is still a small percentage in this country, even though I think the numbers are lying. I see too many homos working at restaurants and stuff. But I think, hold on, have I said something to get you banned? I gotta make sure I don't get you banned.
You're not saying anything that's gonna get me banned. It's
Okay,
fine.
I'm actually blunt, bro. Sometimes I just gotta make sure I'm watching it. But so I think the numbers aren't,
Hmm.
aren't even true, but it's still a small percent of the population. So obviously that's not the
Interesting.
Response. That's not the mental response from everybody when it comes to trauma, but it is seemingly one of the responses because LGBT people are as child. I'm talking about being abused as children. They do have higher rates of that. That is just
Yes,
now, I
but
think this
again,
is
you're
what
doing
changed.
the same fucking shit you did earlier, where you say, "Look, low crime rates, therefore," and then you give it your reason. We know that if people are gay as children, they are more likely to be reserved and be off by themselves. That raises their risk of getting abused. It's not that they were abused then became gay. It could very well be that they're gay and then got abused. And that's the problem with what you're doing. Yeah, you're rolling
Yes,
your eyes because
exactly.
nuance is this foreign concept to you. You would rather everything be black and white. You're talking about gay people the same.
But also, this is one of the issues with some of Hunter's arguments, where he acts like his reasoning has to be correct, where it simply does not. Also, in the same vein, his reasoning very well could be correct.
Same way that the racists talk
It's just
about
a matter of
black people.
you
I see
don't
too many blacks in the
necessarily
restaurant.
know
Yeah,
when
seriously, I see too
correlation
many
comes
black
up.
people in the restaurants. Literally not that different from what you just said. I see too many homos working at the restaurants. Get the fuck over it. Gay people are real. They exist. You're in denial of reality, and you're coping about it. You have no basis for what you're saying. Also, I looked up the whole thing about them changing the transgender mental illness thing. This was changed by the World Health Organization, and all they did was update the terms. This had nothing to do with them polling
not
trans
true.
people.
That's not true. You need to do more research, and you can do it afterwards. But I'll send it to you if you want to. If you look up the reason why they literally talked to psychologists or
Psychologists?
and it was because they basically, if you go to the root of it, because trans people said they weren't mentally ill. I'll send it to you.
Wait, was it trans people that said this, or was it psychologists who talked with trans
Psychologists, but
people?
they did it by interviewing the trans people. So if you get to, that's why I said the root. When you get to the root to it, they listen to
Oh,
the. They listen
okay.
to
So this is just you not understanding how this basic shit works. Okay, now I understand. This is
yeah,
so
me
much more
not
helpful.
understanding.
So what
Yeah, tell
happened
me how
actually,
that
yes, was that if a psychologist sits
Don't
down with
be
a
a
trans person
bitch,
and evaluates them,
Hunter.
it is the job of the psychologist to determine whether or not they have a mental illness. If they do not have some kind of a mental problem that is interfering with their day-to-day life, and they're able to exist as being trans without that, then being trans is clearly not the mental illness. So this is actually just how data collection works. Again, it seems like you just have a very limited understanding of this, and now you're kind of speaking a big game before you know what you're talking about.
No, not limited understanding. I'm the one that know. You're the one that did not.
And you just explained it to me in a way that made perfect sense, but you're still acting like it didn't.
No, because well, if you talk a little bit, I understand you passionate, bro. But so if you look at why transgenderism was viewed as mentally ill in the first place, then you will understand why them changing it is really them. Like, it wasn't a real shift based on science. And what I mean by that, obviously, to any normal person,
Explain
you would tell
yourself.
somebody that
Explain
I was
yourself,
born in the wrong
buddy.
Body, that is a mental illness. That's impossible to happen. That's impossible. That's not
I
logic.
don't care. I don't care. You're just denying things again, and you're just making
No, wait, let
assertions.
me-
You said it's not
I'm not
based
making
on
an assertion,
science.
bro.
You just gave me an example of how it was based on science.
Bro,
Interviews
let
done
me-
by psychologists. That's
Bro,
how you do diagnoses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, let me. Are you let me finish? I mean, you don't have to. After your show, but can you be born in the wrong body? Is that a real thing?
Can you? That's not
Can
even
you
what
be
people
born-
say
is that-
anymore. That's not even what
is
people
that-
say anymore. I've never
Is
defended
that a logical? Is that a logical statement to make that you were born in the wrong body? Is that a possibility? No, it's
Probably
it's
not, but I've
impossible.
never once said that. So trying to get me on something
Wait,
there
are
has
you-
nothing to do with this.
Are you trans? You're not trans. I'm not talking about you. Wait, are
no,
you gay?
no. I've never argued that trans people were born in the wrong body. I've never said that.
That's not, it wasn't about you arguing. But I do have a question. Are you gay though?
No, I'm married with 2 children.
Oh, kind of base. Why are you a liberal? What the crap?
Because
I'm
I want
not
my
teaching your
kids to grow up in a
this
world
stuff.
where it's okay to be accepting, and if they themselves turn out to be gay, I want them to know that it's okay and not go.
What do you call mayonnaise? It's not an instrument. I don't know. What? Energy. Shut up.
Fucking kill themselves like any potential kids you're going to have.
Oh my goodness, come on.
That's why,
Like,
really.
why are you living? Why are you living like sort of a base life and you ruin it? Like teaching kids not whatever. Whatever. That's almost tricking me. But
Almost? Kind of
back
seems
to
like
the
it
conversation
is.
the reason I asked that is because that's what trans people were originally saying. That's why it's viewed as a mental illness. But you say silly things like that, and then what's worse about it is you go to the
You're contradicting
you go to the
yourself, but go
length.
ahead.
You go to the length that you actually say, hey, I really don't believe I'm a guy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut off this guy part that obviously, and when you go, it's not cut off, call it what you want. They have an everlasting wound right there.
Are you gonna
but
finish your
cut off the
joke
guy
or
part that
no,
proves you're a guy,
Anonymous?
because obviously you're a guy. There's nothing else you can be. and you're so crazy that you think you can actually be a woman. So what you do is you cut it off to achieve absolutely nothing. It's not a real vagina. You can't get pregnant. There's nothing that can happen with it. It's literally a womb that you have to take care of for the rest of your life.
I've heard this. I've heard this plenty of times. I just want to get back to one thing, and we can talk about that.
Oh, go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
you're contradicting yourself. First,
Tell
you
me.
said it's not based on real science that they changed the or that they said it's no longer a mental illness because all they did was talk to trans people. But you just said the reason it was originally called mental illness is because they talked to trans people, and trans people said they were born in the wrong body.
Correct.
Okay, so then originally, so then by your logic, originally calling it a mental illness was not based on science.
No, it was. Because if you believe these things about yourself, you are mentally ill by any stretch of the imagination.
Wait,
Common sense, no kid will tell you you're mentally ill by that. If you claim that you can be something that you obviously cannot be, you're trying to achieve something that literally can't be achieved, but you truly think you can achieve it, sir. That is a mental illness.
Why don't we hit on the
hearing
trans
something
stuff a
that's
little
really
bit?
not there.
Because I'm gonna wrap up this combo here shortly. I'll wrap up this combo here in a little bit, but let's
go ahead.
before we do, why don't we just go ahead and talk a little bit about the LGBT stuff? So I would like to explain how I try to do this, or how I tried to explain this thing anyway. Is that when you're talking about trans people, okay, you're talking about somebody who's, for example, biologically male.
All right, let's.
They have testosterone. They have all the biological.
What do you go for us, Hunter?
But their internal perception of themselves, their identity, can very well differ from that biological makeup. And this is why I know it's become such a soy boy cliche to hear gender is a social construct. And plenty of people that say that are actually just completely stupid and don't know how to explain things. But the truth of the matter is, when we're talking about gender, these are
not all that far off.
views and expectations that are correlated with sexual characteristics. So when I was born with a penis, that is biology. However, it was not biological that I decided to start wearing jeans and wear suits and like the color blue. These are social things that play a role in influencing how you perceive yourself when you grow up. So all it means to be trans is your internal perception of yourself differs from your biology. It doesn't mean that you think your penis magically becomes a vagina or even that you're in denial of biology. Most trans people, again, have gender dysphoria because they recognize their biology differs from their internal perception. But there's plenty of places in this country and just in general society how we
actually gets it right.
Internal perception, and that alone is enough. So I don't know why it would have to be different for trans people.
So this is just simple, easy to debunk because you don't even believe what you just said, and I can prove it. I would debunk you on the term.
He can prove it, guys. You guys think he can actually prove it?
Let's get to the real point. In certain states, why are transgender people advocating and fighting to get their sex on their ID changed?
I'm not sure. Again, I don't speak for all trans people, so just trying to say, like, here's a contradiction with some random trans person in California, I don't know. There's plenty of people, I just got done saying, there's plenty of people on Twitter, and yeah, probably in California too, who will be very, very bad at explaining this, and there are also plenty of dumb fucks that will say things like, sex isn't real, there's no such thing, or I'm changing biologically to be a female. These things are stupid, this is incorrect, and I can
Energy.
While still being
You kind of seem like
being
you
trans simply
are
means
high.
that your gender identity, your internal perception,
Knowing you
differs
when you're
from
high.
your biological makeup. And again, there are plenty of forms of identity that we recognize in society and we respect. Christianity being one of them, religion being one of them. If I identify myself as a Christian and have an internal belief system that aligns with Jesus Christ is Lord and God rose him from the dead, then I would be a Christian. I don't need to tell you that. You would never know if I'm sincere, but the law even protects me from being discriminated against on the basis of my religious beliefs. That's an identity, and we respect that identity.
Yeah, Energy, I think you are. I think I disagree with your assertion.
It's just some random transgender in California. No, this is actually a nationwide thing that trans people are advocating for. But outside of that, let me go to something more simple. You agree then that it is incorrect to call it a sex reassignment surgery?
Well, no, in that case, you're actually changing sexual characteristics. So that is, I mean, by the very definition of the word, that makes sense, yes. But if people are saying that I want to just, or that they can just identify as a different sex, that would be incorrect because
sex reassignment surgery refers to your genital sex. Reassigning that.
Correlated with their biology, not caused by their biology.
Wait, you can't reassign your sex though, no matter if you cut off your penis or not. You can't.
I'm not trying to get into the conversation about like trans surgery and all that. That's like a much bigger step here. I'm just trying to explain the principle of what it means to be trans.
I'm just calling out that what you're saying is not even what people actually believe. It's like it's something you're trying to use in debates when that's even wrong. The difference between sex and gender is historically inaccurate. But outside of that, y'all don't even believe it. Y'all don't even believe it, because if so, then y'all be the main one saying, well, it's not sex reassignment surgery, it's gender reassignment surgery, or we shouldn't be able to change our sex on our birth certificate.
It is sex reassignment surgery.
I feel like you're trying to get me in a corner right now, and it's not really working. I acknowledge that sex reassignment surgery is a thing. I'm not talking about sex reassignment surgery. I'm talking about someone's gender identity.
I'm not saying this because you're saying it. I'm not even trying to back you in a corner.
You're talking to him though, bro.
Because you try to brush it off by saying it's just a few here and a few there. No. These are nationwide movements, and this seems to be. And I'm saying seems to be. I can't put the numbers up on what I'm specifically about to say. is it seems to be a consensus that everybody that most people think they should be able to have there in these spaces.
Is that a
that they should be able
question,
to have
Energy?
their,
Can you form an actual
You're
sentence
speaking
that is a
currently for trans people.
question?
You're not trans, so you're in a position right now
Why are
where
you
you're trying
making
to
a
speak.
liberal argument right now?
No,
See, it's funny because
it's not
now
a liberal
you sound
argument.
like, yes, you do, because now you sound like the liberal snowflake right here.
How?
You're because I
speaking for
can
them,
speak
aren't you?
about trans people if I myself am not trans.
No, I'm not saying you. What? I think this happens when you interrupt. You don't listen. I'm not saying you can't speak for them. I'm saying right now you're currently defending them, which means that you don't have to believe the things I'm telling you. If this seems to be the consensus amongst that group, you have to just openly say they're inaccurate. I mean, that's based on what you just said. You have to say they're inaccurate. I'm not saying you can't speak for them. What are you? You're making up arguments that don't even exist, bro.
Oh, okay, maybe I got a little bit confused there with that, but it sounded like you were making an id poll related argument. It sounded like you were saying you're over here trying to speak for trans people, where in my mind that's okay. I don't need to be trans to speak for trans.
It is okay.
Okay, it's obviously I misunderstood you there, so we can move off of that thing specifically. But when I'm talking about trans people, I'm not trying to get into where it might be inconsistent with certain policy pushes and whatnot. Yeah, like of course it's a newer issue. People are going to get it wrong. I'm not really caught off guard by that. All I'm trying to do is explain to you the principle of
Energy, I have a question for you. When someone's sex is observed, do we do a hormone test at birth, or do we look at the physical primary sex characteristics of the person?
of what it means to be trans, of what it means to have an internal
You're
perception
definitely
of yourself that
high,
differentiates
buddy.
from your biology. Just having an internal perception that differs isn't a mental illness. And like I already said about the Christianity thing, we already recognize other forms of internal perception and internal identities that we respect without verification. You tried to say that I don't believe what I'm saying. I could argue you don't believe what you're saying, because you're saying everything's based on sex at the end of the day. Someone's a man because they have a penis and whatnot. But when you walk into the grocery store, you don't know who's a man because you're looking at their genitalia. You don't know who's a woman because you're
Exactly.
looking at her genitalia.
Exactly.
You know who's a man and who's a woman based on their external expression, which is a form of gender.
Okay. No. And let me ask you a question about the gender. Since you want to continue.
Just no. That's all we get is just a
I'm
no.
very sure based on this conversation, because you seem to understand a lot of the studies. Not understand them, but you seem to know a good portion of them. So you understand the history of the word gender, and I'm assuming you don't care because words change all the time, correct?
Well, not even that. It's just that would be almost a genetic fallacy to say like, oh, it used to be like this, therefore it's bad. Like, yeah, there's been a pretty bad history too with when it came to sex reassignment surgery. What's the one guy's name? John Money. People bring up him all the time. Yeah.
Oh, John Money. That dude was a freak.
Yeah, he
John
was a
Money
freak.
is
You're right.
special.
I'm not interested. Wait. Yeah, I agree that forcing somebody to get a sex reassignment surgery when they're not trans is a fucking disgusting thing to do, of course. But that's the thing is I can say all that and I can be consistent there, but still at the end of the day recognize the validity of trans people. Where gender came from or the word came from, it's irrelevant. That's a pivot again from the point that I'm trying to make. You look at people's gender. That's how you're determining whether or not somebody's a man or a woman. You look at their gender. You don't look at their genitalia. And people will say things like, oh, well,
Energy, start making cohesive arguments or you're gonna get a timeout. All right. Make a cohesive argument that can be understood by other people other than someone fucking peering into your brain, all right? And then you can continue to talk. But if you don't do that, I'm gonna time you out.
chromosomes also. You know you're a man. Have you ever actually seen your chromosomes? Of course not. Neither have I. Obviously, there's a social component here.
Yeah, so no, there's an inherent component, but if we don't care about the history of the word gender and we don't care about using words correctly, then I have no argument for you.
How is it not using the word correctly?
How it was originally meant to be used, but
it, okay, wait, just if it was originally meant to be used a certain way, it's defined a certain way now, and that's how I'm using the word. You're being a special snowflake again. You're doing the yes. You're saying you have a special made-up definition you would like us to speak to.
Why does Hunter Avalon distinct gender and sex if he's not a biologist? Because sex is biological and gender is not. This is something that is pretty widely accepted across scientific fields, buddy. That is why. This is a widely accepted thing. Did I get called beta? It's a dream come true.
Just if a definition of word has changed, doesn't matter.
You have the made-up definition, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So when you said this internalized, what'd you say that trans people got? They have an internalized
perception of themselves.
Okay, what does that mean? Can you please break that down? Just right quick. Internalized perception of Tell me how
Just
that doesn't mean
right
you was born in the
quick.
wrong body.
I
Tell
hate
me the difference,
shitty
please.
grammar
And I know you want to wrap this up.
so much.
And yeah, I do want to know. I just want you to explain this and the differences, please.
Yeah, an internal perception. I mean, we all have different internal perceptions of ourselves. So I have an internal perception of myself as a man. I also have an internal perception of myself as a father, as a streamer. I mean, that's just how you sort of understand yourself internally. That's all that means. When people say they're born in the wrong body, I'm not sure I agree with that simply because, well, gender is complicated in the sense that it's external because there is a socially constructed view of gender and gender
Energy,
expectations that are placed on
you
people.
can look this up for yourself. I'm not going to do your homework for you. All right? You can go look this up and you can find exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But I'm not going to answer your dumbass Googleable questions for yourself. Energy, one more stupid fucking comment and you're getting timed out.
External socially constructed form of gender is what influences and forms the internal perception you have of yourself in regards to gender. This is why I say a woman is somebody whose internal perception aligns with what we culturally view as being feminine. It's because at the end of the day, your internal perception is shaped by external expectations. So that's all I mean when I say an internal perception.
What is it? Well, my question wasn't really answered. So for a transgender, like what are they internalizing about themselves? That what is their internalization? What is it exactly?
Sure. So if you have someone who's biologically male, but they have an internal perception of themselves that aligns with what we culturally view as being feminine, that means that they view themselves in a certain way that could be more aligned with, yes, cultural views of femininity. And that's where the external plays a role with the internal. Externally, views of femininity are all over the map. You can have a woman wearing a dress in the kitchen raising the kids, and that's feminine. You can also have the bitchy girl boss doing pretty much the opposite of that, and that also is, in a way, considered feminine. So you can have certain views of yourself that align with cultural views of femininity, and that's what makes you trans. Now, not everybody has like a biological thing going on there. Some people just identify differently, and that's fine. But they have also done studies where they found that trans women, for example, have differences in the way their brain interacts with estrogen, and their estrogen receptors are different from cisgender individuals. So there could be a biological basis for some trans
Look at that.
as well.
Energy shut up real quick.
So that was just a long
real fucking
their
quick
internalization is
there.
That they believe they're a woman, and a woman is an adult human female, which they cannot be. Which means even the term trans women stand
I feel
alone.
like you didn't hear what I just said.
Oh no! I did. You just went a long way to say they internalized, and you try to use the word feminine instead of using the word woman because they believe.
If I want to be feminine and women masculine, if I want to be feminine and women masculine, but we're not transsexuals like Jenner, we're just feminine men or masculine women. Yeah. Congratulations, Energy. You understand gender expression, personal expression, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I know you hate the word gender, so let's just call it personal expression. Congratulations, you understand that people can express themselves how they wish.
Believe they are women for a fact.
Yes, but I believe that's what a woman is. So my wife is a woman because her internal perception aligns with what we culturally view as being feminine.
No. A woman is an adult human female. Even still, the definition is adult.
Okay, so what's an adult human female?
A female? You want to know what
somebody with a vagina?
Yeah, really.
Okay, so how do you know if someone's a woman if you see them in the grocery store and you haven't seen their vagina?
Wait, there's no need to go down that line because that's the definition of woman still today, correct? An adult human female.
I believe so. Yeah, I think that they have.
Okay,
there's a secondary aspect to it.
And a man can't be that. Correct? And a man cannot be. No matter what they think, no matter what they
honestly, does anyone really ever know what he says?
Correct?
Well, no, because a woman is the gender term. I will say that if someone who's biologically male, they will always have certain biological male characteristics. Saying that they can convert completely to biologically female, I don't think I would agree with that. But yes, somebody who's a man, if their gender identity is that of a man, they can identify differently. Just like I can identify as, say, a sports fan. I don't need to ever go to any games.
That doesn't make feminine man a trans woman. What's distinction, Mr. Trans Rights Activist Gay Sync? Alright, well, Energy. Also, just so you know, all of this is making you not get unbanned on Monday. Just so you're aware. There can be feminine men and masculine women. The distinction is the misalignment between your brain and your body, right? The sense of dysphoria. Because this one's kind of uncommon with lefties, right? But I think that you need dysphoria to be trans. That is the mental diagnosis, or that is the diagnosis that allows you treatment, really. So that is the main distinction there. It is the prevalence of of gender dysphoria. Congratulations. You learn something new every day, even though I'm still answering Googleable questions for you.
I don't need to ever even talk about sports, but I can still have an internal perception of myself that aligns with cultural views of sports and what it means to be a fan of something even. So yes, there are internal perceptions that influence behavior and external behavior. This is why when you go into the grocery store,
Oh, no unban because I told you to make cohesive arguments and you're still not able to actually form a sentence. And you're just being annoying. Purposefully. And if it's not purposefully, then you're just annoying. In which case, I still have full right to keep you banned.
you're looking at people's gender, not their sex.
Hunter, come on, broski. It's okay. By definition, because you wrote the word gender, you're using the definition of today, okay. A man, no matter what they internalize, cannot be a woman by definition. Hunter, come on. That's the truth. That's the reality.
Well, woman refers to a gender characteristic, whereas I try to differentiate between sex and gender.
I get physically harmed by them.
By definition, broski. They could have updated the last 6 months, but I mean, that would be silly, right?
All I'm getting at here is that whether or not that's what the definition says, you do not go based on that definition because you know who's a woman and who's not. Not based on whether or not they have a vagina, based on their gender expression. This is why there are some trans people that you probably passed and never even thought twice about, and you just see them as a woman and you haven't even thought about it because it's an external expression. That's what we initially go off of.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna keep it a band with you, and this is my opinion. So obviously you're gonna disagree, and that's fine because this is totally just my personal experience.
Totally just his personal experience, guys.
But it's just me. Trans people are all ugly. I know.
I haven't been convinced. I've been convinced by a girl that claimed she was a dude. But I've never been convinced by a dude claiming to be a girl. And honestly, if I see them in a restaurant, I could tell them like this, and I instantly walk out.
Yeah, no, I know. It's funny because what you're saying is actually like a meme on Twitter. People say like, "Oh, I can always tell," and then they'll get sent pictures of actual cis women who have vaginas, and then they'll say that they're trans because they can see like a jawline or something.
No.
So it's a very common one. But I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to save you from becoming a meme, at least further. Becoming further a meme.
Listen,
trying to help
me and my girl talk about this all the time. It's bad for women because when I grew up, there's a few women.
Energy, you are perfectly showing that you have an inability to actually understand the point. You're really good. You do this kind of constantly, but you're really good at showing that you don't actually know how to understand a point.
Who have more like, you know what I'm saying, some type of more manly features a little bit, and I actually feel bad for them. And then the women that get the shots in their mouth, they always look like transgenders. It's like I feel bad for a lot of like actual women now because nowadays like you like is that like what is this? You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of jacked up. But I haven't
Interesting take there.
Convinced by the man trying to be a female thing, but yeah, they can't be women by definition. I'm glad we got.
Well, I don't know which definition because I am reading here from the Oxford Dictionary, and you're right that the top definition is still an adult human female, but the second one is female humans in general, or you can refer to women in compounds, a woman who comes from the place mentioned or whose job or interest is connected with the things mentioned, like an English woman, a business woman. These things again would account for trans women because of their internal perception aligning with cultural views of femininity. So sure, the definition or the top definition can still include an adult human female. All I'm getting at is that if we really want to get down to the nitty gritty, that's not the definition that anybody uses because you know who's a woman.
That's true, Beetle. Same with trans guys.
Based on seeing their genitalia.
Just to be clear, even the secondary definitions you use still, I mean, it still prove the point because it's basing it off the original definition, which is why I said a woman in a specific place, a woman from a specific place, is still using the adult human female position. All I wanted to see, I just wanted to test the consistency aspect.
To be fair, those other definitions in the way that they were stated, or at least in the way that Hunter stated them, are circular.
To see if you would say that a man cannot be a woman by definition, the same way you brought up the genders thing, and obviously it isn't so, which is fine, bro. I don't know if you wanted to end it or you have.
Wait, no, I've agreed with you that the top definition is an adult human female.
No, not top definition. I'm talking about even the secondary definitions is based
exactly,
on that.
Even if I were to agree,
there's some hot trans guys out there.
You're not entertaining my rebuttal, which is that even if this is the definition, an adult human female, you are not looking at biology to determine who is a woman. You're not passing a woman in the grocery store and looking up her skirt. You're looking at her external presentation,
Hopefully he is not doing that. Honestly, you never really know sometimes.
Okay, so I said earlier,
but hopefully he's not doing that.
The reason I say that is based on the conversation we just had, and I believe deep down you know this too, even if you disagree. Or let me try to make it more general because this could just be a meeting. Let me make it more general. In most cases, you know, if a man has a wig on trying to look like a woman. In most cases, I think you at least agree with that.
There are some
which
cis
means
women
that it
who
has
look kind
to
of
be
manly too, so I don't know. I don't know if I would know necessarily that they're trans.
Come on, bro. In most cases, you know what you could tell somebody is a trans.
You're trying. I think that you're trying to weasel out a little bit because you can't always tell in those cases. And I know that because you've passed trans women before, and you probably didn't even realize they're trans. I mean, people bring up Blair White quite often about how she looks like a woman, and there's no real. Huh?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say there's no real indication that person is biologically male.
Listen, okay, this could just be me. That's why I said let me use this more general term. this first time I've ever seen Blair White was his debate with Candace Owens, and I paused it in front of everybody. And I said, "Is that a dude?"
And you realize like how dumb you sound when you say
Wait,
things
wait.
like that. Like, well, no, when you're like he debated Candace Owens, nobody knows who the
What's
fuck
wrong
you're
with that?
talking about. Blair White
Oh my
obviously.
goodness.
Hold on, no. Blair White obviously goes by she, her pronouns. And if I walked into a restaurant and wanted to be at the table with Blair White, I wouldn't tell the waiter, "Oh yeah, I'm sitting with him over there. It's a biological male, you see, who looks like a woman, but they have genitalia that's more male, you see. So that I want to sit with him over there." No, you.
Energy. What does a trans man look like? What do you think that a trans man looks like? I've also been arrested 40 to 50 times, but at least I know there's sex for sure. Yeah.
Would say,
Bro,
I
yeah.
see her
At
sitting
least
over
you
there.
know
Even
for
Dennis
sure.
Shapiro has conceded this
No,
point.
bro. In real life, I would say he. I mean, like anybody that knows me knows this to be true.
So in real life, you're not only
Energy.
but
I understand
also
that's your personal
ignoring the
opinion. I'm asking
usage of
why.
words.
Please
Words
don't turn it.
No,
please
words
don't turn this
exist.
into. Please don't turn this into. Please say his real pronouns.
I'm not turning it into that. I'm trying to expose how illogical and irrational it is to not use the preferred pronouns in this case. Because
It's
language.
not illogical because
hold
I
on,
thought it was a dude
why
instantly.
does language exist? Language exists to simplify things for humans, to give
Communicate?
us, yes, an efficient form of communication. So if I
Correct.
say, he's over there pointing at Blair White, no one's going to know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I disagree. Now listen, but I was gonna help your point a little bit.
How
Listen,
do you?
what I will
You
say is I
don't
was
get to
around dudes,
just
and it
disagree.
was- I ain't
That's
gonna
not how
lie,
this
it was,
works.
It was like a 60-40. 40% of the dudes was like, nah, that's not a dude. But the 60% we was like, that's definitely a dude.
About
And then
Blair
we
White?
look. Yeah, so I will give you a point that 40% of the dudes thought it was an actual.
Can you
girl.
describe
And
it,
we got into an
Energy? Can you
argument, and we had to look it
describe
up,
this
and I was right, and of course I
perception
ran
that you
She is an
have? That's
actual
what I'm
woman,
asking.
so that's fair. But
You said
okay,
what?
she is a woman. So again, we've already gone over this. I'm not like
Hunter!
Wait,
You're making this
if her
so
internal,
hard. I don't
know I'm making you
understand.
really triggered right now. If a woman is someone who has or if Blair White has an internal perception of herself that aligns with cultural views of femininity, which obviously she does, she's a woman. That's why I recognize her as a woman, and why my usage of pronouns.
Yeah, that's
actually
pretty much
makes
what it
sense
is,
in
Beetle.
regards to how we fucking use words. Words
Bro.
exist to give us an efficient form of communication.
But that's not
you saying,
efficient.
yes, it is, because
No,
you would
because
say
a woman is
he's
an
over.
adult.
Wait, Energy. We can agree on move on. Where did we agree? I'm missing the point in that where we agree, buddy.
Over there. Oh, actually, what I mean by he is that person that looks like a girl but is biologically male. That is not
No,
efficient. You would say
wait,
she's
bro.
sitting over there.
Bro, but you already admitted that a woman is an adult human female. Blair White is not an adult human female.
Holy shit!
He's
I don't think you've been
a
following the
dude.
conversation. I
No,
might,
no, I
I
have.
might be a
You
little
try
bit.
to skirt around that, which
No,
is
I might be
fine,
feeling
bro,
a little
but-
sorry for you right now. I already
Can we-
acknowledged that the definition can say an adult human female, but the way we
Okay.
actually engage with gender and with what a woman is differentiates from
No,
that
but to me it
definition
look like a dude.
significantly.
So can
It
I say he?
differentiates
The only
for you
reason you
too,
want to move
even
on
if
is
it's a
because you can't
cis
explain
woman.
your own
How do you
thoughts,
know
buddy.
she's a cis woman?
Wait. I got a question. So in my opinion, if somebody, let me try to word it in a way that you understand. If I don't think they did a good enough job of trying to look like their internalized reality, is it fair that I say he, even if the person is trying their hardest to look like a female, and I know it isn't, it's clearly not. It should be.
Odds are, if they are
He's
sincere
too
in their gender
high.
identity, they are going to.
So are you if you don't know how to use the right
that is
tool.
at least
Bro.
convincing
took
enough
all of the-
so.
I'm gonna be a
at
bitch
least
to both of you
convincing enough
guys.
so that using their preferred pronouns would still make more sense.
Well, Blair
Plus, if your
took all-
goal is to have a better world, we know that just disrespecting people and disregarding their pronouns can worsen their
Disrespecting?
mental health. So yeah, you should probably just use their pronouns. No one is walking. No one's walking around with a giant beard saying, "Call me Sally. I'm she/her."
You know I'm
not how
right,
the
Beetle.
medical
That's the
guidelines
thing
are.
is,
If
you know
have
I'm
gender dysphoria,
right.
You should begin to socially transition. That's the first step. So
Hunter.
yeah, you're just giving me a straw man right now.
No, it's not. It's not a straw man. So I mean, you already answered the question. Basically, you said even if, in my opinion, this is clearly a dude, I should still use she because this person took the time.
That was
to make-
weak,
try their
Beetle.
hardest, made themselves
That was
look like a
fucking
female.
odds
weak.
are the odds are you're going to be able to tell that even if you're saying I can tell they're trying to look like a woman, you can still tell that the way they present is more in line with femininity. So much
So
so
I
that
should
yes,
use
it would
she
still
just-
make more sense.
So I should go against my own values to appease.
Yes, because your
These have-
values are worthless and do nothing but make
Oh
the world
my
a worse
bigotry.
place.
You're a
Your va-
bigot, Hunter. You're
This
such a
is
bigot,
wait.
bro.
Do you think
Dang.
this is what it means to be a bigot?
By definition?
Wait, do you
It
think
mean-
I'm being a bigot right now?
By
Why
de-
do you
by
keep going back to
definition,
being
yes,
a liberal? You keep
wait.
going back. No, you keep falling back to your
Bro,
lib cuckiness. Okay.
I
Don't call me a
use-
bigot. Don't call me a bigot because I
You're
hurt your
upset.
feelings.
Listen,
That's not what
I
a
use-
bigot means.
I use bigot as a
51?
troll, that's
Meh.
anybody who
Mid,
has common
Alex.
sense.
That
I
was
use it as a
mid
troll.
at
I call it a
best.
bigot. I call myself a bigot because I like the term. But just to be clear,
We've had
no,
some
just like
90.
this,
We've had a
I'll
99 in
lie
here
to you.
today.
It's
All
not
right,
a
you're
backtrack, that's-
51.
Bro, go to my Twitter
I don't know
bio,
if I
bro.
can
Goodness
if I can
gracious.
just let that one
Everybody knows I was
slide.
using it to show you the irony of y'all using the phrase bigot. Anybody that's watching this right now understands that.
Have you ever
But-
seen a picture of Buck Angel?
I don't know who that is. But
I
but
send you a
pictures
picture
is
on your
easy to do it
Discord?
if you get it edited, right? I mean, you can make me look like a female if you get it edited.
Well, this
enough.
isn't edited at all. This is not edited even slightly. Let me.
Don't show me, please. I want to throw up, and I will literally have a reaction, and
There's
everybody
no
will check.
penis.
Like,
I'm not.
"He's so
I can't. Wait, whoa.
homophobic."
I cannot show that on my stream. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, but
He would literally throw up if he saw a penis. That seems like a sign of mental illness in and of itself. Not gonna lie.
My point is, you just try to say my
conservatives are actually the
values.
biggest lefties.
You try to say my values are worthless.
Yeah.
Because you disagree with them.
No,
This
it's
whole
not because I did. Wait, hold on. What the fuck?
Shit,
This is
Alex,
what you
please.
and your
Alex,
types
spank me
always try
again.
to do this conservative
Please.
bullshit.
You did just say that.
Hold on.
Right.
You disagree with me, so now you're saying my values are worthless?
No,
It's not
you
because
really
I
said that.
disagree. It's because your values include depriving disabled kids from a loving home where it's all empiricism has demonstrated they do better or at least as well as kids raised by straight parents. That's why your fucking values, yes, are trash and are worthless.
so you believe
your value no, because your values make the world a worse place. Your values hurt people. Your values hurt children. So no, it's not I disagree with you, so therefore your values are bad. It's your values don't align with the empirically demonstrated evidence that gay people adopting does better for all of society.
No, listen, I'm happy that you think my values are
Energy, Alex is probably a good
Your
choice.
values make society
Probably a very
worse
good choice.
Okay.
And this is what I said from the beginning.
You're coping right now. You're back to coping right now. Yep.
No, I said the same thing multiple times in the combo. So is this person you just sent me? Is that a girl trying to be a dude?
This is a biological female.
Convincing, but I said earlier the only time I've been tricked is by a female trying to be a dude. I don't know why they are more convincing because that is
Beetle, you're getting better. You been going to the gym, buddy? You're looking big, bro. You should come over. Sorry, Alex. Beetle obviously has a better spank going than you. I don't know what to say. 96 weak.
convincing. If I saw that person in real life, I wouldn't.
Would you call them a she/her though? Now that you know they're trans.
Oh no, yeah, I would definitely call them. If I know that's a trans person, if they ever ask me about something about them, I have to refer to them. I'm like, that's definitely a girl. She.
Okay, so then let it just be known that you said there's not really too much of look at like there's much more acceptance now. Now you're saying you wouldn't use people's pronouns, even when you acknowledge that they're actually incredibly convincing in the way they pass.
Correct.
Yeah, obviously this is going to increase the negativity felt by an already marginalized group. So? You're doing it. You're doing that
you do
right
the same
now.
thing.
No,
Shut up, Alex.
So you can do it if you want. You have freedom, thankfully, because although you're an immoral scumbag, you still have freedom. I don't think that you should lose your constitutional rights because you're an immoral piece of shit. So let's at least appreciate that. But furthermore, because you get up here and say, look at the suicide rate, boo-hoo. Meanwhile, you partake in behavior that only increases the suicide rate.
Yeah, we just disagree on that aspect. Also, if you can't handle somebody not
you can't just disagree on that. That's not something that just disagreeing works on.
The same way I don't get triggered or I don't go on Twitter. Like I do not go to gay people pages. I do not go to trans people pages and be like, I purposely don't watch their content. I don't care about what they're doing. The difference is with me, I post a hoodie make America straight again, and everybody's coming to my page because they can't even handle.
Defend. Well, no, it's that you can't even defend your claim. You said it should be. You said it shouldn't be shown on TV anymore, as if that's going to stop people from being gay, or you shouldn't put it in schools. Do you think people can be convinced to be into bestiality? If you don't put it in, so you think if I sat some kids down in a school, you could over time convince them to be into bestiality?
Yeah, I think if we try to normalize bestiality, which is already sort of slowly happening, I think you can convince people that
I think we should just leave it at that.
Shit, Bill.
Final cherry on
Billy's
top of
strong as
so
fuck.
laughably fucking stupid. It's actually sad. You don't have any understanding of how sexuality works. You're basically now on board with conversion therapy, which is more or less what would follow your claim. So yeah, I mean, it's just this is the thing is yes, I called your values worthless because your values are worthless. They do nothing but make the world a worse place.
I feel the same way about the LGBT. So I mean,
well, yeah, but the difference again is that you feel that way because you're wrong and stupid. And I feel that way because I've done research and there's empiricism on my side.
I don't think.
So if you ever feel like becoming a little bit less dumb, then you're more than welcome to come back on the stream if you'd like.
Hunter, chill with the ad homs. All right, your ad homs don't actually help you.
Fuck you. Goodbye.
All right, Hunter. See, up until the end, he was doing well, and then he pulls out the ad homs, and it's just unnecessary. But I feel like he did pretty overall pretty well there. Also, Alex, I don't think we're gonna make it to 8 hours today. I don't think that we're gonna do it. Earlier I got a 14 and 0, but now I'm beyond human. I mean, yeah. All right, guys. I was gonna try to go 8 hours because Alex asked me to go 8 hours, but I'm tired. Okay, I've officially gotten 4 hours of sleep in the last 25 hours. Okay, I think it's about time for me to go to bed. The issue is Adventurous pressures me to be anti-trans and hates me if I don't, and you pressure me to be pro-trans? I don't actually pressure you to change your views at all. I pressure you to look into things. Because again, remember, I let you say whatever the fuck you want in chat. I don't pressure you to be shit. I'm just saying that you're wrong. Beetle, yeah, I'll be live tomorrow night at 8 o'clock probably. I'll keep the Discord updated. I'm a backup for Wix panel. I mean, it's today at this point. But I'm a backup for Wix panel at 3 o'clock Pacific time. So if I end up being on that, I'll keep that updated on Discord, and I will just hit the fucking live button and do it. Or I will wait until either his after show or 8 o'clock. Anyways, moral of the story for tomorrow, keep an eye on the Discord. Sheesh, only a backup? Yeah, don't worry. He said, what did he say? Because originally he said that, like, he might have room for me. And then he said, you're back up on this one. Don't worry, we'll get you on something again soon. So, he says I'll be on something soon. I trust him, alright? We're on good terms, so we should be good. Anyways, I will see you all tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great day. I hope you guys all go to fucking bed, alright? It is 3 in the goddamn morning. Yeah. So there's tomorrow, and then on Sunday, it's going to be 7 o'clock Pacific time for our debate with Justin, and then normal stream after that. Alright, motherfuckers. I gotta go. We're not gonna raid out tonight. Peace out, bitches. Love you all.